All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you are watching a recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed and main channel. Second link in the description. We post a watch list every single night to recap anything you see here. But if you come here anytime during the day, you should see us. All we ask is that you are positive and respectful. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Did I rebuke those YOLO demons? I did. I mean, we're going to see what happens tomorrow, bro. What was that outside my window? Dude, I don't know. That shit disappeared, too. It just straight up disappeared, man. That was crazy. Your birthday. Happy birthday, bro. Let's go. Call this. So let's see, man. Let's see. Shout out to Charlie for this layout here. It's pretty. But can you guys do me a favor? Can you like the video? Can you tell everybody else to like the video? And hold it down for me for a second. I have a mix of bathroom and technical difficulties I need to figure out here. So let me make some moves here. All right, you guys hold it down. You got me? All right. That's beautiful, baby. Beautiful. You blessed. Get ready. It's game time. It's game time, baby. Game time. All right. I'll be right back. I have so much to tell you guys, actually, man. So much. All right. Give me a second. Give me a second, though. Please hold. Welcome to the trading fraternity. Hello, Chad. I hope you're ready. In a world where primary dealers will fund liquidity, one Colt can change it all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. You guys hear me? Testing. I think you guys hear me. You guys hear me. Yeah, you guys hear me. Perfect. It looks like we're doing good. I hope you guys are ready. Drop your thumbs up on the video. I appreciate y'all. You guys are already doing that. You're already showing out. You are ready to go. I love it. I hope you're ready. I hope you're feeling blessed. We're going to start here very, very soon. So let me just start this off with something very, very simple, okay? I'm going to start this off with something very, very simple to comprehend. Excuse me. Hopefully you could stick with me on this. It's going to be very, very simple. Like and subscribe. That's it. No, I'm kidding. You'd be very bad if I said that. What I'm going to say is that we are either going to make a lot of money today or we're going to lose a lot of money. So today, with all the positions I'm holding, if you guys have been watching, I bet a lot of money on this. We're pretty much paying to see what's going to happen. That's it. Because depending on how today plays out, that will be the most crucial part. So if we get more or less a failure today, that's not going to be good. If we get some upside, a big upside, that will be good. If we don't, that'll be bad. What else is there? The fact that it doesn't move a lot. If it moves again like this, you guys realize this was a volatility. Surprisingly, this was a really, really big cuck. So this cuck, it's very, very big, Yeah, California did go on lockdown. There's still planes and stuff here, but even the airport here is pretty empty. There's still people outside, but it's pretty wild. Yeah, and that's going to happen. I mean, a lot of you guys, people are saying a lot of stuff. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about how that's going to play out in everything. But we have something. But you guys ever heard that Larry Kudlow? Okay, but. No? Anybody know? Okay. Let's go. Now you guys just make me sound like a weirdo. Now you make me sound like a weirdo. I saw this. All right, man. Let's get it popping. Let's not forget today's a big day. Even though California is on lockdown, they told me in California I'm not allowed to go outside. Essential services. I said, God bless America. I said, I still love everybody here. I love our great country. We got too many opportunities. We all got to work together. I said, we have some of the best military in the world. So shout out our veterans, man. Shout out the country. Shout out all the people who serve, man. Show some love to your vets, man. They've done a lot for all of us here, so we appreciate you. On behalf of the cult, all my veterans, military, Air Force, and any serviceman, we love you, both prior and current. We love you all. So that, our policemen, our firefighters, our any of the public servants we have, our teachers, everything, we love you all. So appreciate you. So say with me, right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Let's go, baby. It's game time. There's a Wikipedia of that. So make sure you guys like the video. Oh, y'all running that 50K, that 50% like ratio. Okay, Chad. You guys got 1 minute remaining here. Get ready. We're going to tee off here in 30 seconds. So, again, it's going to be a big day. Be careful. I think Tiff taught some of you guys why you shouldn't chase on that. There's going to be a lot of quick plays. We're going to be balancing both weeklies and not weeklies. Remember, like we said from the 11 at 11, if you're new, don't trade the weeklies, even if it's next week. If you're new, you have no idea what you're doing, like you're completely baby food, go get April, at least April. That's it. Don't go for the big ones, okay? You don't get the big checks just yet. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. All right, so TLT's up. We need to watch the currencies, watch the dollar, how all of that stuff plays out. That's going to be important. So there's oil still at 26. Yeah. Oh wow. The yen or the yuan very strong. Very strong station. Call out plays if you see it again. It is Friday, so this is that's what one thing we're banking on is volatility. If we get volatility, today will be a very good day, at least to flip some of these contracts. If we don't, we're gonna be screwed. How come nothing's moving? Oh, there you go, McDonald's. The dollar drop. Guild down. Oh, I forgot. I want to look at Guild. I'm gonna swap out UUP for a second because UUP will watch the currencies, let that balance out. UAL on the low. So again, we need to watch how fast we move today. Damn, why is Guild down? Shopify is up 5. Oh, I'm not. I thought I'd be down a little bit more. So those NOCs are working very well. The TLTs came back up. GLD's working. USO's still up. See, like these are weird plays, man. Okay, there you go. Oh, the UUPs got clapped. UUPs are still up, but we lost some profit there. IWM's got clapped a little bit. Dude, those Adobes are really down now. So that could be a good play, actually. That could be a good average if we see things continue here. McDonald's drop in. Okay. Boeing's usually a good Friday one. Let's see. Spreads are wild. Again, we're only up 158 points. So this is what I'm worried about. Because if you don't get a 500-600 point move, the contracts are going to be a little bit crazy here. The Adobe play was a put from earnings. So those would go up, and those didn't go up a lot, but they finally dropped. Now they're down 40% finally. So I may want to average on that one. We'll see. Well, again, I need to just see the timing here. At least TLT's going. Why don't you take the writings off the wall? You can't see well? I mean, I think you're seeing it. Literally, it's every single thing. It's okay. Relax, man. Relax. Just listen to my voice. Follow me through the darkness. Okay? Just follow me. Just put your hands out so you don't run into anything. Just listen to me, okay? Yeah, everything is still right in front of you. It's okay. Don't worry. There's Apple up 1.6. Nvidia's up 6. Let's check our options on Nvidia. I was thinking of some long-term pickups today. I had a crazy idea yesterday. Like a real crazy idea. Dude, these are so expensive. Bro, they're charging on a daily $60 for a $20 move. Yeah. So this is why we got to let volatility kind of flush out here. I mean, it's working though. Remember today, so we were expecting this update. Let's see. Today is both the opportunity to make a play, but then it's also the opportunity to gauge the health of the system today. BA on the high. There's HD. That's weird. The USO puts are still going up. Interesting. There's HD. There's McDonald's with the big move. Those McDonald's are still up pretty much the same price as yesterday. Those are the next week. I wanted to hold those. Walmart, a roller coaster. Okay, we're up 300 points, so that's a decent amount. But depending on either the first pop or drop, that's going to change things. So we got what? It's only 6 minutes in. Remember, watch the clock here. AT&T at the low, 29. Wells Fargo's on the low. The bonds are starting to come down. Walmart's falling a little bit more like HD. Those Guild weeklies still have, I can't believe the Guilds actually still have value. The UVXYs, we got those WBAs still. UPS on the low. This is going to be a weird, again, we need to watch the size of this. We don't want this to, you don't want this to be like yesterday. See, again, there's like 4 different factors we have to look out for. It's actually kind of wild. It's how it trades today, what it does, but then we also have to see, where we end up today. If today gets crazy, this will be the X factor. I don't know what you call it. We're coming down now below the open. Casinos are big. I just want that. I want that Guild to finally rip. Myrna got clapped. Johnson & Johnson is still down. That's wild, actually. So again, this is why. So there's just like those contracts on McDonald's. It's like if the stock doesn't move up a lot today, you're screwed pretty much. This will be the highest premium on the calls. Oil breaking 25. Goldman's down 5%. Let me check contract prices on JPM. A very expensive JP Morgan. Who's this JP Morgan guy? He's very, very expensive. All right, we're coming down. We're about to go red now. We're only up 30 points. Yeah. Today, so we're going to be falling in up and down. It's going to be falling in from green to red here. Let that kind of bounce back and forth. But if it goes back up to green, I mean, watch the VWAP. This is we need to avoid yesterday. That's something I would make sure you guys are watching there. Because if you guys don't understand what happened yesterday, that had a big effect on your premiums all across the board. Yeah, all the weekly contracts are still really expensive too. Oh, never mind. The Adobes just have a large spread. Damn it. Because I was going to see if we could possibly average down on those, but it's different. Bro, those CMGs came down. That's surprising. So that could be a decent one to come back into, but that one, watch out for the liquidity. Okay. So that's what I'm watching a lot of premiums right now. I'm trying to see how things are going to be valuing. What's going up, what's going down. AVDL, Facebook, Roku getting clapped. Dude, everything is expensive. Again, today's the quad witching, so even then, after tomorrow, we might see a lot more, what's it called? We might see a lot more contracts get on here. NBC News employee dies after getting coronavirus? That's aggressive. No way. Fed could snap up municipal debt under state proposal. Damn, everybody needs money then, huh? Everybody want that liquidity. So we're coming back down here, down 0.25%. Yeah, we're coming down. Pay attention to the laggers and leaders here. I think it's actually saying a lot about what we have going on here because I'm seeing, again, just like the banks, it's interesting what names are up and what names aren't. Yeah. Wuhan. All right, we're coming down here now. Now we're down 180 points. That's pretty much what we're up on the upside. This is just look at where this sets us in coming into yesterday. That was yesterday? Was this yesterday? No way. Yeah, I thought we ended up yesterday. I was like, that's a weird looking yesterday. Okay, so just watch yesterday's open about like 235.61 because where that puts us from here will be important. But this is, I mean, I'm surprised. I mean, watch out. I mean, we have to see. I don't know. I don't know. You don't know if this is a bull trap, a bear trap. All we know is that there's a big event today with the Fed. It's going to allow them. And again, today's the quad witching. Quad witching usually brings about volume, but not really volatility. So that could change here today. But essentially, it's the Fed. I mean, we have to see what they do. When is the Fed going live? I don't think they're going live today. Their credit facility went live today. That's about it. VIX testing 69. How long will the chains be fucked on Tiffany? A while, long as any of this volatility is going on. Again, somebody even posted it on the watch list yesterday. It's a very risky strategy, but it could work. Finding a lot of these companies that pretty much are in limbo with the deals where they had an offer accepted, but then people started selling off the stock because just the fact was it shouldn't have sold off. I mean, you know, if the buyout deal was there, but like I explained, Tiffany's was like an option now for LVMH. Excuse me. What's the play if there's a nationwide shutdown? I don't know. Today's showing you something. And again, they did this stay-at-home order for California. And this is what I said. A lot of people, the rumors coming back, a lot of people are saying that they know somebody who said this is going to happen and then this and that. But it's happening already how it should. Remember, we talked about this. We're reflecting Italy. Even Trump said this as well, too. So what's going to happen? It's going to go and they're going to shut down the hot zones first. And then after the hot zones, then they're going to then they'll do a nationwide thing, but they're going to go little by little. So I mean, I think you're seeing even how the markets are priced. It could be priced in. I don't know, because the fact that California should have a big effect, but it doesn't seem. But again, you have so many things going on. No bigger heart. Yeah, they're going to be. It's going to go zone by zone, and then eventually to the country. UUP. What's wrong with UUP? Currency. I mean that it's moving with the currency. So again, one of the big things we were looking at. Why is it my? Why my chart not work? Dude, it breaks my charts when I start looking up the Chinese currency. All right, well. What the hell's happening? Why does it say Thinkorswim is down? Let's see, what are the Robinhoods at? So down on that one. Oh, it came back on that one too. See, a lot of volatility. These are the Robinhoods. I need to see what to do with those. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart my Thinkorswim. That's wild. There it is. Okay, yeah, there you go. So it's watching out for the Chinese currency. It came down from yesterday. I mean, all the currencies so far. So as long as anything else, that if things aren't weakening still, then you're not going to see the thing go crazy. Yeah, I think T's dropping maybe because the buyback stuff. Yeah, dude, they're down. See, you got a lot of push and pull today. That's why today's going to be very interesting. So we're Dow is still up. S&P is the only thing down. Spoke too soon. Dow just went red. Dow's battling back and forth. What can you do to recoup money on UUP? What do you mean? I mean, it should be the reverse way. Should have been the money you have. You put that in there. It's money you shouldn't want to recoup. You would put it into a play like that. Otherwise, you're going to be in a long ride for UUP. You're going to be in a long ride for UUP. Those USOs, what are they? Why are the USOs doing work? Yeah, why are the USOs? The USOs keep going up in value. So oil's down again now, but still, it's pretty wild. There's the McDonald's. Whew, finally. Thank God. I was going to sell those, but see, now that if McDonald's really starts to rip, that'll balance out the negative theta effect on that one play. So remember, that's the next week McDonald's we're holding. Now that's up 442. Let that sit there a little bit. No, not GLD, no. You know, it was down 15%. We were going to get some more yesterday. We looked at it down 15% yesterday. That wouldn't really have justified an average. So I'm waiting. That's what I'm saying. Same thing even with like the dollar play. As long as I know it's not a gambled. No, it is. Yeah, it's a gamble. That UUP is going to move very, very slow. It's not going to move fast. It'll shoot up a lot like it did. Then it'll come down, and then it'll not really. It'll be like TLT in a really, really weird way. Let's see. So watch out VWAP again, especially with such a. You'll note when there's not a lot of volatility and it has these drops, you'll notice how it takes the VWAP with it. Yeah, I'm still in AMD and MMM. I just woke up. What do you want me to do with them? How would I even, if you saw me take them yesterday, y'all don't listen when I say, I don't, again, until we come to expiration, or until they come up in value, I just make sure you guys are putting in an amount. I mean, I'm not as, what's it called? I'm not as quick as some of you guys. I'm really, really slow. When does the primary today? It's already in place. So pretty much, that's why even watching the dollar is important. The dollar should have weakened today because of the primary dealer. But if it's not, like if the dollar goes positive, then it pretty much failed. Because that means what they're doing is it's allowing them to what's it called? It's allowing them to put money into the system. So that should raise the supply of dollars, therefore weakening the dollar, but it's not. They go on algos next week, decreasing volatility. They can, but you got to check the break even because they did. That's what's going to happen today. After today expires and all those contracts expire, that's going to change the underlying balance of everything. So those contracts expiring that's why we're going to get new contracts hopefully on Monday, but then it will change a few other things. Now the market goes straight online on Monday, but today is the primary dealer facility for sure. The Altria CEO has coronavirus. Damn, that's crazy. I haven't confirmed that. Someone just posted that, but we'll see. Problem is the demand for dollars 10 times higher than supply, so that's why. Yeah, I agree. That's why I want to see. I want to see if this liquidity facility through the primary dealers, if that could ease it. That means they're getting it. That means what they're doing will work. If not, though, that'll be awful. Because if all these all the cuts, then the primary dealer, then everything. If you don't see the dollar weaken, this thing's about to be Frankenstein. Why do I use candlesticks instead of line charts? Because anybody could get the smoke. No, I'm pretty much using what I learned on 14 years ago. I just like it. Candles tell a lot. They tell a lot about, if you really know how to read them, it's telling you the range in that period. And I look at 1 minutes for a reason. So I really like the 1 minutes. But that's not for everybody. The new banner covers the ticker. No, I have to scroll. So I could scroll, and there you go. Now you see them. You like that? And there you go. I have to scroll. A big to sit up. But yes, no. Someone said I don't even move slow. I do move slow. You guys got to. I may think fast. I may be fast when it comes to putting in my order in. But right when the order is made, once the money goes somewhere, I'm not quick to pull it back. You guys, that's just the nature of even money. That's what it comes down to. Even when I flip a house, do anything like that, if you put your money out, you put it out there, and you don't give it time to kind of, sprout and do what it needs to, then it's not going to really, it could put you, you just need to give money time to grow in a weird way. That's why, too, the short terms aren't going to be, the short terms you guys see, we can make big short term plays, but for some of you guys starting out, until you really understand how to not get clapped all the time, stay away from the short terms. We're coming up. VWAP is there. I like those McDonald's. Those McDonald's are carrying the team. Those are up 600% now. Damn, they have a big-ass spread, too. You snake the chain. Make sure you actually watch the video, because if McDonald's doesn't have a news event and isn't going crazy, you may have gotten a good deal, but I wouldn't. I don't know if it's snaking the chain. Again, if it has really big spreads, but usually the snake in the chain comes when there's an event usually. All the premium. Again, it's not. it's you see it get lost in the what's it called? You see it get lost in the rips, but just pay attention here. Just pay attention to how much we're moving. 0.5%, 0.1%. So I said this on the watch list yesterday. The market has been pricing in 3-4% moves every day for the last 2 or 3 weeks. So whenever we stop moving like that, calls and puts are going to come down. So that's why I said that's our biggest risk on the table here is the velocity simply disappearing. Apple McDonald's. Boeing coming down. How's Mr. Tilt? Yeah, TLT's still going down, though. I mean, we're up. Let's see. Just you want this to kind of be a direct inverse. Today's going to work. I think Shopify, no. I want to get that put on Shopify for earnings. Walmart's down. Weird day. There hasn't been a stream alert sent out today. Stock market or Forex? Stock market. Because then you could take the Forex and apply it to the stock market. Shout out to global currencies, baby. Shout out to global currencies. I'm a big fan. Big fan. There's the yen. That's the yuan. And then the yen. They're telling us so much. Every day. Just telling us so much. Oh, man. These are your pop-off indicators. I really hope you guys have been paying attention. Can we get to the play, please? You really want to make a move? What do you think I'm doing here? Do you think I'm just, what do you think's happening? You don't think I want to play? You don't think I'm looking for a play? I woke up at 6:30 in the morning. And I was just like, I'm going to go click through a bunch of stocks. Not going to get one. Not going to find any. I'm just, I went through 40 different option chains so far. And I'm just like, maybe one day I'm going to grab one of these. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'm going to get it. This quarantine getting to some of y'all. Y'all like, I need to go somewhere. Let me put it somewhere. Can I get it somewhere? So yes, I'm only giving you shit because we'll get a play, but it's not. I mean, I could just say random plays, but I don't know if they're gonna work traditionally how some of the other plays work. So don't worry. Don't worry. Just be patient, you guys. No, I've been hearing that line a lot, and it just makes me laugh when it says I need a play. It's like, dude, people need water right now. People need ventilators. But just don't be impatient here. Okay, I feel you. The only thing you should be impatient for actually right now, because this is what I'm dealing with, and it's hard to find the right timing. The play should be longer term. So you should be that jumpy with trying to buy long-term stocks right now. That's the only thing, because that's the thing that makes me like, damn, I'm like, I want to buy some long-term stocks. I want to buy some long-term stock, but that's just because of how cheap they are. And then, the prospect of the long-term portfolio. But any of the options right now, not as much. Why am my voice going away? For the health plays, still hold on. Let me see that UNH. That UNH is still up, but came down over the last few days. The UUPs were losing some profit on there. McDonald's is still killing it. The USO is doing good. The GLDs came back up. So just holding the healthcare. The healthcare is still expensive. That's what I'm saying. You're even looking at all of these prices. It's kind of wild. Because you're seeing any of these plays we're even holding, they're still holding up their value, and they're holding up good value. It's going to take It's going to take really, really big moves or a lot of time to slowly decay those. But the fact those are holding value, it's telling you something. And then, don't we have the jobs report coming out here? Came out yesterday. Bro, those NOCs came down? What? What did I buy those at? Damn, we got those at one. Dude, those NOCs dropped. Yeah, I got one of them at 125. They're doing a debt offering. Is that it? But let me see. That's wild. See? That's why I'm getting kind of nervous on some of these. I guess NOC's down. Same thing with Lockheed. Okay. Because I thought, okay, that's fine. They're down. The stocks are down. I was confused because I thought NOC was up. So if the premium was down on NOC while the stock was going up, I was like, fuck. That would have been bad for us. But if it's down with the stock that it has a lot of time, I'm not too concerned with that. But the thing that would scare me here, the most scary thing would be getting calls, and then the stock moves up, and then you lose on the calls. That is how you're going to get clapped. Because then that would mean our strangles are pretty much priced too high, and you can lose a lot. That's what it's doing. Some of them, it depends where you bought them at. That's what the issue is. It's depending on what price and where you got it. That is going to determine that effect. See, so now TLT selling off. So that's not good. That means market, if TLT sell off big, market should make a boom boom up, but no boom boom up. Predicting 24 decline in economy next year. Goldman Sachs, yeah. I've been seeing reports of that. Yeah, tax date moved to July 15th. Okay, so watch TLT. Wait, because again, more TLT drops. I'd expect this SPY to go up. There's the one. Today's a quiet day. So this is the moment of truth. Today, it's the moment of truth. And again, I want to see this volatility. It's pretty much the fact that we have, I mean, I could have maybe already, it sucks because I don't want to jump to the conclusion too quick because they're going to pretty much open and close is where we're going to see some big moves probably. But it looks like the fact that it hasn't really just ripped up with ferocious steam, it could just be pointing towards the weakness. The cuckening. Can I get a shout out for my birthday? Of course you can, Angelo. Happy birthday, bro. 25 years. Keep it coming, man. You turned 25. At least you made it through 2020. Or at least you made it to 2020. Those AMDs are down. Yeah, that's the one I don't like. Damn it. No way. And that one would make more sense. Those AMDs are out the money. Yeah, but I don't like that. That's bad. Oh, yeah, they're down 30%. That's awful. This isn't going to be good. So just like that AMD, that is going to be the issue here, because if we're down on that while the stock's going up, until pretty much we're going to be down. If it keeps going at this pace, we're going to lose. But now let's say AMD has one of these days and it shoots up, $4 or $5. That will be the day that those kind of get increase. But pretty much what's going to happen here, it's moving forward. It's now I'm kind of preparing for it by understanding what situation I'm in. So if AMD is already coming down while the stock is going up, because that means pretty much we bought it with too much volatility, as the stock doesn't remain volatile, what's going to happen is we're going to go down. We're going to have to average on it, but you're going to be in a different position to average, because you don't want to average right away. Because if you're already down 30% off the first move, pretty much 30%, you know how I say I like to average at 30 or 50. In this case, 60% down is going to be like being down 30%. So you're going to have a little bit more. You're going to have a little bit more tough time, and you're going to have to be a little bit more patient on there. Your UUPs expire. I mean, I'm sure the April's got clapped. I don't like April UUP. I mean, it could be if the ship hits the fan before then, but more often than not, again, UUP is not supposed to move. I guess they're holding up, though. They're holding up like the normal contracts. You'll be straight. Walmart breaking lows. AMD's popping now. So let's see. I want HD, but HD's too expensive. You're down 50% thinking you should cut. Well, I don't cut unless it's, I just don't cut. I'm not going to cut. I will never cut. If I'm down 50%, the question is, do I buy more or do I just walk away? That's it. Meaning I'll just hold I'll hold the rest of it, and then I'll let the other 50% play out. But the key is to control control that thought from before you enter the play. If you're holding worthless, or if it's out of the money, you could just let it be. The only thing I'm worried about is how far out the money it is. But why weren't you worried about that when you bought it? You see, so that's why it's like if you bought it when it was like that, the key is just put in how much you're willing to lose on the option. So if you were, if you put in 1,000, now it's down 50% and it's worth 500. And then you're like, oh man, like I want to cut it. Next time, just put $500 in and say, well, even if it goes down, who cares if it goes down 20? Yeah, only 50. Oh, then hold it. Yeah, hold that. Especially if it's that low. If anything, that could help set up a big position now. That's the whole idea, because you go low, $50, you let that thing drop 50%. Now, any contracts you get are going to get cheaper, so then you could find a better play to average on. But again, control it from the beginning. Walmart is not halted. You guys think everything gets halted, huh? That's crazy. All the traders who started in the last 2-3 weeks, they probably think halts are normal all the time. It's not. It's crazy. The persistent peach, Bradley Frizzle. I give you a horn, but da 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 da. Let's go, baby. Yeah, it's not as aesthetic sounding, but shit, I got you. I got you, baby. I got you. My man, every day, every day. Josh, a very wise man. You're a very wise man or woman. A woman in this case. You're just wise, okay? I'm not even a man. I'm an AI. I only define as a hardware chip. I don't know. Okay, I gotta go. Praying for a rapid recovery. Let's go. I'm praying for the Fed today. Let's see what they do. AMD is not halted. Love your advice. Hate the loud noises. That's beautiful. Then turn the volume down. See, hit that. Woo! I'm a problem solver, baby. Problem solver. What else you guys got for me? That was an easy one. What else it got? Oh. Dude, these contracts are. I'm surprised this is pretty this slow so far. Is Trump live? I thought he's going live at 11:45. $55 million. Dude, that's so much volume. 30 minutes. Yeah, that's why. So this is the triple witching, but dude, it's not moving. It's not moving at all. This is going to be I think we might have to wait till some of these conferences. This is kind of like the trade war days, where the market is being very, very reactive to what's said and then kind of just doing random stuff during the day. We'll see. I made any money watching you, but I gained valueless information. Thoughts on CV stocks? Oh, what do you mean CV stocks? Is there a percent to stay at when looking to enter I don't know. I don't use IV%. I just look at the price and what I'm getting. I mean, you have to ask yourself, what just look at the stock. What are you buying? What's the break even? And how likely is it to get there based on your own opinion? And now look at the price of the contract. That'll tell you even what the market maker believes. I'm a trade war vet. Yes, actually. ACB halted? Oh my, no, I don't think ACB's halted. Is it? I just think nobody wants to trade this thing. I mean, be careful, ACB. That 11 out of 11 yesterday. That's it. Have you guys got your checks yet? I don't have my check. Let's see. Switzerland bans gatherings of more than 5 people. Calls on citizens to stay at home. Like a weekly flip. We'll see. You need the weeklies. I mean, at least the next week's, like, Nvidia is still popping off. That McDonald's is working somewhat. The UUPs are down on profits. The USOs are holding. Let's see. So the first time above VWAP, like actually somewhat above VWAP. So let's see. This is weird, bro. This is kind of an eerie day in the weirdest way possible. Because, man, this is like one of the, again, I don't know how the quad witching is affecting it, but the fact that you have the Fed as you know, Fed at full, you literally have the Fed at full force right now, and you're not really, I mean, we're up 100 points. Like this, if this is considered a good job right then, that means there's no, it's not like, I don't even think it's the calm before the storm. It's like, I don't know. This is like watching Michael Jordan play like his last game, but then like he sucks. And then you're just like, damn. Then you're slowly realizing like, you know, Michael he's not what he used to be. That's it. Just the fadeaway's not hitting anymore. Like I'm kind of I'm just like, I'm concerned. I'm just like, come on, JP, where's power with that step back? You know what I'm saying? You know, you just hit him with the repos, step back, primary dealer facility. Woo! He's not. We'll see. Maybe it's a slow first quarter. Maybe we're just judging him too quick. Let's see what he comes up with for the rest of the day. I love the energy. I love you, baby. I love you. With so much unemployment, the poor will be hunting for the rich. I'm reporting you. That sounds really aggressive. Okay, you need to calm down. Relax, bro. We're all people. We're all Americans. We can work together. This isn't fucking The Purge. This isn't this isn't Hunger Games. It's okay. Relax. It was just creepy. There was no like, there's no emoji. There wasn't like a LOL. It was just like, the poor are gonna be hunting the rich. It's time. Whoa, dude. Chill. Like we're on day 20. In what scenario does this not become oh no, we're already in a liquidity crisis. That's why today is so important. That's why, like, if you guys, like, do you realize, like, the amount of money that's allowed to flow through today is insane. So now anybody with shitty bonds or shitty stock, like, let's say, like, Bank of America. So Bank of America is trading at $21 a share. Now think about how many shares these companies have. Even think about the buybacks. They could go, as long as let's say the Bank of New York Mellon would say, okay, we're valuing your shares at $30. So they could go collateralize billions of shares to the Fed and then go get hundreds of billions of dollars in cash right now. And so it's moral hazard because they could pretty much pledge worthless stock and then the bank will give them cash up front. But then the bank is hoping that they take that money and you know, supply the demand for dollars right now. So, but if they don't, that's the problem. But essentially, the bank could get all that stuff, and you know, it's a win-win for them. because even if the stocks drop, they pledged worthless stock to begin with, and they got a lot more money. It's like a reverse mortgage for the banks. That's the best way to put it in perspective. If DB goes under, what would happen to UUP? It would skyrocket. The dollar would skyrocket, especially since DB's European based. So then they would oh man, everybody would try to cash out real quick. It'd be a scramble for that's what's happening now though. There's a scramble for dollars, even with what's happening with Boeing. Like even that, isn't that funny? Do you guys realize Boeing is fucking up the system pretty hard right now, because Boeing pulled that $13 billion credit line. Think about it. They were already going down. They pull that $13 billion. That's $13 billion out of some banking system. So they took a lot. One big Boeing plane. But we're again, it's pretty much today's like a reverse mortgage for the Fed. It's allowing them to give they're giving loans to the banks that it's a win-win, because if the bank takes out the loan today and then the value of that loan drops, they were still able to get the cash at a much higher value. What if another plan ended up going down with that loan? What do you mean? Another plane? Does that apply to new shares purchased or all shareholders? All shareholders. Dividends are the same. So just like with the normal dividend, when you purchase it, right, your dividend yield is dependent on the price you pay for the stock. However, every share pays out the same exact dividend. So if they suspend the dividend, they suspend it, that means they're not paying anybody a dividend. If they cut it, they're going to lower the amount paid. That's what so I had a crazy theory today. I have a company. I think I was going to buy it. I think I was going to put like 20 grand into it. It's a dividend stock, but they haven't missed the dividend payment since 1895. So those are the companies you want. You want the companies that literally have 50-year, 100-year history of paying dividends. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Yeah, y'all don't feel me. See, because I'll talk about that play if I do it, just because it has a specific, because if you get a good dividend stock now, and it just never cuts dividends, even if the economy goes to shit, they will still pay dividends. That's cash income. So if the dollar gets hard to come by, as long as the company never pays dividends, those dividends are going to be good. But the problem is now everything's changing. Oh, man. Oh, dude, yesterday, I forgot to tell you, bro, the lenders at the bank, all the lenders pulled the more, bro, I forgot about that yesterday. All the lenders, a lot of the banks, the main banks and underwriting stuff, all of the rates got shot up yesterday. They were at 5%. It was wild. So that's what I was saying. A lot. I had a few different thoughts from yesterday. I have a few things. Someone remind me about bond rates going up and what that can mean. We have to talk about those at lenders. We have to talk about what else? We have to talk about dividend stocks, and then the relative to the value of the dollar, but also relative to the current rate environment. Because remember, I told you guys that the Fed cut to zero. So now some of these stocks that were paying certain dividends, it's going to naturally change the rate of everything. Is going to kind of just take a level down. I forgot about that. Real estate loans are going to get a little jammed up right now, because that's what I said. This is what it had to relate to. Like, so all the lenders yesterday, think about how low rates are dropped. Lending Tips said he showed me he was going to go check some refinance rates for some people. All of the banks were quoting 5%, but the rate is at 1%. It should be like 1 point something. So it's wild, because that means no one's willing to give up them. They're widening the spread. That's what's happening with bonds and everything. Everybody's widening the spreads because they don't know what's going to happen. Let's see. Was that 2 minutes ago, Senate Republican McConnell says Treasury Secretary Mnuchin said it's important for Senate to pass coronavirus economic stimulus bill on Monday. The EU's blocking exports of 5 important medical products needed to fight the virus, meaning a lot of the sales to the U.S., Switzerland, and Norway could be disrupted. Dude, this is like, bro, this is like World War II. What the hell is happening right now? Isn't that crazy? That's where this is the shift you see in different countries, because now when there's a something global kind of adding pressure to every single government, they're going to start acting in their own interest. I mean, it makes sense. They literally, they're not even going to sell certain stuff, and that's just so that they can, they need it themselves. That's what's happening with oil and everything. Everybody is going to, everyone's going to try to react now in the best interest of their own country as globalization gets cut off. Well, I am a believer, but I don't know. I until more information, I don't believe the Lord is coming. He said, "Lord comes like a thief in the night." If he came in right now, it'd be a little too obvious. Everybody's ready. They'd be like, "Lord, I was waiting for you. I'm in my house. I got all this toilet paper, and I'm ready to go. I was waiting. I said, I'm not going to leave and be with them sinners until I poop all of this stuff, and I'm never leaving. I'm ready. I've been waiting." He'd be like, "Man, that was too easy." Nah. Maybe once the vaccine comes, and then, you know what I'm saying? The vaccine comes, then everybody chills out, then everybody goes back to normal, then boom. He's like, "I got you." But I don't know about right now. It's too obvious. I read the book. He communicated the plan. That's why I'm like, I read the book, man. This is too obvious. This ain't no thief in the night. This is a thief in the daytime. And I'll be like, I got you. He's in my scopes. You already see this vibe. You see everyone going crazy. Thank you for making me laugh while I'm down thousands. I'm down thousands. How much do you think I'm down right now? Let's see, actually. How much you think I'm down or up? Maybe I'll ask you that. So I see chill. Yeah, how much you think I made? Okay. Down 4. Damn, y'all really think I'm that bad? I don't know how much I'm down. Let's see. Ooh, that one looks bad. How much is that? So that's down 7,700. That next one is down 900. So that's 8,700. And then this one, how much are we on this one? Then this one, I'm 11. That one surprised me. So I'm down like 18,000 today, 19,000. It's not so bad. Could be worse. So there you go. I make myself laugh too. Even when all seems lost. It's okay. You feel better now? Good. Where is it? Oh, I still gotta get you on here. There you go. Ooh. I feel better. I mean, that's what it sucks though, because that's what I'm saying. Isn't that? I think it's one of the most fascinating things. Like, that's why you guys got to be careful too. I mean, don't get so panicky. Don't read chat so much, just because. What's it called? See, there's people who most of the time people are typing, going crazy, saying this or that, but they'll be down like $200. So if you're in like a $20,000 position, that may make you feel some type of way, but it's just really, really different. And be careful too. I mean, again, if some of you guys, if this is your first time holding positions this size, be cautious. That's it. Cause I saw some other people were like, I'm down like 10, 20, 30 grand in here. I just read that, but I'm like, dude, I remember you trading here a few weeks ago. You were trading a small ass account. So just be careful. Be careful. I need that. I need that Mickey. I need that Mickey to do good. That one would be good. And this IV crusher, I like it. I don't know. There's something about it. Now, if things get cheap, I think it's already. It's going crazy. I don't know. I kind of like it. I think it's gonna clear out some stuff. It's gonna make now it's got you guys hesitating. Stole that NOC play same day, but 540 got it for 90. Only got 3. How do you see the dividends on the app? E-Trade, you go to the thing. There should be. I do it through here. I do it through the quick quote. But the NOC play is good. I'm holding it, but that thing actually came down. I need to double check if it came back up. But that's a nice. You did steal it. Where is it? NOC. Look. They're only down 30. Mine said down 30, but I'm surprised. They were up like 200 in the morning. I have a recession, depression, business plan. Please, I need your thoughts. Yeah, you could even apply for. They're going to be giving out a lot of loans very, very shortly. Again, if they get the banks, they could get the banks in a position to do so. But theoretically, or at least even in the midterm, policy is going to be very, very favorable. They're going to do loans and all that. This is E-Trade Pro. My thoughts on the VIX. It's going to get crazy after today. Just because after today's expiration, we're going to see. But VIX is still very, very high. I mean, it's at 58 now. That's dramatically lower, so we'll see. I like Boeing at this price, but I don't like the situation of Boeing. But I don't know. I don't know if they'll let them fail or not, but it'll be good. $300+ move, give me confidence for today. No. Because it's really, really, even, and you could tell by, like, look at the options, the fact that the velocity is dropping. Once economics come through and we hit a recession because it's expected, will stocks not present an opportunity? No, it'll present a bigger opportunity. This is the first wave. That's what sucks. I mean, that is why I'm keeping. I have $120,000 just from of cash ready to go for this next 6 months. I've said that from the first day. The minute you guys know the minute TLT hit, that's exactly what we did. I took that money, I got all that money ready, and I said I'm going to keep it. That 80,000 in the Robinhood. I mean, have you actually noticed that? That's why it's like I don't care really. It could go up and down, but do you notice this has stayed the same the whole time? I haven't touched the cash. So I've just kept whatever we were holding. I'll go up 5,000, 10,000. At this point, I don't even care about it for that reason. So I'm keeping the cash because this is still the first wave. It's simple as that. What's going to happen here, but we don't know the timing of it. All we could do is respond. And like even this week, I was a lot willing to hold stuff and take other risks because of what the Fed did last time. But that's what the key is. That's what the key is about here. So I wouldn't take bigger risks unless I had, if you don't have any cash, take a lot of cash. Most of the cash we've made, I've been able to keep, which is beautiful. But the key here now is moving forward and waiting for that next wave to come in because it's going to go through with, the stock market's going to react once, then things are going to come back up. And then the next wave will hit once it hits retail and the rest of the economy. Again, the economy, even though the stock market has moved fast, you guys can't forget this. The stock market's moving fast, but the boat still crashes slow. So what's happening is that the economics of this is moving still really, really slow. So the market is moving fast. That's everybody on deck panicking and everybody else is moving fast. Everyone's like, oh my God, they're setting up the chairs to play the violin. They're like, you know, and then you could see the iceberg from miles away, but you can't change course at this point. But we'll see, unless the Fed, pulls out this big oar and is able to just paddle us out of it. I mean, that'll be dope. I would prefer that. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't want this. I mean, I think it's crazy. I said it before. Whether I predicted this, whether I was ahead of it, whether I made a lot of money off of it. I've hit this in the past. Like, dude, this is nothing. This is nothing compared to 2015 when last time we turned 2,000 into a quarter million. It wasn't this bad. So that's why, I mean, you guys, Bill Ackman even said it the other day. If Bill Ackman doesn't, he said if there's no real big action taken, this is really, really bad. You live for this? No, you don't. I mean, honestly, and I encourage all of you, if you're getting, like, some of you guys would, like, DM me, like, oh my God, UUP, it's going to the moon. Like, don't DM me that shit. Don't cheer about this shit in here. Like, I don't, I really do think that a lot of people are naive towards the implications of if this situation does get worse. If it stops right here and it gets better, amen, that's fine. We can make money either way. But if this keeps going down like this, I mean, yeah, I just don't. Fuck, don't dance. Don't even, like, that's it. Like, you guys are cheering. Like, I get it. Like, I even have a lot of money on it. I mean, if UUP goes up, like, great. But that is, I have that in place for protection, not as hope for demise. You see, there's a lot of money I have on the table here, but I'm played through 3 different plays. But I don't think people really fully comprehend that if it got worse from here, this is bad. Yeah, it's like cheering for the Nazi invasion. 100%. Good people. People already have. I have people renting my houses who have said that they've lost their job. People I know. I mean, it's just like, that's why I'm like, dude. And then I see my Instagram, people are cheering about, they're like, oh my God, this play. I'm like, dude, no. Like, yeah, the play's good, but if that play works, we have bigger things to worry about. And that's what I think I think that's why this is such a weird moment in time, because you're caught in the middle of, like, serious and then entitled, everything goes back to normal. Does that make sense? It's really, really weird. It's really, really weird. Governor at 11. What time is it now? 10:45. Many commissions, all clients cancel. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Fine. God is good, though. Don't worry. We should reiterate, no one has to suffer to make profits off SPY puts. Amen. And just, I mean, just be humble. I mean, that's the best thing, It's like, because at the end of the day, I mean, just be careful of the future. I mean, prepare. I mean, shit. I don't even have to get all, like, weird and emotional with you. I mean, just prepare. That's the best thing I could say. Just be wise. It's the difference between the person who took oil and didn't, the bridegrooms who had the oil and not. If you're not planned and ready to, because that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're excited about what's happening now in the short term, then you might not be understanding what you're going to need to have in the longer term. That is the key. That's what I'm saying, So just be smart with that. Be careful, what you cheer about today, you might cry about tomorrow, and vice versa. What you cry about today, you might cheer about tomorrow. So 50 made puts on BAHV 008 and 01. What does this mean? The UUP, it's a dollar. It's a currency chart. Betting on government backstop. So you sold the puts. That's pretty smart, actually. That's actually really smart. That's not a bad idea. I like it. Make sure it's covered, though. I would cover that, in my experience. Love my job and trading. Reason I come back over and over is the messages. Amen, baby. I love you. God bless you. Yeah, as long as that's covered, that's a solid play. UUP contracts aren't available for trading? What do you mean? I just want the lesson. I just want protection. American Airlines will start flying cargo. Yeah, it's wartime measures, baby. Can you speak of the massive amount of CLOs? It doesn't matter at this point. That's why they did the primary credit dealer facility. They're going to allow because the Fed wasn't allowed to buy that shitty quality corporate paper. So, the Fed could only buy the government issued stuff. So now the primary dealer is going to allow the Fed to provide loans for the quality. It'll provide, so they could put up CLOs, they could put up shitty junk debt, and then they'll get it collateralized. That'll suffice as collateral, and then they'll get cash. That's again why it's very, very controversial. The primary, it's not that it's already priced in. It's happening. It's happening right now. So the thing is, today's the first day that the primary dealer is able to conduct transactions. So they approved it on Wednesday. It didn't come into effect till today. So now today, like as we're speaking right now, there's the bank in New York Mellon. All of the top 24 banks, they've been preparing. They've been getting their assets. Bank of Mellon has been valuing them. And then they're going to commence the trades today where they're going to give Bank of Mellon the collateral. And then the Fed is going to give the Fed is pretty much going to guarantee the loans through Bank of Mellon. They're going to give them money. And then this is how big of a deal it is. The Treasury is going to act as a backstop to the Fed now too. So that's how you know this is literally it's the full force of the government. You have now the Treasury and the Fed working together, backstopping one another. Then they're going to give that money out, take all this junk shitty debt that is pretty much all the extra fat that would have lit up the system even more, and they're going to go and swap it out. And then they're going to give them loans. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. There you go. 3.9. Damn. So look at y'all got 50% likes, man. We didn't even have to do a play. All right. Well, I'm still cooking up. I'm still looking for something. Don't worry. We got this. BNTS. It's all love. All right. Second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link to the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Check out all the tutorials here. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. God bless all of you, man. Don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We love you. 4.1, I love y'all, man. I appreciate you. I hope y'all blessed. I hope y'all ready to go. I hope you know you blessed. God is good, baby. God is good. All right, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Need some plays. Well, today, March 20th, 2020, effective immediately, Colt order. Anybody who says they need plays will be banned. So, mods, please put that in effect. The keyword is need. I'm tired of it. Not the fact people are asking for plays. That's not it. The fact that they think that they need it. That's it. Look, can we talk about needs? Do you guys know why I buy a lot of water? I was buying water before everybody was running to Costco. Believe that. You could ask anybody. It's because you need water. I need water. I drink. You guys see how much I pee. I need my water. Okay? You need food. You need sustenance. You need shelter. You need many things in life. But the extracurricular, I need this. I need to go outside. I need this. You just want it. Okay? So that's it. Any need plus play gets banned. That's it. Just no, you don't need anything. Okay? If you want to say, I want to play, that's fine. You could say, hey, Josh, I want to play. But don't say you need to play. You need positivity. Amen. Amen. That's it. That's all. That's what you need. Why are the put contracts for June? I don't know. They fell yesterday. Yeah, if Costco fell after hours. I don't know what happened. You're itching. I'm about to get exercised on my Snap shares. Remember I sold that one put? I have to buy these. Where is this stupid shit? Yeah, so I'm going to buy, dude, oh man, I'm going to buy Snap shares. I'm going to get 100 more shares at $13.50. No. Time to double up on CMG. I'd wait. Isn't it break even? Or even if it's a little down, I'm waiting on that. Under the Chadford Act of 2020, there will no longer be I need plays. Amen. Was I always this positive, or did you become it? Oh, definitely became it. I was a shithead. I was a very, very awful, just all up in my. I was all up in my feelings, all entitled. That's what I think. I think that entitled. I mean, right? You know, when you're like, I need this. Positivity was definitely. Positivity is like my six pack. That's it. I think everybody has it. The difference is, you know, who works it out and who can you see. But God, right? Oh, amen. All glory to God. I mean, if I didn't seek the Lord more first and foremost, I don't think the positivity would have been a lot harder to achieve. But that's just for me, you know. I'm a different type of person. The only thing that would have got me out of my hole was something really, really powerful. So I had to believe that God controlled everything. Otherwise, nothing else would have saved me. No way. The money didn't work. I had to see you can have a lot of it too. It won't even work. I'm telling you, it's crazy. They don't feel me though. Y'all don't feel me. Don't let me get too deep on y'all. I know you because everyone's going through a lot of stuff right now. So they'll be like, no, I'm different now. We the same, baby. We the same. I'm telling you. So yeah, it wasn't. No, you work for it, and I encourage you all. That's what I'm saying. You guys need to work that out. You need to work the positivity. You got to build it up. It's a muscle. I think Governor comes on in 3 minutes in New York, and then I think Trump might come on 45 minutes after. Go deeper, got laid off today. But work the positivity. I mean, every single thing, man. Just every single thing that happens, once you've gone through it, you know what it is. It doesn't mean it's easy. But everything does truly happen for a reason. I mean, I already said that. Remember even coming into, I think it's still in the portfolio. Let me show you this play. So you guys remember this play? Look at this NVIDIA. You guys remember that? These were those 320s. We bought them at 40 cents. They went up. I Ghetto Spreaded them, but then they lost. And then I remember right before all this stuff happening, we took some certain losses, and then we started making a lot of money with everything happening because we were ahead of it. But at the end of the day, the trippiest thing to think about, every single loss, every single play led up to what we have right now. So if you didn't lose on every exact play that in your portfolio, if you didn't lose on every single one of those, whatever you came out with afterwards may not have been possible. Now then, and again, some of you are going through a different. That's what's beautiful about it. Some of you are losing, and some of you are going through a different thing. What you learn from that is preparing you for something. You don't even know how long when. That's what's crazy. Even comparing this to the first time I hit a moment like this was in 2015. I've told you guys about that story, but this is a lot different now. But everything that happened in 2015, I didn't realize it till a few weeks ago. I was like, damn, if none of that stuff happened to me 5 years ago and I didn't go through all that, I wouldn't have got to understand I wouldn't have been able to handle what I have today. So it's the same thing even for you guys. So, I mean, hey, that's where it is. Just work on the positivity, man. Work on the positivity. I'm telling you. Just once you know, everything, purpose, baby. There's a purpose. Don't worry. You could take an event and say, why is this happening to me? Or just be like, wow, this happening for a reason. About Gush and for the or the $1 play. I don't like the Gush. I like drip, if anything. I'm scaring you? You get scared way too easily then. You shouldn't watch scary movies. You should not be around animals. Don't go to the zoo. The zoo is pretty terrifying if you think about it. If you get that scared that easy. They got lions and tigers and shit, Scary. Scary. Oh, what do I think about BA January 21? I don't know about that. I like the idea of selling the premium, or it depends how much you're going to spend on them. Because however much you're going to spend on, if you're going to try to play a big bounce play, you might be better off just buying the shares. You're the shit, bro. I appreciate you. We need that McDonald's to go up. Man, today is weird. We're up 420. Yeah. But it's still, this is day 2 of the volatility relaxing. But even with the Fed thing, this is weird. No cap, you're healing your heart. That's not me, baby. That's not me. Amen. Amen. God is good. They don't feel me, though. I mean, that's what I said. You guys just got to get exposed to stuff. That's it, man. Y'all just got to get exposed to positivity. And again, I mean, at the same time, there's like half the people in here. And that's what I'm saying. They get exposed to positivity. They trip out a little bit because they're like, why are you talking? I can't. They don't like hearing that. But at the same time, this is 100% applicable to business. I mean, I didn't, at the core heart of it, it did help me. It helps who I am, my life and all that. But at the end of the day, to find solutions, to do good in trading, to do good in business, you need to have a clear head and you need to be positive. Yeah, I have CCL on screen. See, isn't that funny? As I was talking all that, I saw what you were typing. Even as I was ranting, I put up, y'all don't feel me. We got the CCL on here. So let's see. I don't know why CCL. Check the airlines too. CCLs for halts. I could see that. RCLN. Wait, UAL's halted too? Right now, too, ECB activates capital and operational relief measures. $120 billion and could be used to absorb losses or potentially finance up to $1.8 trillion of lending. Jeez. So they're going to take this relief money and leverage it? Oh, my God. So a bunch of ECB stuff. Yeah, the Fed says municipal short terms and all that. Oh yeah, Fed just put out some stuff a minute or two ago. How fucked are we in terms of economics in the long run? I don't know. I mean, it's not. It's looking grim so far, but the only port we just have you have uncertainty in the system, so it's hard to say. I think it'll be this will be the moderate depression. So not the Great Depression, just the moderate one. It'll be a mix of a lot of things, and that's worst case scenario. But I've said it before. I've said it many times. I said it on the fireside chat. Do not underestimate how fast you could find a solution, a breakthrough in this problem. You know, the Great Correction. Yeah. But I did have a crazy theory the other night, and this kind of makes sense because a lot of people are bringing up the senators selling. There's a lot of CEOs who are leaving, and right now, a lot of people, despite such a big drop in the market, this hasn't been because of short sellers. The thing that's happened, the short volume is at a low. So we dropped this without the short volume being high, with the short interest being up there. So it kind of makes sense because you have, what's the typical advice? The typical advice that we give is that, if you're older and the stock market starts to come down like this, like if you're near retirement, you're the only one who could justify selling this out. So now think about what's happening. If you're coming into a moment like this, there's a lot of uncertainty, the stocks are dropping. Every single boomer is going to sell out, and even some of these people, company owners, people in Congress, whatever, if they're older and above the age of 60, now would be their exit. And this would be, it could be a 50, this is something different because this is 50 years later from the last time we've seen anything like this. So it's kind of weird. I mean, that's where I'm thinking of, but it's hard. You don't know. I mean, that's the problem people don't like right now is nobody knows what's happening. Again, I'm telling you, like, you guys realize that's why we have to observe it, see what's happening. But you have some of the brightest minds in the world. Nobody could really figure this out. Because it just started a feedback loop. That's the scary part. Just because so many things now there's so many things that need to be handled here, and then when you fix one thing, it creates a problem in another thing, and then you fix the other thing, then it changes the fix you made prior, so it's a little sketchy like that. Is Cuomo on? Is the governor on of New York? Oh yeah, it's very healthy in the long term. The long term, once this comes back, that's what I've been saying. That's why I'm like, don't underestimate the ability for this to really go ham in the future, because the policy they're going to create. I mean, honestly, like if you're 18, I'm jealous of all of the 18 and 20 somethings in here. You guys, oh my God, wow. You guys realize that? 18, yeah. So when I was in college, then the market was at a bottom. It was 2010, 2011. Right before that. Yeah. All you younger people, man. It's going to be easy to get your hands on a house. It'll be easy to get your hands on a loan. It'll be easy to get money. So, I mean, in 4 or 5 years. So as the policy that got put into place today, 4 years from now, it's going to have an effect. Why is UAL halted? Let me see. Is Como live now? Yep. Perfect timing. All right. So honestly, in like 4 or 5 years, it should be theoretically a lot more easier for you to buy me a house. Just fun fact. Here's New York Governor Como.
Patrick Murphy was in charge of our National Guard for many years. Did an outstanding job. I've been with him in many emergency situations over the years. He's a man who leads from the front, so he's my type of leader. He had so much fun that he retired, and then he came and joined us as Commissioner of Homeland Security. This team and the team we have working on this, New Yorkers should have total confidence. Because they have done it before. They've been in this situation, not this exact situation, but they've handled emergencies and they've handled them all very well. So they are proven. Let's go through this for an update on where we are today. Overview of the system. Everybody knows what we're dealing with. It's preventing an overload of the healthcare system. So the number of acute cases that are coming into the healthcare system, the growth in the number of acute cases must match the capacity of the healthcare system. And that's what we've been working on. We watch the rate of hospitalizations. We watch the rate of ICU hospitalizations even more closely. It's the difference between how many beds you need versus how many ICU beds. And the real focal point, the rate of ventilated patients, because that goes to the number of ventilators as we've been discussing. So those are the three most critical points. We need more beds. We've been saying that. We know that. We've been working on it. There was a discussion with all the hospitals across the state of New York today. There's about a 50,000 bed capacity that has to be increased. It has to be increased in the existing hospitals. We're planning to cancel all non-critical elective surgeries. By definition, elective surgeries that are non-critical can be done at a different time, and now is the time not to do them. We inform the hospitals of that. We're going to set a date probably next week for that. That will free up between 25 to 35% of the existing hospital beds. We have also instructed all the hospitals to maximize capacity. We want to know from each hospital how many beds can you get in your hospital. We're waiving the Department of Health and DFS regulations about space, et cetera. This would be for a short-term emergency basis, but we want to plan from every hospital. If you use every available space, how many beds can you get in the hospital? And we started that a few weeks ago, but that is now coming to a critical point. With the more beds, you need more staff. So we're going to nursing schools, medical schools, asking retired doctors and nurses to come back into service. Supplies are a major issue. PPE, gloves, gowns, mask suppliers. I am now asking all product providers, all companies who are in this business, we will pay a premium for these products. If you are a business that doesn't manufacture these exact items, but if you have equipment and personnel and you believe that you could manufacture these items, they're not complicated. A mask is not a complicated item to make. A PPE gown is not a complicated item. Gloves, nitrile gloves are not a complicated item. If you can make them, we will give you funding to do it. And we will give you funding to get the right equipment, to get the personnel, et cetera. I'm asking businesses to be creative. I'm even looking on the state side. As you know, we went into the hand sanitizer business, which we're now increasing, by the way. We've opened additional hand sanitizer manufacturing areas. But I've also spoken to the state facilities that make uniforms. If you can make a uniform, why can't you make a mask? And we're researching that. But it's that kind of creativity we need from businesses. I can't mandate that businesses make something, but I can offer financial incentives, and that's what we're doing. Any business that's interested should contact Empire State Development Corporation. They will get on it right away. Eric Gertler is the head of that. Any company that wants to sell product should contact my office, the Executive Chamber, Simonita Subotic, at that number. There are also a number of companies that have masks. Goldman Sachs donated 100,000 masks to the state of New York, and I want to thank them. But if you have masks, offices that are non-essential right now, there are dentists' offices that are closed. There are clinics that are closed. We need those masks, those gowns, gloves, and we need them now. In terms of building more beds, as I said, we've had the Army Corps of Engineers here, and we're working with them. There's Lieutenant General Todd Semonite, who is really top professional. Ironically, I worked with him when I was Department of Housing and Urban Development building housing on Native American reservations at the Pine Ridge Reservation. So he's been with the Corps a long time. He's top shelf. We're looking at a possible number of locations for large temporary facilities. Javits Center, number of CUNY sites, number of SUNY sites. St. John's University wants to be helpful, Fordham University. So we're looking at all these sites, and they're all under analysis. Where do we have the space? Where could we get up a temporary facility? How quickly? It's ventilators, ventilators, ventilators. That is the greatest need. We're notifying any health department in the state. If you have a ventilator and you are not using it at this time, or it is non-essential to your use, we want it. If you are a regulated health facility, we are asking you by order of the Department of Health to make that ventilator available. We will purchase it from you. You could lend it to us, but we need ventilators. And anyone who has them now, please call the New York State Department of Health at that number. Again, there are a lot of medical offices that have ventilators that are not operational now, and they're just in the corner of the office. We need those ventilators. The ventilators are to this war what missiles were to World War II, right? Rosie the Riveter. We need ventilators. That is the key piece of equipment. We can get the beds. We'll get the supplies by hook or by crook. But a ventilator is a specific piece of equipment. These are people with a respiratory illness. We need the ventilators. The number one opportunity to make a difference here is to flatten the curve, flatten the increase in the number of cases, as we've talked about. Flatten the increase of the number of cases coming into the hospital system. And the best way to do that is by reducing density. Density control valve, right? And that's what we have been doing all along. And we're going to take it to the ultimate step, which is we're going to close the valve, all right? Because the rate of increase in the number of cases portends a total overwhelming of our hospital system. So we're going to put out an executive order today. New York State on pause, policies that assure uniform safety for everyone.
Damn, they got the whole acronym and everything.
Uniform safety for everyone. Why? Because what I do
Spell it out.
will affect you. And what you
Not a
do
lockdown, it's
will
a pause.
affect me.
It's a big difference.
Talk about community and interconnection and interdependence. This is the very realistic embodiment of that. We need everyone to be safe. Otherwise, no one can be safe. We've studied all the other countries. We've talked to people all across the globe about what they did, what they've done, what worked, what doesn't work, and that has all
So watch the market
informed
here.
this policy. Two basic rules. Only essential businesses will be functioning. People can work at home, God bless you, but only essential businesses can have workers commuting to the job or on the job. Second rule, remain indoors to the greatest extent to protect physical and mental health. On the businesses, on the valve, we reduced it to 50% of the workforce. We then reduced it to 75% of the workforce must stay home. And today we're bringing it to 100% of the workforce.
Bro, he just raised it up
must stay
25%
home.
every day.
These are non-essential services. Essential services have to continue to function. Grocery stores need food. Pharmacies need drugs. Your internet has to continue to work. The water has to turn on when you turn the faucet. So there are essential services that will continue to function, but 100% of the workforce. And when I talk about the most drastic action we can take, this is the most drastic action we can take. We also have specific rules for people's conduct. First is for the, what we call the quote-unquote vulnerable population. And remember, many people will get this disease. Different countries estimate 70–80% of the population. People will get it, people will recover. That's what's going to happen for the vast majority. That's what's happening in this state for the vast majority. Who are we worried about? Seniors, compromised immune system.
Who are we going to
people with
protect?
underlying illnesses.
All of us.
Where are the places we're really worried
Where
about?
are we going to go?
Nursing homes,
In quarantine.
senior congregate facilities. We need real diligence with vulnerable populations. And there's been a lot of confusion and a lot of different theories and a lot of mixed information. I've gone through it myself with my own family. As I said, we
So
have my
Spy's
mother
coming down. This isn't looking good.
lives alone. Everybody wants to help. And we've gone back and forth. Who should go visit mom? Should mom go to my sister's house? Should mom go to this house? Nobody knows for sure. I asked Commissioner Zucker, speak to every health official, get the best rules you can to protect our senior citizens and people with vulnerable populations. And that's what these rules are. Remain indoors, go outside for solitary exercise, pre-screen all visitors and aides. Don't visit households with multiple people. Don't go to your daughter's house. Mom doesn't want to be alone. I understand. But you bring her into your house and you have 10 people there and they're coming in and out and your daughters have friends. That is a mistake. That is a mistake. Well, we're going to go visit mom. I'm going to bring the home family to see mom. No, not now. Vulnerable person should wear a mask when in the company of others. To the greatest extent, everyone in the presence of a vulnerable person should wear a mask. They shouldn't be on public transportation unless it is urgent and absolutely
I sold
necessary.
out, what's it called?
Well, what does that mean?
I
It
sold
means
out 4 out of
urgent
5
and
of the
absolutely
McDonald's at
necessary.
$3.50.
It means what the words say. I call it Matilda's Law. My mother's name is Matilda. Everybody's mother, father, sister, friend in a vulnerable population. This is about protecting them. It's about protecting them. What you do is highly affects their health and well-being. The instinct to love, I want to be with them. I want my kids. Mom wants to see the kids. Be smart. My mother and your mother. For non-vulnerable populations, these are the rules. No non-essential gatherings. Any concentration of individuals is because you're an essential business and an essential workforce. When in public, social distancing at least 6 feet. Outdoor recreation is a solitary recreational exercise. It's running, it's hiking. It's not playing basketball with 5 other people. That's not what it is.
How about one-on-one?
It's not laying in a park
2-on-2.
with 10 other people and sharing a beer. That's not what this is. There are people and places in New York City where it looks like life as usual. No, this is not life as usual. And accept it and realize it and deal with it. Sick individuals should not leave their home unless to receive medical care, etc. Young people need to practice social distancing, avoid contact with vulnerable populations. Precaution, alcohol wipes. We talk a lot about hand sanitizer. Since I went into the hand sanitizer business, I'm a semi-expert on hand sanitizer. Hand sanitizer is alcohol. That's what it is. You can't get hand sanitizer, get a bottle of alcohol, pour it on wipes, paper towels. That's an alcohol wipe.
Wow.
Hand sanitizer now, according to the CDC, has to be over 60% alcohol to be effective.
What's he going to say next?
These provisions will be enforced. These are not helpful hints. This is not if you really want to be a great citizen. These are
We're coming back down to lows, you guys. This
They will
isn't
be
good. We're only down
enforced.
55 points, but
There
that was
will
a
be
500-point
civil
move right
fine
there.
and mandatory closure for any business that is not in compliance. Again, your actions can affect my health. That's where we are. So there is a social compact that we have. Government makes sure society is safe for everyone. What you do can affect my health. There's some bad information, especially among young people. You look at some of these videos that are going around and some of these newscasts on what young people are saying. I can't get it. Yeah, that's wrong. That is wrong. Well, young people can't get it. That is wrong. It's just not a factual statement. 20% of coronavirus cases, according to CDC, ages 20 to 44. Okay? France, more than 50% of the coronavirus patients in ICU under 60 years old. You can get it. Well, I can't transmit it if I'm not symptomatic. No, you can transmit it if you're not symptomatic. Even if you're young and strong and everybody's Superman, Superwoman, I can deal with it. Oh, yeah? You can give it to your grandparent, you can give it to your parent, and you can put somebody else's life in danger. Just factually, a lot of these premises are wrong. These are nothing that people don't know. It's nothing that we haven't been talking about, but we have to do it. And we have to be serious. And again, it is a government responsibility. Everyone has personal freedom, everyone has personal liberty, and we respect that, and I'll always protect that. But everybody also has a responsibility to everyone else. And this is a specific case of that. I believe in regional actions. None of these policies work unless the geographic area is an area that works. I have spoken to the governor of New Jersey, governor of Connecticut about the actions that we're taking today. I'm going to speak with them later this afternoon. We have been coordinating to the greatest extent possible, and they're going to be considering these policies, which again are very dramatic. And I said I'd like to do it in coordination. I understand we have somewhat of a different circumstance in New York, but they are considering it. We've added Pennsylvania and Delaware to the states we're working with. And again, you can have businesses in New Jersey. If they don't close, then their workers are driving into New York.
Well, this is big news. I
businesses in
mean,
Connecticut
you're essentially
stay
getting full
open,
lockdown
need
on New
New
York
Yorkers to
here.
drive
We
up to
saw
those
California last
businesses.
night.
Regional action is the best. We're talking. I'll speak with them later today. The number of cases, and you can see why we've taken these dramatic actions. Total positive up to 7,200 new positive cases. Now, I've told you in the past that the number of cases is relative to the number of tests. I've also said that New York has been very aggressive about increasing our number of tests. We went to the federal government. We asked for authority to allow the state to run the tests as opposed to waiting for the federal government. The president granted us that ability. I ramped up all the labs in our state. We opened drive-throughs all across the state. We have the testing so high in New York right now that we're testing per capita more than China or South Korea, okay? And China and South Korea obviously had a much longer time to ramp up. So we have done a great job at ramping up the number of tests. But when you ramp up the number of tests, you're going to get more positive cases. Well, now we're more worried. No, because it was the reality. The tests are just demonstrating what was. And again, if we could do more tests, you would find more positives. And finding positives is a good thing because then we can isolate and we can track back. The number of counties continues to increase, and it will until that entire state is blue. Blue is not a political statement, by the way. It's just blue versus yellow. New York now has 7,000 cases. That compares to state of Washington that has 1,000. California that has 1,000 and change. So you can see that New York is in a dramatically different position.
Damn,
And,
New York is
you can
worse than
see why
Washington?
we're taking these actions. Now, again, New York may very well be testing at a multiple of the other states. So does New York necessarily have 7 times more people who are infected than California? You don't know.
Again, if
You
you guys
know
are being
that we are
disrespectful,
doing more
talking
tests,
trash about political leaders,
per
I don't
capita.
care who they are. This guy's
But
a
you
Democrat.
don't know, what
You're
the
going to get
actual
banned. It doesn't
infection
matter.
rate
Be positive and
is.
respectful.
In total, we have tested 32,000 people. We did 10,000 tests last night. I had said last week that we would hope to get to 6,000 tests. We've gotten to 10,000 tests, which, again, I'm very proud of the operation. But again, that's why you see the number going up. The rate of
China's
hospitalization,
outpacing oil. That's
watch
bad.
this number. It's 18%, 1,200 out of 7,100. Again, overall perspective, look at the Johns Hopkins numbers. People will get sick. People will resolve. You look at our cases, the first case we had, the first healthcare worker, that case, she was never hospitalized. She stayed home, and she now tests negative. That's what's going to happen with 80% of the people. So, why is New York taking these dramatic actions? We know from past history that what a locality does matters. The 1918 Spanish flu, which also reminds us that this has happened before in society.
You can't
right?
call it the Spanish
This
flu.
tendency to
That's
think,
racist,
oh, this is
sir.
something new. It's a science fiction movie. It's
the 1918 flu.
1918, they had a flu epidemic. But St. Louis took one course of action. Philadelphia took another course of action. And it made a dramatic difference in the number of people that died. What government did at that moment made a dramatic difference. And not nationally, locally. Yes, New York has the tightest controls in the country. You look at those numbers and you understand why. Look at the increase in the number of cases. 16 days ago, we were at 0. Today, we are at 2,900. Those numbers are why we're taking these actions. Just increase that curve, and you will see it more than doubles our healthcare system capacity. It more than triples the number of ICU beds with ventilators that we could possibly.
So watch the market here. This is volatile. Look at how the
arrange.
candles are getting bigger, and it's towards the low of the day. This is the
why we're
Fed
taking these
and the
actions.
market reacting to what's happening right now. This is an important
These
point.
actions will cause disruption. They will cause businesses.
I'm gonna keep doing
to
a circle,
close.
'cause this
They'll
is fun.
Cause employees to stay at home. I understand that. They will cause much unhappiness. I understand that also. I've spoken to my colleagues around the state, the elected officials. I've spoken to business leaders. There is a divergence of opinion. There's a spectrum of opinion. Some people say that we don't need to do this. It's going to hurt the economy. I understand that. Some people want to make it clear that they are disassociated from these actions. I understand that. And just so we're all clear, this is a statewide order. It's not what your county executive is doing. It's not what your mayor is doing. It's not what anyone else but me is doing. And I accept full responsibility. If someone is unhappy, somebody wants to blame someone or complain about someone, blame me. There is no one else who is responsible for this decision. I've been in public service for many years on every level of public service. I've managed dozens of emergencies. The philosophy that always worked for me is prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's what we're doing here. When we look back at this situation 10 years from now, I want to be able to say, I can say to the people of the state of New York, I did everything we could do. I did everything we could do. And this is about saving lives. And if everything we do saves just one life, I'll be happy. Last point, I'd also like people to think about, and I don't have an answer for this, and it's not what I do, but the isolation that people are feeling and the mental health consequences of what we're doing. When we quarantined people, you know, we quarantined about 10,000 people. 14 days you had to stay at home. And I spoke to many of them. And what they would say is, physically, operationally, it was difficult. But most of all, they would all talk about the sense of isolation and the feeling of isolation and not having human contact, and how difficult that was. I, as you know, had my daughter who was in isolation. And I was very aware of what she was dealing with and what she was feeling. And I'll tell you the truth, I had some of the best conversations with her that I have ever had. She was alone for 2 weeks with her own thoughts, not talking to anyone else, no noise, no activity. And we talked about things in depth that we didn't have time to talk about in the past, or
I'm just doing my
we didn't
technical
have the courage
analysis
or the
here
strength
so I don't
to
miss
talk
the
about
move.
in the past.
I have to get that set up there. Real
Feelings
technical.
that I had about mistakes that I had made along the way that I wanted to express my regret and talk through with her. People are in a small apartment. They're in a house. They're worried. They're anxious. Just be mindful of that. You know, those three-word sentences can make all the difference. I miss you. You know, I love you. I'm thinking about you. I wish I was there with you. I'm sorry you're going through this. I'm sorry we're going through this. That's going to be a situation that is going to develop because we're all in quarantine now. I mean, think about it. We're all in various levels of quarantine. And it's hard. It's hard economically, it's hard everywhere, but it's going to be hard here, it's going to be hard here. And it takes each of us to try to help with that. The last announcement. With all that's going on, I want to protect the people of the state of New York as much as I can. I'm going to stop any evictions of any residential or commercial tenants for 90 days. There'll be a moratorium on evictions, residential or commercial, for 90 days. I understand that may affect businesses negatively, and I've spoken to a number of them. I don't know who you think you're going to rent an apartment to now anyway, if you kick someone out. By my mandate, you couldn't even have your real estate agent out showing the apartment. Same with the commercial tenants. But I know that we're going to put people out of work with what I did. I want to make sure I don't put them out of their house. Questions, comments?
What prompted the change in thinking in terms of what it seems to be a shelter-in-place order that you're issuing today?
It's not a shelter-in-place order.
It's not just the
Effectively the same idea.
No, it is not. First of all,
I love
words
politics. I love it.
matter. California does not have a shelter-in-place order.
This is just like
Right.
legal writing. This
They
is just
put
like
in a new
business.
policy.
That's not what it is.
It was,
just
they don't,
read the
it is
filing.
not shelter-in-place. Right? What is the, because, and this is why words matter, Jesse, because.
This is why
people are
words
scared
matter.
and
It's
people
very
panic.
legal.
Shelter-in-place is used currently for an active shooter or a school shooter.
And I don't see anybody with the gun.
It was.
You didn't think about that,
during
Jesse.
a nuclear event. Isolate yourself in the interior room, no windows, stay there until you get the all clear sign. The quote-unquote shelter-in-place policy was never shelter-in-place. It said shelter-in-place. Accept this, accept this, accept this, accept this, accept this. And it scared a lot of people, and it panicked people. And even California doesn't call it that anymore. So why am I increasing the mandates? Because the numbers are increasing. And I said from day one, this is science and math. Watch the number, watch the trajectory. You have the density control valve. The number starts to go up, tighten the valve. If the number doesn't slow down, tighten the valve more. If the number doesn't slow down, tighten the valve more. If the number doesn't slow down, close the valve. We're closing the valve.
When does this take effect?
Sunday evening.
Will this include takeout for restaurants since workers are being told to stay home?
I'm sorry?
Will this include restaurant workers, like for delivery and all of that?
Delivery services of food are an essential service.
What about mass transit? Obviously, you've got fewer
Mass
people to
transit
use.
is operational because we have to get people to hospitals. Mass transit is operational because we have to get the essential workers to work.
A weekend schedule or something?
We are not doing any of that right now. Remember, this all comes down to the healthcare system, and we're scrambling to increase the capacity of the healthcare system. We have to get nurses, doctors, healthcare workers, child care, and we need to get them to work. So the public transit system would be operational.
Governor, is anyone monitoring or policing these businesses to make sure they're abiding by this 100% rule?
We said for the first time, this is not voluntary, it's not helpful hints. We are going to monitor it. There will be civil fines, and there can be mandatory closures for businesses that don't comply. I am not kidding about this. The numbers are going up at such a rate that, as I said, it's more than double the capacity of the hospital system. It's more than triple the capacity of the ICU system. We can't get more ventilators. I can't increase that side of the equation. I can't create more ICU beds with ventilators. The only option available to us is to reduce the spread and reduce the rate of the spread. So close the valve. Step two, make sure people follow the regulations and the guidance, and that's enforcement. So if a business that's not supposed to be open is open, yes, we will enforce it and they will be penalized. It's also, by the way, rude, disrespectful of basic social obligations.
Can you please speak to what individuals, any penalties or fines individuals might face if they break these rules? You know, a cluster of young people at a park. Can you speak to what?
We don't have any individual fines at this point. I hope they get the information. I think with young people, and we talked about this yesterday, part of it is they're just wrong. They have the wrong information. And that's what I'm trying to say today. They're just wrong. I mean, I can't tell you how many young people are out there saying, oh, I can't get, it doesn't affect young people. No, you're just wrong. I can't transfer it. You're just wrong. And this is lunacy, what they're doing in some parks, in some areas, hanging out on a park bench, they're playing basketball. You know, when you're young, you think you're invincible. Yeah, you're wrong. And social distancing means social distancing. It means no more than 6 feet. You can't play basketball and stay 6 feet from each other.
So, but no, as of
Well,
this
you can, but you'd lose.
Bro,
But as of this point, so
let's
no,
make
no
our new,
civil
let's make our own
fines,
sport.
We have no civil fines on individuals at this time.
Governor, do you want the president to use the Defense Protection Act to ramp up production of medical supplies?
Look, I am, if I had a New York State Defense Production Act, I would
We'll
do
call it
such a thing.
Corona Ball.
I don't have it. So what I'm saying is I'll pay businesses more. I'll fund a new business if you can make these products. I'm trying to make these products. If you are in this line of work, you know, we need masks. If you're making clothing, figure out if you can make masks. I'll fund it. So I'm doing everything I can to increase the production. That's besides having people all over the globe trying to buy product, right? We talked about Empire State Development people literally running around China trying to buy product. So if I had it, I would use it.
Dr. Zucker, you've mentioned stockpiles. There's 3 stockpiles around the state of masks, gloves, things like that. Have those been dipped into? Are you shipping those to hospitals around the state? What sort of...
We have dipped into those, and we are providing those to the hospitals that are across the state, and we're also working to resupply them.
Can you give us a sense of how many you've shipped across the state?
I'd have to look to give you an exact number.
The federal government extended tax filing deadlines to sometime in the summer. Is the same, what's New York's new deadline? Is it tied?
The deadline is the federal deadline. And Robert Mujica, the man of many facial communications, will explain it.
Because of electronic filing, we're tied to the federal deadline, so our deadline will also then move with the federal deadline to the end of July. On the sales tax deadline, we're going to forgive interest and penalties related to the sales tax.
So are you pushing the deadline back?
The deadline stays the same, but there's no interest or penalties for those who can't pay or give their...
This is the deadline, they won't be charged.
Correct.
Or penalty.
Or penalty, interest or
John,
penalties.
penalty is worse than the interest.
At this point, can inmates and detainees use hand sanitizer? I think there's a few cases in Rikers where
Sure.
they can.
Sure. We're making hand sanitizer. By the way, I know a lot of people got annoyed that we use Corecraft, which is the prison company, to make hand sanitizer. The Corecraft company was already
Bro,
making
the prison,
chemicals.
bro, they got prisoners
detergents,
making the hand
automobile
sanitizer.
lubricants.
That's wild.
Hand soap. So it was in their line of work. But the hand sanitizer is distributed to prisons, public transportation facilities, state government, local governments, et cetera. And we're increasing the production of hand sanitizer through Corecraft because we need it. The shortage has only gotten worse.
What's the state's new death count as of this morning?
Do you know that? 35 people.
How many people in New York City?
I don't know. I can get you the breakout. Do you know off the top of your head how many in New York City?
No, we should up there.
Do we have a range of the ages and
Was that up
whether they
there?
had underlying health conditions?
I'm sorry, can you say that, Joseph?
Do we have a range of ages for those who have died and whether or not they all have underlying health
They're
conditions?
primarily senior citizens.
Governor, we now know that Albany Medical Center and St. Peter's Hospital have stopped performing tests. We understand that Ellis Hospital has run out of them. People in the capital region, is there a place they can go to get tested?
Doctor?
Sorry, I was looking at the slide. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We've heard that Albany Medical Center and St. Peter's Hospital have stopped performing tests, and Ellis Hospital has apparently run out of them. So people in the capital region who might need to be tested, where might they go?
At the Albany Medical Center, they're still testing. We can look at other places if we feel that there aren't enough places to provide the test for people.
And actually, we have worked that out. We're working with BioReference, who's our lab that came online earlier this week, and they're going to be processing tests for Albany now.
Also, some other states, and obviously Albany had this announcement that the only people who are going to get tested are quote-unquote frontline, doctors, nurses, first responders, etc. And that if you're sick, you think you might have coronavirus, the advice is going to be stay home, don't go out, get yourself well. So are you still doing community testing statewide, and what's the thinking about if or when we need to shift that protocol?
So what we are doing is that, as I mentioned originally, is to work with your health professional about that. If you need the test and it's clinically relevant based on their assessment, we will get the test done for you. And we have sites all across the state, and you can see by the numbers of how many cases we have tested.
Yeah, Jimmy, we're testing more than anyone. It was never just healthcare professionals, right? It's all these drive-throughs, et cetera. They're just testing people. But you have a protocol that you have to have a fever or have a symptom or have been in contact with a positive person. So it can't just be, I want to test because I'm a lot nervous. But that's for everyone, that protocol.
Just to drill down on this for a second. So for a New Yorker at this point, they can go buy groceries as of Sunday, they can go walk their dog, they can go get medicine, but beyond those sorts of activities, basically you're telling people to stay home.
Stay home. Stay home. Physical health, mental health. Yeah. You need to get out to take a walk and get some fresh air. Yes, there's a practicality to this. You can't say to someone,
just join a
you
cult.
must be locked in your apartment 24 hours a day.
Trump
for
hasn't
the
came out yet. I'll
foreseeable
switch to
future,
Trump
by the
when he
way.
walks
I'm
out.
just saying to people, this could be going on for months. Stay in your apartment for 2, 3, 4 months. That's frightening, Excuse me.
Okay, Trump is coming out. Give me a sec.
No, I'm not coming right now. There was no provision.
There's tremendous spirit to get something done, so we'll see what happens. But my conversation was very good with Senator Schumer. I thank you all for joining us, and I'd like to begin by providing an update on what we are doing to minimize the impact of the Chinese virus on our nation's students. With many schools closed due to the virus, the Department of Education will not enforce standardized testing requirements, very importantly, for students in elementary through high school for the current year. They've been through a lot. They've been going back and forth, schools open, schools not open. It's been all standardized testing, and, we're not going to be enforcing that, so I think you can let the people know. I think probably a lot of the students would be extremely happy. Some probably not. The ones that work hard, maybe not, but it's one of those things. Unfortunate, very unfortunate circumstance. We've also temporarily waived all interest on federally held student loans. They'll be very happy to hear that. And I've instructed them to take that action immediately. And today, Secretary DeVos has directed federal lenders to allow borrowers to suspend their student loans and loan payments without penalty for at least the next 60 days. And if we need more, we'll extend that period of time. Borrowers should contact their lenders, but we've given them very strong instructions. So we've temporarily waived all interest on federally held student loans. That's a big thing. That's going to make a lot of students very happy. And we have more to come on student loans, more good news for the students, but we'll do that at a different time. This morning, the Treasury Department also announced that we're moving tax day from April 15th to July 15th. So we're moving it out to July 15th so that people will have time and people will be able to, hopefully by that time, we'll have people getting back to their lives. Families and businesses will have this extra time to file with no interest or penalties. We're getting rid of interest and penalties. However, if you have refunds or credits you would like to claim, you may still file. In other words, you can file early if you are owed money by the IRS. Other than that, we're moving it all the way out to July 15th. No interest, no penalties. Your new date will be July 15th. Today, our team will also provide an update on our continuing effort to prevent the transmission of virus across America's borders. And I watched
oil keeps
what's
dropping
been
more.
happening in California
Watch
with
the yen and
Governor
the yuan.
Newsom and
It's about to pop
this
off.
morning with Governor Cuomo. And I applaud them. They're taking very strong, bold steps, and I applaud them. And we're all working together. We're working very closely together, including those two governors. But I would say, based on the call, the media was there. I think we can say that with respect to virtually every governor on that call. I think every governor. We had almost all of them, if not all of them. And I would say that you could see for yourselves that the level of respect and esprit de corps working together was extraordinary. There was nobody angry, nobody upset. We're able to help them, and that's what we're all about. We want to help. We're doing things that a lot of people wouldn't be able to do. But the relationship with governors and states is, I think, very extraordinary, especially under the circumstances where this just came upon us. We're working with Canada and Mexico to prevent the spread of the virus across North America very closely. You heard what we did yesterday with Canada. And Secretary of State Pompeo will be making a statement in a little while having to do with Mexico and the border. And Chad Wolf will likewise be making a statement.
Tell him,
It's a
Chad.
joint comprehensive effort in collaboration with our neighbors. The measure and all of those measures that we're putting in place will protect the health of all three nations and reduce the incentive for a mass global migration that would badly deplete the healthcare resources needed for our people. And so we are working very closely with Mexico, very, very closely with Canada. The relationship's never been better. We're all working toward the same goal. Our nation's top healthcare officials are extremely concerned about the grave public health consequences of mass, uncontrolled cross-border movement. And that would be mostly, and even beyond, but mostly during this global pandemic. Every week, our border agents encounter thousands of unscreened, unvetted, and unauthorized entries from dozens of countries, and we've had this problem for decades. For decades, you know the story, but now it's with the national emergencies and all of the other things that we've declared, we can actually do something about it. We're taking a very strong hold of that. And we have before, but this is now at a level that nobody's ever approached. In normal times, these massive flows place a vast burden on our healthcare system. But during a global pandemic, they threaten to create a perfect storm that would spread the infection to our border agents, migrants, and to the public at large. Left unchecked, this would cripple our immigration system, overwhelm our healthcare system, and severely damage our national security. We're not going to let that happen. So we have a lot of information, and they'll be discussing that in a moment. To confront these public health degrees, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has decided to exercise its authority under the Title 42 of the U.S. Code to give Customs and Border Protection the tools it needs to prevent the transmission of the virus coming through both the northern and the southern borders. So we're treating the borders equally, the northern border and the southern border. It's being treated, they're both being treated equally. A lot of people say that they're not treated equally. Well, they are. As we did with Canada, we're also working with Mexico to implement new rules at our ports of entry to suspend non-essential travel. These new rules and procedures will not impede lawful trade and commerce. Furthermore, Mexico is taking action to secure our own southern border and suspend air travel from Europe. So we're coordinating very closely with the air travel going to Mexico and then trying to come into the United States. The actions we're taking together with our North American partners will save countless lives. At the conclusion of my remarks, Secretary Azar, Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Wolf, we're going to be also taking some questions with Tony and Deborah, who you've gotten to know very well. But they'll be discussing certain things, and I think
Fauci's
you'll find
back.
them of great interest.
Fauci.
We're going to be providing tremendous
little
amounts of
Fauci.
detail over the coming days, but a lot of it will be provided right now if you'd like to find out about it. There's been a week of resolute action, tremendous relationships have developed with people that frankly didn't get along, people that didn't like each other. They're now working together and maybe even in some cases learning about each other and liking each other. It's a nice thing. I invoked the Defense Production Act, and last night we put it into gear. We moved the National Response Coordination Center to the highest level of activists. I mean, if you take a look at what we did, the level of activation has been increased to a grade 1 level, which is the highest level. We're providing historic support to small businesses and to the states. The states need support. Normally they do this themselves, but because of the magnitude of it, the federal government has gotten very much involved in terms of getting the equipment they need. So we're helping them. It's a responsibility they have, but we are helping the states a lot. That's why the governors, I think, in every case have been impressed and very nice. We enacted legislation guaranteeing paid sick leave for workers at no cost to employers. And I think it's very important. So they get paid sick leave at no cost to employers. We're accelerating the use of new drug treatments. We're advancing legislation to give direct payments to hardworking families. Throughout our country, Americans from all walks of life are rallying together to defeat the unseen enemy striking our nation. In times of struggle, we see the true greatness of the American character, and we are seeing that. A lot of people are talking about it. We're in 141 countries from what they're telling me, and some of those countries are really working in a unified manner, and they're working very unified with us, almost, I could say, a good number of them. Doctors and nurses are working nonstop to heal the sick. Citizens and churches are delivering meals to the needy. Truckers are making the long haul to keep shelves stocked. We've been dealing with the big stores and the big chains, Walmart. They've been fantastic, and others. They've all been fantastic.
I don't know if the pump
We've
is
made
working
it much
like
easier
last
for
time.
them to stock in terms of travel and
That's
travel
what
restrictions.
it's not working
We're
anymore.
lifting restrictions so they can get their trucks on time.
There's a lot
You're
of
seeing very
activity
few
going
empty
on with the
shelves,
Fed right now.
and yet
Any
the amount of
pumps,
volume
any
that they're
name
doing
drops,
is
they're not working.
unprecedented because people want to have what they have to have, what they feel they have to have. And they're also buying in slightly smaller quantities, which is good because we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. So I want to thank all of those very great companies for working so well. Americans from every walk of life are coming together. And thanks to the spirit of our people, we will win this war. And we're winning, and we're going to win this war. America will triumph, and America will rise higher than ever before. We'll be stronger than ever before. And we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot. We've learned a lot about relying on other countries. And I can say that I think in both a very good and a very bad way. Some good things came out of it and some not so good things came out of it. So I'd like to move now to invite our team to provide information on the new measures to prevent viral spread at our borders. And I'll start by asking Secretary of State Pompeo to speak. He's doing a fantastic job. And like everyone else, he's been working very, very long and very, very hard. And he's doing the other more normal jobs of a great Secretary of State, but he got tied into this like everybody else, and he's been really doing a fantastic job. Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I address the efforts that we've been engaged in to push back against the Chinese virus, I want to assure the American people that, as President Trump just said, your State Department, your entire national security team is staying focused on the other diplomatic challenges around the world. Those include reducing risk to America from Afghanistan, holding the Iranian regime accountable for its malign activity, and our counterterrorism efforts against ISIS remain a priority for our team. Our number one priority across those mission sets remains the protection of the American people. The President and our team are very focused on it. I'll take this moment, too, to thank my team, State Department team, who is working long hours all around the world to take care of Americans who are stuck at places around the world. I'll talk about that more in just a minute. You've all seen Dr. Birx with me, State Department official who's doing great work, but I want to give a shout out to all of the State Department team here in Washington and around the world that are working overtime to help us push back against this pandemic. Under the President's leadership this week, we've taken two important steps. First, as President Trump announced on Wednesday, the United States and Canada jointly agreed to restrict all non-essential traffic across our border. This decision goes into effect tonight at midnight. The restrictions will be reviewed after 30 days, and they exclude traffic and movement across the border for work or other essential reasons. We're grateful to have such an outstanding friend to the north who is committed, as we are, to defeating this virus. I also want to announce today that the United States and Mexico have agreed to restrict non-essential travel across our shared border. Both our countries know the importance of working together to limit the spread of the virus to ensure that commerce that supports our economy continues to keep flowing. Here, too, the United States is glad to have a friend who's working side by side us in the fight. Secretary Wolf will talk a little bit more about the details of how we're working alongside our partner in Mexico to keep our southern border safe and secure as well. On another note, yesterday the State Department issued a Level 4 global travel advisory. This means that all international travel from U.S. citizens should be avoided. In countries where commercial departure options remain available, U.S. citizens who reside in the United States should arrange for immediate return to the United States unless they're prepared to remain abroad for an extended time. If you choose to travel internationally, your travel plans may well be severely disrupted. And finally, I want to talk about the disinformation that people are seeing, both on Twitter and around the world, some of it coming from government, some of it coming from other individuals. Just urge everyone, as they're seeing information that at one time suggested somehow this virus emanated from the United States Army, this information about lockdowns that are taking place. Every American, indeed, people all around the world should ensure that where they turn to for information is a reliable source.
The chat,
and not,
baby.
A bad actor trying to create
flow. Bro, they just said it's a bad actor, a.k.a. a foreign actor with those text messages.
People are tougher.
Bro, that's
crazy. Our diplomatic
crazy.
teams are working around the clock to help them keep safe both home and abroad. And we're showing once again the global leadership that America has always delivered. And it's been great to see countries around the world rally behind what President Trump and our team are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. And we'll take questions right after this. Chad Wolf, yes?
Right behind you. Well, let me start off by thanking the President and the Vice President for their continued leadership and commitment for protecting the American people during this crisis. Early on, the President, again, took unprecedented actions to restrict travel from areas affected with the coronavirus. And to date, DHS has screened over 200,000 individuals coming back from those affected countries. This has been an immense undertaking, but one that the men and women of DHS have successfully accomplished. Today's announcement is yet another example of the extraordinary steps the administration is taking to ensure the safety of the American public. Before I comment on the CDC order that I'm sure Secretary Azar will later elaborate on, Let me first address the progress as Secretary Pompeo and others have made with our Canadian and Mexican partners regarding cross-border travel. As we continue to evaluate common sense measures that reduce risk and prevent further spread, it only makes sense that we have looked at the measures that our neighbors to the north and south are undertaking. And so we've been working closely with those partners since the earliest days of this virus and the outbreak. And again, as the President said earlier this week, and Secretary Pompeo, we've reached an agreement with both Canada and Mexico to limit non-essential travel across our land borders. Let me be clear that neither of these agreements with Canada or Mexico applies to lawful trade or commerce. Essential commercial activities will not be impacted. We will continue to maintain a strong and secure economic supply chain across our borders. A few examples of essential travel include, but certainly are not limited to, individuals traveling for medical purposes, to attend educational institutions, for emergency response, public health services, and individuals engaged in lawful cross-border trade. As the Secretary said, the agreements with both Canada and Mexico will go into effect
hitting new lows. This isn't
on
looking
Saturday,
good.
March 21st. Furthermore, we're also working collaboratively with Canada and Mexico to take
We're only down
decisive
130
joint
though.
action regarding individuals seeking entry between our ports of entry. The CDC order directs the department to suspend the introduction of all individuals seeking to enter the U.S. without proper travel documentation. That's for both the northern and southern border. The CDC director has determined that the introduction and spread of the coronavirus in the department's border patrol stations and detention facilities presents a serious danger to migrants, our frontline agents and officers, and the American people. So it's important to note that the department currently apprehends foreign nationals from over 120 different countries around the world, the vast majority of those having coronavirus cases. Many of these individuals arrive with little or no identity, travel, or medical documentation, making public health risk determinations all but impossible. It's also important to note that the outbreak on our southern border would likely increase the strain on health systems in our border communities, taking away important and life-saving resources from American citizens. Tonight, again at midnight, we will execute the CDC order by immediately returning individuals arriving without documentation to Canada, Mexico, as well as a number of other countries without delay. And so, again, CBP is positioned to execute these measures as we continue to keep our borders secure and safe. Before I conclude, let me just wrap up by thanking the brave men and women of DHS, specifically CBP, and across the government for the work that they do day in and day out to keep the American people safe from the coronavirus. The department has a number of frontline officers that have tested positive, as well as others who are self-quarantining, and that I am doing everything that I can to protect these patriots as they continue to defend our homeland during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Yes, Secretary.
Today's announcement is just the latest in a long line of bold, decisive actions the president has taken to protect Americans from the coronavirus spreading across our borders. In January, within 2 weeks of China's notifying WHO about the virus, and with only 45 cases in China, we began screening travelers from Wuhan. Then over time, as the outbreak evolved, the president restricted travel from China, Iran, and Europe. Our health experts say that these measures have been truly effective at slowing the virus's spread to our shores. Just think about this. Italy and the United States both saw their first travel-related case of coronavirus around the exact same time, the last week of January. And yet we have had precious time to continue our work around vaccines, therapeutics, and other preparations, while Italy has tragically been overwhelmed with critical patients for several weeks now. The president today is taking action to slow the spread of infectious disease via our border. Under Section 362 of the Public Health Service Act, the CDC is suspending the entry of certain persons into the United States because of the public health threat that their entry into the United States represents. This order applies to persons coming from Mexico and Canada who are seeking to enter the country illegally and who would normally be held in a congregate setting like a Customs and Border Protection station. It does not apply to U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. During this pandemic, a number of health challenges arise when illegal immigrants arrive at our northern and southern borders and are taken into immigration custody. We're talking about significant numbers of illegal immigrants. From this past October through February, DHS has processed more than 21,000 inadmissible aliens at the northern border and more than 151,000 inadmissible aliens at the southern border. CBP facilities were never designed to hold large numbers of people and to protect agents and migrants from infection during a pandemic, nor to treat them for a novel virus if large numbers are infected. When held at border facilities, these migrants risk spreading the virus to other migrants, to CBP agents and border healthcare workers, and even the United States population as a whole. In such circumstances, the kind of social distancing measures the CDC and the President have recommended are simply not possible. On top of that, any resources that we are using to reduce the risk of infection among CBP agents, healthcare workers, and migrants in these facilities are drawing on an American healthcare system that is already fighting the coronavirus pandemic. That's why the President and his administration are taking these important steps to keep Americans and our immigration system safe from these health risks as part of our whole-of-government approach to combating the coronavirus. Thank you, Mr. President, for the work that you've been doing throughout this crisis to slow the spread of the coronavirus and to keep our country safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Tony or Deb, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we continue to review the data very carefully from around the globe, as I know many of you are. We continue to see signs that, again, individuals under 20, 19 and under may have severe disease.
If you talk bad about the country, I will ban you.
All have recovered to date.
God bless America, baby.
We still see that same trend. And frankly, from Italy, we're seeing another concerning trend, that the mortality in males seems to be twice in every age group of females. This should alert all of us to continue our vigilance to protect our Americans that are in nursing homes. This requires all of the community, and when you see the sacrifices that many Americans have made, the sacrifices that the service industry has made to close their restaurants, close their bars, and so that the spread is discontinued, and then you really understand how all of Americans must make the same sacrifice. We continue to ask you to follow the presidential guidelines of no groups coming together of more than 10, that if anyone in the household is sick, that everyone quarantines in the household together, and that we continue to focus on those who have the most vulnerability to this illness. Now, to the moms and dads out there that have children with immunodeficiencies or other medical conditions, we don't know the level of risk, and I know you will also protect them in the same way. There just is not enough numbers at this time to really tell them if they're at additional risk or not in the same way that adults are. I don't have any new data. I can see the look on your face of saying, is she seeing something new? I don't have any new data, but I think it's important for us to be as honest with the American people as we can. And when we don't have data, be very clear that we don't know. Finally, no one is immune. I sometimes hear people on radio or others talking about, I'm immune to the virus. We don't know if the contagion levels are different in age groups, but we know it's highly contagious to everyone. Do not interpret mild or moderate disease as lack of contagion or that you're immune. You just happen to have a better immune system, and the ability to fight the virus in a way that maybe older people or people with existing medical conditions can't. And that's why it's very important at this moment that all of you carry that message about the sacrifices that many have made, particularly our service providers and our frontline healthcare workers. They are making that sacrifice every day so that every American can move through this well. But we need every American following the presidential guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want to underscore a couple of things that I've said a few times to this group.
Fauci, baby.
You may recall that just a week ago or so, I said the two pillars, the two elements of our capability to contain the infection and the surge of infections in this country rely on two things: keeping infections from coming from without in. We've been very successful in doing that with China and with Europe. Now we have the northern and southern border issues. There's a fundamental public health reason for doing that, because we cannot be preventing people from coming in from one area when they can actually go into the other. So that's an important reason. Understand that there's a public health reason for doing that. The second thing I think is really important is what happened in New York today, what Governor Cuomo mentioned about an hour ago, some rather strong issues that have been addressed with his recommendations. Not recommendations, essentially orders. Now, we have a group of recommendations and guidelines that are applicable to the entire country. You know them. We've been over them. Yet there are places, regions, states, cities in this country that are being stressed much, much more than the country as a whole. Clearly, one of them was Washington. Another one was California. Governor Newsom made some very important, difficult decisions. Today, Governor Cuomo did the same thing. And I want to say I strongly support what he's doing.
But the words matter.
One thing,
just
as
different
a
words.
New Yorker myself, for those of you who haven't figured out from my accent that I'm from New York, as a New Yorker, I know what New Yorkers can do. We're tough. I was in New York City on September 11th, 2001. And I know what the New Yorkers can do. So please cooperate with your governor, cooperate with your mayor. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met this morning. We continue at the President's direction to bring the full resources, not just of the federal government, but in full partnership with our state governments, businesses around America, and a partnership with the American people to respond to the threat of the coronavirus. And I know I can speak on behalf of the President with confidence when I say how inspired we are by the way the American people and American businesses are coming together to help defeat this virus in our country. Millions of Americans are putting into practice the President's 15-day guidelines, and we encourage everyone, even those that are not in areas with significant outbreak, to review these guidelines over the next week and more and put them into practice, and you'll continue to do your part. Later today, we'll be talking with manufacturers around the country, and the President and I continue to be inspired by the way American industry is stepping forward. We have businesses around the country that are literally volunteering to retrofit plants to help us meet the needs of our healthcare workers and our healthcare system in confronting the coronavirus. As the President mentioned yesterday, following his decision to put FEMA in the lead, the emergency declaration, we actually met with all the nation's governors from the FEMA National Response Coordination Center. The President and I, our entire team at the federal level, couldn't be more grateful for the efforts of all of our governors in implementing the guidance that is being issued, not only from our task force, but also in taking strong measures in their own communities to protect their citizens. We want to urge every American to heed your local authorities, listen to their guidance, and also do your part to slow the spread. We reiterated to all of the governors that the President, by putting FEMA in the lead, will continue to implement a plan that is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported that puts the health of America first. We have received a report today, as the President mentioned, on our legislative team on Capitol Hill. We're working with Republicans and Democrats at this very hour to pass an economic recovery package that the President described, and we hope to see the Congress act on that early next week. On the subject of supplies, we continue to make steady progress on testing. Thanks to the President's involvement of commercial labs, the public and private partnership, more and more Americans are being tested every single day.
Yeah, you're on closing 9 minutes.
Admiral Gwa and FEMA will update the American public on the status of testing and our support of state-based testing efforts that are literally expanding by the hour. On the subject of medical supplies, We continue at the President's direction to pursue every means to expand the supply of personal protective equipment for the extraordinary and courageous healthcare workers that are ministering to the needs of people impacted by the coronavirus. We have a policy of procuring, allocating, as well as conserving the resources that we have in our system. And now that the President worked with the Congress to make industrial masks fully available for hospitals to be able to purchase, to be able to use as protective equipment, we're more encouraged than ever about the availability of those important N95 masks to our healthcare facilities. And over this weekend, we'll be announcing a major procurement from the federal government of N95 masks as well. We're also encouraged that we're finding new alternatives to increase the supply of ventilators. We've mentioned that we have a federal stockpile, some 20,000 ventilators on standby, but that doesn't count the tens of thousands of ventilators that are in our healthcare system around the country. But the President has challenged us to work to free up other ventilators from other sources around the country. And there are two different ways that we're doing that. Number one, in our recent discussion with anesthesiologists, we've literally identified tens of thousands of existing ventilators that can be retrofitted and converted to be ventilators for people struggling with the coronavirus. But also, on the President's behalf, on behalf of all of our task force, we want to continue to urge every American and every American hospital and healthcare facility to postpone any elective medical procedures. This will free up bed space, free up hospital capacity for people that are struggling with the coronavirus, and it'll also free up equipment that our healthcare workers need. It is inspiring that we continue to receive reports that businesses around America are donating N95 masks to their local hospitals. Businesses large and small are donating hundreds, in some cases millions of N95 masks. And I know how grateful the President is, and we all are. And let me close by saying, as all of our experts have said many times, while the threat of serious illness to the average American from the coronavirus remains low, every American can do your part to reduce the burden on your health, on your family, the burden on our healthcare system, and especially the threat to the most vulnerable among us by putting into practice the President's 15 days to slow the spread. And as the President said at the outset of his remarks, I know that millions of Americans are doing that just now, and the greatness of the American character is shining forth.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You had a call with Senator Schumer. He says you've now agreed to invoke the Defense Production Act to actually make those medical supplies that hospitals say are in severe shortage. So two questions. Is that what you're doing now?
It is. I did it yesterday. We invoked it, I think, the day before. We signed it the evening of the day before.
Wow, so it's already, they're already started.
Invoked it yesterday. We have a lot of people working very hard to do ventilators and various other things.
So
Yes.
you're using it now to tell businesses that you make ventilators, masks, respirators?
For certain things that we need,
Okay.
including
That's crazy.
including some of the very important emergency.
There's
I would say
companies you don't know
ventilators,
about,
probably
but the
more
government's
masks,
using their
to a large
factories
extent.
and
We have
tasking them to
millions
make
of
this
masks
stuff.
which are coming.
So that's
and
going
which
to
will
take
be
away from
distributed
some
to the
economic
states.
activity.
The states are having a hard time getting them, so we're using the act. The act is very good for things like this. We have millions of masks that we've ordered. They will be here soon. We're having them shipped directly to states.
So you said you were signing this but not invoking it. This is what you said yesterday, and that you would only do so in a worst case scenario. So are we now in a worst case scenario?
We need, no, it's no different other than we need certain equipment that the states are unable to get by themselves. So we're invoking it to use the powers of the federal government to help the states get things that they need, like the masks, like the ventilators. Yes, Steve?
Given what Governor Cuomo has done in New York, is there any more consideration to a national lockdown to keep people in their homes?
I don't think so. Essentially, you've done that in California. You've done that in New York. Those are really two hotbeds. Those are probably the two hottest of them all in terms of hotspots. I don't think so, because you go out to the Midwest, you go out to other locations, and they're watching it on television, but they don't have the same problems. They don't have, by any means, the same problem. New York, California,
New lows
Miami.
here.
The
We're down
governors are doing an
300 on the
excellent
Dow.
job.
We're still,
Governor
this isn't
DeSantis,
volatile just yet.
In Florida.
This is
we
still
have
a
some pretty
slow
hot
move
spots
down.
in Florida, too. But we're and the state of Washington, of course. But that was largely, if you look at it, it was one nursing home that had problems like you wouldn't believe. So no, we're working with the governors, and I don't think we'll ever find that necessary.
We're about a week into your 15-day guidelines. Are you happy with the progress? Would you like to see?
I am happy. I am happy with it. We'll have to see what the results are at the end of 14 days, let's say. We'll know by the 15th day to see what we do. But I'm certainly honored by the way the American people are working, because it's work. It's work not to work. This is the first time this has ever happened. And we're working out a tremendous financial package for them so they don't work. Who ever heard of this? Usually you work out a financial package to get people working. We're asking people not to work. Social distancing, a new term that's become probably the hottest term there is. So, no, I'm very honored by the way
It costs a lot of money to do the opposite of capitalism, is what he's saying.
Taking this, I mean, so seriously. Yes, John?
Mr. President, a question for you and a question for Dr. Fauci, if I could. There's been some concern among Democrats on Capitol Hill that the Phase 3 fiscal stimulus is weighted too much in favor of corporations and not enough in terms of individuals. What did your conversations with Senator Schumer yield on that front?
Well, I think that really all of that is being discussed right now. We talked about, as an example, buybacks, stock buybacks. I don't want to have stock buybacks. I don't want people spending. I don't want some executive saying we're going to buy 200,000 shares of stock. I want that money to be used for the workers and also for the company, to keep the company going, but not for buybacks. I would, I haven't spoken to...
You have to bail them out when you tell them not to work.
Democrats on it. We discussed it, and I don't like buybacks. I didn't like them the first time.
Are you and Senator Schumer?
So we're discussing. We're discussing that. We're discussing many things.
Are you on the same page with Senator Schumer?
We're not so far away. I'll tell you, we're not very far away.
We're coming down a little faster here now.
If I could, Dr. Fauci, as was explained yesterday, there has been some promise with hydroxychloroquine, this potential therapy for people who are infected with coronavirus. Is there any evidence to suggest that, as with malaria, it might be used as a prophylaxis against COVID-19?
No, the answer is no, and the evidence that you're talking about, John, is anecdotal evidence. So as the commissioner of FDA and the president mentioned yesterday, we're trying to strike a balance between making something with a potential of an effect to the American people available at the same time that we do it under the auspices of a protocol that would give us information to determine if it's truly safe and truly effective. But the information that you're referring to specifically is anecdotal. It was not done in a controlled clinical trial, so you really can't make any definitive statement about it.
I think, without seeing too much, I'm probably more of a fan of that than maybe than anybody. But I'm a big fan, and we'll see what happens. And we all understand what the doctor said is 100% correct. It's early, but I've seen things that are impressive, and we'll see. We're going to know soon. We're going to know soon, including safety. But, when you get that safety, this has been prescribed for many years for people to combat malaria, which was a big problem, and it's very effective. It's a strong drug. So we'll see.
Fairly effective against SARS.
It was, as I understand that, is that a correct statement? It was fairly effective on SARS.
John, you've got to be careful when you say fairly effective. It was never done in a clinical trial that compared it to anything. It was given to individuals and felt that maybe it worked. So
was there anything to compare it to?
Well, that's the point. Whenever you do a clinical trial, you do standard of care versus standard of care plus the agent you're evaluating. That's the reason why we showed back in Ebola why particular interventions worked.
So on that topic, about the possible therapies, yesterday, Mr. President, you said that they were for, quote, immediate delivery. Immediate, we heard.
We're ordering, yes, we have millions of units ordered. Bayer is one of the companies, as you know, big company, very big, very great company. Millions of units are ordered, and we're going to see what happens. We're going to be talking to the governors about it, and the FDA is working on it right now. The advantage is that it has been prescribed for a totally different problem, but it has been prescribed for many years, and everybody knows the levels of the negatives and the positives. But I will say that I am a man that comes from a very positive school when it comes to, in particular, one of these drugs. And we'll see how it works out, Peter. I'm not saying it will, but I think that people may be surprised. By the way, that would be a game changer. But we're going to know very soon. But we have ordered millions of units. It's being ordered from Bayer, and there is another couple of companies also that do it.
For clarity, Dr. Fauci said there is no magic drug for coronavirus right now, which you would agree. I guess on this issue,
Well, I think we only disagree a little bit.
I'm sorry.
I disagree. Maybe and maybe not. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. We have to see. We're going to know.
Is it possible that your impulse to put a positive spin on things may be giving Americans a false sense of hope?
No, I don't think so.
Misrepresenting preparedness right now.
No, I don't think so. I think that, I think it's got,
the not yet approved drug.
Such a lovely question. Look, it may work and it may not work. And I agree with the doctor, what he said. May work, may not work. I feel good about it. That's all it is, just a feeling. I'm a smart guy. I feel good about it. And we're going to see. You're going to see soon enough. And we have certainly some very big samples of people. If you look at the people, you have a lot of people that are in big trouble. And this is not a drug that obviously, I think I can speak from a lot of experience because it's been out there for over 20 years. So it's not a drug that you have a huge amount of danger with. It's not like a brand new drug that's been just created that may have an unbelievable monumental effect, like kill you. We're going to know very soon. And I can tell you, the FDA is working very hard to get it out. Right now, in terms of malaria, if you want it, you can have a prescription. You get a prescription. And by the way, and it's very effective. It works. I have a feeling you may, and I'm not being overly optimistic or pessimistic. I sure as hell think we ought to give it a try. I mean, there's been some interesting things happened and some good, very good things. Let's see what happens. We have nothing to lose. You know the expression? What the hell do you have to lose? Okay?
So what do you say to Americans who are nearly 200 dead? What do you say to Americans who are scared, though? I guess nearly 200 dead, 14,000 who are sick, millions, as you witnessed, who are scared right now. What do you say to Americans who are watching you right now who are scared?
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say. I think it's a very nasty question, and I think it's a very bad signal that you're putting out to the American people. The American people are looking for answers, and they're looking for hope. And you're doing sensationalism, and the same with NBC and Comcast. I don't call it Comcast. I call it Concast. Let me just for whom you work. Let me just tell you something. That's really bad reporting. And you ought to get back to reporting instead of sensationalism. Let's see if it works. It might and it might not. I happen to feel good about it, but who knows? I've been right a lot. Let's see what happens, John.
Can I get back to the science and the logistics?
Even his face, low key,
The units
bro.
that were ordered, are they for clinical trials or are they for distribution to the general patient population?
Stock market like the ripping of said reporter.
We're going to be taking samples in New York. Governor Cuomo very much is interested in this drug, and they are going to work on it also after they get a certain approval. We're waiting for one final approval from the FDA. We'll see what happens. But we'll use it on people that are not doing great, or even at the beginning of not feeling well.
Sort of fall under the.
And John, what do we have to lose?
So this was
Wait, John, it's been out there for so long. We hear good things. Let's see. Maybe it works and maybe it doesn't.
Slow it down.
I'm just thinking the application.
Slow it down. You guys getting too far. I think clap too many people.
We're doing that, I guess, and that's what it's called, yeah. Yes.
I would like Dr. Fauci, if you don't mind, to follow up on what the president is saying. Should Americans have hope in this drug right now? And sir, I would like to follow up on Peter's question here. Could you please address Americans in this country who are scared right now? This is a very valid concern that people have.
No, there really isn't that much of a difference in many respects with what we're saying. The president feels optimistic about something, his feeling about it. What I'm saying is that it might be effective. I'm not saying that it isn't. It might be effective, but as a scientist, as we're getting it out there, we need to do it in a way as while we are making it available for people who might want the hope that it might work, you're also collecting data that will ultimately show that it is truly effective and safe under the conditions of COVID-19. So there really isn't different. It's just a question of how one feels about it.
Is there any reason to believe it's not safe?
Well, certainly as a drug, any drug, John, has some toxicities. The decades of experience that we have with this drug indicate that the toxicities are rare and they are, in many respects, reversible. What we don't know is when you put it in the context of another disease, whether it's safe. Fundamentally, I think it probably is going to be safe, but I like to prove things first. So it really is a question of not a lot of difference. It's the hope that it will work versus proving that it will work. So I don't see big differences here.
I agree.
Sir, your message to Americans who are working at home, who have their children in their homes right now, who are homeschooling, doctors who say they don't have the masks they need to do their jobs. Your message.
Bro, he's even like, come on.
My message to the American people is that there is a very low incidence of death. You understand that. And we're going to come through this stronger than ever before. If you get it, if you happen to get it, it is highly unlikely. It's looking like it's getting to a number that's much smaller than people
David
originally
Medeiros
thought in terms of the ultimate,
my man.
The ultimate problem, which would be death. My message to the American people is, number one, you've done an incredible job. Incredible what you've gone through. It's been incredible. It wasn't their fault. Wasn't their fault. It wasn't the fault of 140 other countries where this has happened. And there is tremendous hope. And I think we're going to come out stronger, better, bigger in every way. I think we're going to be a better country than we were before. And we learned a lot. We learned on reliance, who to rely on, who not to rely on. But our country has been incredible, the way they pulled together, including the fact that I just spoke to Senator Schumer. We had a wonderful conversation. We both want to get to a good solution. But it's been really, for me, watching and seeing people that weren't speaking, getting along well, because we all have one common aim, and that's to get rid of this invisible enemy, get rid of it fast, and then go back to the kind of economy that we had, and maybe even better. Yeah, please, in the back. No, in the back, please.
Mr. President, two questions, if you'll indulge me. The first question is, many small businesses are concerned that they have weeks, not months, and are worried about how long it'll take.
We're going to be helping them a lot. We're going to be focused, a big focus, and including my conversation with both Mitch and with Chuck, a big focus of that conversation with small businesses, because they are really the engine behind our country, more so than the big ones. They are the engine behind our country.
Second, if I may, sir, are you concerned about members of Congress that may have used information they learned on updates to sell stocks and profit off of this?
I'm not aware of it. I saw some names. I know all of them. I know everyone mentioned Dianne Feinstein, I guess, and a couple of others. I don't know too much about what it's about, but I find them to all be very honorable people. That's all I know. And they said they did nothing wrong. I find them, the whole group, very honorable people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, so the whole group would include Richard Burr, the head of the Intelligence Committee, and it also would include Senator Kelly Loeffler. And so the question is whether or not they should be investigated for that behavior.
Well, it also includes Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat. You didn't mention her name. Why didn't you mention her name? And I think she's a very honorable person, by the way. So I'm not.
Don't snitch on yourself.
It's interesting that you mentioned two people, but you don't mention one that happens to be a Democrat.
Any senator, should they be
I don't know, because I'd have to look at it, possibly, but I find them to be honorable people. Yeah.
You said the other day you compare yourself.
I'm looking into that situation. Once I could get the hands on the filings, I'll give you an update on the senator thing. But that was interesting.
Going off on a network is appropriate when the country is going through something like this?
I do, because I think Peter is, I've dealt with Peter for a long time. And I think Peter is not a good journalist when it comes to fairness.
But he's asking for your message to the country.
Oh, I think it's a good message, because I think that the country has to understand that there is indeed, whether we like it or not, and some of the people in this room won't like it, there's a lot of really great news and great journalism, and there's a lot of fake news out there. And I hear it all, and I see it all, and I understand it all, because I'm in the midst of it. So when somebody writes a story or does a story on television, and I know it's false, I know it's fake, and when they say they have 15 sources have said, and I know there's no sources, they're just making it up. I know that, and I call Peter out, but I call other people out too. And, this is time to come together, but coming together is much harder when we have dishonest journalists. It's a very important profession that you're in. It's a profession that I think is incredible. I cherish it. But when people are dishonest, they truly do hurt our country. Yeah, in the back. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, China has been in communication with the United States and also WHO about coronavirus
Right,
in
that's true.
January.
That's
And the U.S. shut its border to travelers from China on February the 2nd. Also, Wuhan has been in lockdown since January the 24th. And this all happened almost 2 months ago. Why did you still say if you could have known it earlier? And also, you have been calling coronavirus.
Well, I have to say this. We have, and I can speak for myself, but I have a very good relationship with China and with President Xi. I have great respect for President Xi. I consider him to be a friend of mine. It's unfortunate that this got out of control. It came from China. It got out of control. Some people are upset. I know President Xi. He loves China. He respects the United States. And I have to say, I respect China greatly, and I respect President Xi. Okay.
Can I ask more about stock buybacks? Many of the airlines and Boeing did stock buybacks. Is this a deal breaker for you in this?
No, but I never liked stock buybacks from their standpoint. When we did a big tax cut, and when they took the money and did buybacks, that's not building a hangar, that's not buying aircraft, that's not doing the kind of things that I want them to do. And we're now talking about buybacks. We didn't think we would have had to restrict it because we thought they would have known better. But they didn't know better. In some cases, not in all cases, obviously. Some people did an incredible job. They built plants all over the country. I mean, you'd see what's happened. I mean, we were doing, until this invisible enemy appeared, we never had an economy like this. But there were some companies that used that money to buy back stock, driving up the price of the stock artificially in many cases. I don't like that. I don't like it. And as far as whether or not we'll have that, allow them, when we give them money, because we have to keep these great companies in business because of the workers. Frankly, for the most part, because of the workers. The workers are my number one concern. But the way we take care of the workers is we have to keep the companies going. I am fine with restricting buybacks. In fact, I would demand that there be no stock buybacks. I don't want them taking hundreds of millions of dollars and buying back their stock, because that does nothing. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. One for Dr. Fauci, and then hopefully one for you.
Sure. And one thing, Secretary of State Pompeo is extremely busy, so if you have any question for him right now, could you do that? Because you know what I'd like to do? I'd like him to go back to the State Department, or as they call it, the Deep State Department, if you don't mind. I'd like to have him go back and do his job. So does anybody have any question? Please.
Mr. Secretary, can I ask
Yeah, how about you? Only for the Secretary.
The exemptions on work travel, can you define that? Is all work, anyone with a work visa can still cross the border? Can you define what, like, the measures that you're taking?
It's a great question. We're working, we're very real concerned about H-2A visas, in particular agricultural workers need to get across. We're going to make sure that we do everything we can to keep that part of our economic lifeblood working between our two countries. DHS and the State Department will work together. We want to make sure and keep commerce between Canada, the United States, and Mexico alive, functional, and prepared for the day that this economy bounces back like we expect that it will.
Mr. Secretary, the Mexican government has not announced any travel ban on Europe. Where have you been in touch with them as to when they're going to do this and what it is that they're telling you? And then a second question, they also are telling us and said in a press conference this morning that they will not take back any non-Mexican citizen. Any other third parties will have to, we don't know what will happen to them. So can you address what will happen to those third country immigrants that you are saying that will not be allowed to enter the U.S. and Mexico is saying that they will not be allowed to stay in Mexico either or sent back from the U.S.?
If I may, I'll take the first one and then Chad, I'll give you the second one. With respect to travel into Mexico from outside, I spoke with Foreign Minister Ebrard a couple of times about this. I'm very confident we're going to get to a really good place that protects the Mexican people and the American people from those who might be traveling into places where we've got designations, the Schengen zone from China, so that they're not coming into Mexico and then coming into the United States. I'm very confident we'll do that, and we'll make that announcement shortly together.
Mr. Secretary, again, as we implement the CDC's order, again, we're going to take a number of individuals that cross the border illegally and repatriate them or remove them quickly back to Mexico
back to the Northern Triangle and back to any other country. So we're going to do that in a rapid fashion. We'll continue to work with Mexico to make sure that Mexican nationals go back as well as other populations.
But are you sending Guatemalans back to Guatemala or Cubans back to Cuba? What would you do with those third countries that are not Mexicans?
So we're doing all of the above. We're going to be sending, again, individuals back to Mexico, individuals back to the Northern Triangle countries, Cuba, Haiti, all of the, again, 122 different nations that we see nationalities that come across that border. We'll be sending them back individually to their countries, but also working with Mexico to send additional populations back there as well.
And just to put it, when you said before, you said the non-Mexicans going to Mexico. We're not sending them to Mexico. We're sending them back to their own countries, not to Mexico. Why would Mexico take people that aren't from Mexico? We're sending them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, a lot of other countries, they go back to the country from where they came. Okay, and Mike, please.
Secretary Pompeo, on the issue of disinformation, is there any particular locus for this disinformation, or is it diffused?
It's pretty diffused, unfortunately, but we've certainly seen it come from places like China and Russia and Iran, where there are coordinated efforts to disparage what America is doing in an activity to do all the things that President Trump has set in motion here.
Other than what you're doing this morning, what are you doing to fight back?
Lots of things, lots of work. One of the things we want to make sure is the American people go to trusted sources for that information. But we've made clear, we've spoken to these countries directly that that they need to knock it off, that we don't approve of it. And then there are a handful of other things we're engaged in to make sure that the right information is out there and accurate information is given. This idea of transparency and accurate information is very important. It's how we protect American people from something like this ever happening again.
Mr. Secretary, Peace Corps volunteers.
You want the American people to be coming to trusted sources of information. Does it undermine you at all when the president stands up here and he attacks news outlets calling us untrustworthy?
Somebody else have a question?
Mr. Secretary, Peace Corps volunteers have the Peace Corps volunteers. Secretary. In terms of Americans who find themselves stranded in places where there are no longer flights to get back to the United States, what efforts are being made to help them?
I appreciate that question. So we're doing lots of things. We've had a couple places in particular, Peru and Morocco. I think we've had the first 2, maybe 3 now flights out of Morocco. We're going to work to get people back. We're urging individuals when they can get back on their own. They traveled there on their own. When they can get back there on their own, they ought to try to do that. But we have a team stood up at the State Department, the Repatriation Task Force, that is working each of these instances. So we've heard from individuals, members of Congress. We're trying to get Americans back from these places where air travel has been disrupted. And we'll get that done over time. We'll get it done successfully.
Do you have any sense of how big that problem is? Is there any sense of just how big that problem is? How many people?
We don't know the full scale of it yet, but we think we have the largest number identified, and we're working. If there are those who are watching that are someplace, and you can go on the State Department website, you can log in to, I think it's step.gov, you can go to STEP and log in, and we'll track it, and we'll try to get everybody back just as best we can.
Secretary, how long are these border restrictions likely to last along the south and north borders?
They'll last as long as we need to do it to protect the American people from the virus. I couldn't tell you how long it's going to last.
Since we have you determined whether Iran is responsible for that rocket attack last week?
So
maybe we shouldn't say that.
So let me just get back to you on the answer to that. And what we can say with certainty is this: we've made clear all along that the Iraqi Shia militias are funded, trained, equipped by the Iranians. And we've urged the Iranians not to do that, and we've told the Iranians that they will be held responsible for those attacks when they threaten American lives.
The Peace Corps volunteers that are in 60-plus countries, have they all been returned?
I don't know if they're all back or not yet. I know that they were directed to come back. I know that most of them are back. I couldn't tell you if we have all of them back yet.
And then Secretary Esper's not here, but to get tests to the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, are you able to give us a progress report on the status of that, if they're able to get tests?
I don't know the answer to that. I know we have State Department officials, too, who are concerned, want to make sure we get them tests. Our team as well, and we're working on that. We've had significant success on that to date. There are a few places we've not been able to get them, but we will. We'll get them there.
Secretary Pompeo, how exactly are you going to get those Americans back, and do you have any plans to get the military involved in that?
We're going to use all the tools we can. These first efforts are combined commercial, private flights that will fly in, bring them back to a destination here in the United States. So we'll do that. There are some that will travel back other ways as well. And we've worked with the Department of Defense to say where there is space available, we'll be able to bring them back on those flights as well. It's a whole government effort to make sure we get them back. They're going to help us every place they can. Secretary Nesbitt, I've talked about it a couple times.
Thank you, Secretary. Question on Iran again. Is there any consideration to relaxing sanctions on Iran during the coronavirus crisis instead of being particularly hard hit?
That's an important question. The whole world should know that humanitarian assistance into Iran is wide open. It's not sanctioned. We've offered to provide assistance to the Iranians as well. I talked with Dr. Tedros from the World Health Organization about this. We're doing everything we can to facilitate both the humanitarian assistance moving in and to make sure that financial transactions connected to that can take place as well. There is no sanction on medicines going to Iran. There's no sanctions on humanitarian assistance going into that country. They've got a terrible problem there, and we want that humanitarian medical healthcare assistance to get to the people of Iran.
But the sanctions themselves, no movement.
We are working to do all the things we've had in place for the first 3 years here to deliver security for the American people.
They know the answer. Iran, they know the answer. Iran, the leaders, they know the answer to your question.
Was it appropriate for the president to call your department the Deep State Department at a time when thousands of diplomats are working very hard around the world to combat this pandemic?
Worked with the president for 3 years now. I know how much he values the people that work on my team. I know when I was the director of the Central Intelligence Agency how much he valued the work we did. I know that he watches our team, Dr. Burks, all the team that's working to push back against this virus to keep America safe. I know how much he values them.
What a good answer. Yes, go ahead.
What a good answer.
Mr. President,
Very true, too. Go ahead.
Mr. President,
No, behind you.
I apologize.
Please, go ahead.
The news, I have two questions. The first is to Secretary Pompeo. The news hours learned that the CDC picked up that there was some sort of virus happening in Wuhan, the coronavirus happening in Wuhan as early as December. When did the CDC start letting other agencies know that there was something in China happening, that this coronavirus was happening? And then when did the whole government approach start to happen?
So I'll let the CDC or Dr. Fauci, you want to talk to that? Secretary Azar, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were alerted by some discussions that Dr. Redfield, the director of the CDC, had with Chinese colleagues on January 3rd. It's since been known that there may have been cases in December, not that we were alerted in December.
And then, Mr. President, the other question I have for you.
Excuse me, we'll do it in a second. Let Mike, yes.
May I just have one more thing? There's been some discussion about China and what they knew and when they knew it, and I've been very critical. We need to know immediately. The world is entitled to know. The Chinese government was the first to know of this risk to the world, and that puts a special obligation to make sure that data gets to our scientists, our professionals. This is not about retribution. This matters going forward. We're in a live exercise here to get this right. We need to make sure that even today, the data sets that are available to every country, including data sets that are available to the Chinese Communist Party, are made available to the whole world. It's an imperative to keep people safe. We talk about the absence of data sets, not being able to make judgments about what to do. This is absolutely critical. This transparency, this real-time information sharing isn't about political games or retribution. It's about keeping people safe. And so when you see a delay in information flowing from the Chinese Communist Party to the technical people who we wanted to get into China immediately to assist in this, every moment of delay connected to being able to identify the risk vectors creates risk to the people all around the world. And so this is why it's not about blaming someone for this. This is about moving forward to make sure that we continue to have the information we need to do our jobs.
Mr. Secretary, what message do you think it sends to other countries when you have the President of the United States lashing out at reporters?
I've had my frustration with reporters too. All I ask when I talk to the media is that you listen to what we say and report it accurately, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you see that doesn't happen. It's enormously frustrating. We have a responsibility to tell the American people the truth, and those who are reporting on what it is we're doing and saying have an equal responsibility to report accurately.
What message does it send to countries when you're lashing out at reporters?
Being reported, that the news media.
I've seen many things at the State Department be reported wildly and accurately on multiple occasions, and I have spoken to those reporters about it each and every time, and I will continue to do so.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson has suggested...
Well, I'd rather have, if you could finish up with the Secretary of
I
State.
think I've worn him out, Mr. President.
Well, let me
Is
ask
everybody
you both.
finished, Secretary of
Let me ask
State?
you both if that's all right. Mr. Secretary, Senator Johnson has suggested that you and the administration may be overreacting. He said, we don't shut down our economy because tens of thousands of people die on the highways. We don't shut down our economies because tens of thousands of people die from the common flu. At worst, 3.4% of Americans will die from this virus, he said. What do you say to people that have that view? That's 11 million people he's talking about.
Well, I can just say the entire world is agreeing with us because they all have their choice, and everybody's doing the exact same thing. We want to shut it out, and we can do that, and we'll see what happens in 2 weeks and 3 weeks. But if we can save thousands of lives, and even millions of lives potentially, you don't know where it goes, but you could be talking about millions of lives. So if you look at the world, I mean, you have some very smart people in the world, you have some smart leaders in the world, and everybody's doing it the way we're doing it. I think we're doing a better job than hopefully most, if not all. We're doing a very effective job, but we'll know better in 14 or 15 days. But, you know, you're talking about hundreds of thousands, and maybe more than that, numbers of people. And, you know, we can bring our finances back very quickly. We can't bring the people back.
Mr. President, to follow up on that, there are millions of people out there that share that view, that say, I don't really need to shut things down. I don't really need to stay away from stores. I can go to the beach. And those people making multiple actions exponentially, it's the difference between life and death.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think I'd like to have Anthony answer that, because to be honest, that's what he does. And we had a lot of very talented people telling us what they think we should do.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I think that
What the hell just happened?
it's a false equivalency to compare traffic accidents with. I mean, that's totally way out. That's really a false equivalency. When you have something that is new and it's emerging, and you really can't predict totally the impact it's going to have, and you take a look at what's going on in China, and you see what's going on right now in Italy, and what's happening in New York City, I don't think with any moral conscience you could say, why don't we just let it rip and happen and let X percent of the people die? I don't understand that reasoning at all.
Okay, so Secretary of State will be leaving. Any other questions? Go ahead in the back, please. In the back for Mike.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, I didn't call on you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. In New York, where cases are doubling every day, they fear that supplies are going to run out in a matter of weeks. Yesterday, Mayor Bill de Blasio called on you to mobilize the military to deliver urgent supplies. Yesterday he said, quote, the fate of New York City rests in the hands of one man. He is a New Yorker, and right now he is betraying the city he comes from. I've personally spoken to emergency department nurses who say that they've been told not to wear N95 masks because supplies are so low. So how do you respond to those remarks by Mayor de Blasio?
Well, I just think this.
I'm not dealing,
supplies
arrive?
I'm not dealing with him. I'm dealing with the governor, and the governor agrees with me, and I agree with him. So far, we've been very much in sync. I guess they're not agreeing with each other necessarily, but the relationship with New York, I love New York. I grew up in New York, as you probably have heard, and the relationship's been very good. And I think government and the governor have been getting along incredibly well with the federal government. Okay.
Question for Secretary Wolf, if I could. Just on illegal entries of people who are OTM, how will the turnback process work? Will they be taken to a common area and then put on a plane and sent back to northern tribe countries?
Oh, did it come in?
How would that process work?
I think it's lagging.
It's a public health crisis, so what we're trying to do is limit the amount of contact that we have with these individuals, not putting them in Border Patrol
weird.
facilities,
I'm not even getting my
ICE
own.
detention
That's
facilities
weird.
and the like. So it's going to be very rapid. We're going to obviously take them into custody and then send them back to a port of entry or
There it
other
is.
means. So
All
it'll
right.
be very quickly. It won't be the
Finally,
6 or 7 or 10 days that
I
we currently
grabbed
have. It'll be, much
NOC
more rapid.
January. I averaged down. I got 10 of the 540s at 75 cents. Do not trade trade this. This is an average down, and it's risky because I am averaging down.
The checks to Americans, the bill as proposed creates sort of tiers of checks for income. Do you believe philosophically that makes sense?
Well, I believe in a lot of things. I want to get workers money, and whichever way the best way to get it. And I want to keep the businesses open too, because without the businesses, they're not going to be getting money for very long. But we're going to be talking.
As it's written, is there enough, or do you want to see it juiced
We'll do something later, I'm sure.
Do not trade that.
Wall Street analysts are predicting that unemployment numbers could skyrocket next week. By some analysts, say as many as 3 million people applying for unemployment, which would be a historic number in a 1 week spread. So is $1,000 check going to cut it? Is that going to be
We're
enough?
not talking about $1,000 check. We're talking about much more than that. We're also talking about doing phases. If this doesn't work, we're going to keep doing until we get it going. And frankly, once we get the economy back, and once this enemy is defeated, the invisible enemy as I call it, once it's defeated, we get the economy back, it's going to all come back to us very quickly. It comes back
Oil's
very quickly.
moving
We have
to
a
the rig
tremendous
count,
economy.
too.
We do numbers like no other country has ever done before. Number one in the world, if you go back 2 weeks, and still obviously, but if you go back 2 weeks, number one in the world by far. That money comes back to us very rapidly. We want to keep it, we want to have it so that when we, not if, but when we win the war with the invisible enemy, when we win it, these companies can immediately start. Not that they have to start rebuilding, which takes a long time. Steve?
But you're confident that those are jobs that'll come back if someone applies for unemployment next week?
What projections for job losses in March and April are you hearing?
Well, we're looking at different numbers. We have a best case and a not best case, but the big thing is to defeat the virus. Once that virus is defeated, Steve, I think everything else falls in place very rapidly. I think you're going to have a tremendous upswing. A lot of people agree with me. If you look at your stock market geniuses, and some of whom are not geniuses, but they think they are, a lot of people think that I'm right about that once we defeat the virus, I think you're going to have a very steep, like a rocket ship, it's going to go up.
He called me a genius?
Everything will be back. And I really believe we're going to be stronger than ever before. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think it'll be paying. Oh my
The
gosh.
issue of supplies, you've told governors to try to find whatever supplies they can on their own. But some of them are now saying when they go to try to buy them, they're being outbid by the federal government.
Well, you heard my news conference yesterday.
So what do you expect
Not
those
that-
governors to
that
do?
was sort of yesterday's news. No, that does happen because they want to buy supplies. We want to buy as a backup to them in case they can, and sometimes that will happen. But regardless of who gets them, when they need them, we're getting them to them. Now, we're doing the Production Act. We're doing it very much, and we have a lot of things cooking right now at a high level. Remember this, nothing like this has ever happened before. Over 140 countries. And you have supply chains that are broken down for two reasons, because they can't supply that much and because people are sick and they can't be on the chain. So you have a lot of interesting things all over the world. You have supply chains that broke down because of the illness and also because of the quantity. But we're getting it ordered, we're getting it done, and if you just have to, look, some of you were at the call yesterday where I spoke with the governors, almost all of the governors, and every one of them was very impressed with what we've done. Go ahead, in the middle, please.
There are reports saying that the Labor Department has told states not to disclose their unemployment numbers. Do you agree with that decision?
I'd have to talk to him. I would have to talk to you.
Just one more clarifying question, if I could, on the DPA. I just want to be clear. Are you saying that the administration is requiring these industries to create these products, or just asking?
So far we haven't had to. It's an amazing thing that happened. We're getting calls from automobile companies. We're getting calls from other companies saying they have plant capacity. They want to make ventilators. They want to make other things. We are literally being besieged in a beautiful way by companies that want to do the work. They want to do the job. They want to help us. They want to help our country. So we haven't had a problem with that at all.
President, how do you help out states and localities that are trying to bid on things like ventilators and other items but are being outbid by the
Well, when they call us, they let us know. If there's a conflict, they will call us and we will drop our bid because we want them to go first, because their point of sale. So we've had 4 or 5 instances where literally that was happening because, we're both trying to get stock. And if we're going against, they will call us. The smart ones, frankly, will call us, and we will immediately, we want them to buy it because it gets to them quicker if they buy it.
Do they know that
We're really there. They know that, and it's happening more and more where they're calling and they're saying we're bidding against each other. They want to get it. They'll get it much quicker that way. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, a question for Secretary Azar. There are labs across the country that don't have the testing supplies they need. What specific actions is the administration taking?
I tell you
What specific actions
we inherited
are
an
being
obsolete
taken?
deal, and we made a good thing out of it. I haven't heard that question in a while, but go ahead.
Yeah, so first, we're making tremendous progress in terms of lab testing. Tens of thousands of tests are being done every single day, both through the CDC and the public health labs, as well as now through the private sector commercial labs. They're getting to scale. They have supplies. They have high throughput. We do hear anecdotally occasionally of, say, a public health lab or another one that has a concern about this supply or that supply. Through FEMA, we actually are standing up a laboratory task force to answer those questions. Usually it's that the lab people do not understand that there are actually alternative supplies in the marketplace that they are perfectly free to use. We've actually had to put out some common myths and truths about that. For instance, the other day, we were getting calls from governors saying, we don't have swabs, there are no swabs, there are no swabs. Our supply people went in the open marketplace and bought 200,000 swabs in the open market, and I just sent a letter to every governor sending them swabs. So some of it's just they aren't listening or checking with us about all the freedom, all the capacities out there. It's a complex system with 330 million Americans and all of these labs. So sometimes there's a lab that doesn't understand how much flexibility they have and how much supply there is out there. And we're working through the new FEMA Integration Center to help correct that for folks.
Secretary Azar.
Am I behind on this?
Well, results that are being reported around the country of coronavirus tests. Our experts continue to look at the numbers and see that some 90% of Americans that are tested do not test positive for the coronavirus. And so it can give you a sense of the magnitude of testing that's going on. We have the number of cases that we've reported today, but it's in some cases near to 10 times that have been tested. But let me also emphasize how important it was in answering these questions for governors and local officials that the president stood up FEMA and the National Response Center, where we briefed governors yesterday. Now, every governor and their state health departments have the ability to reach out to our regional FEMA administrators. And that's how, as the president said, we're sorting out those potential conflicts between very significant federal purchases and procurements and as hospitals and state governments are purchasing as well. I think the new streamlined system operating now in all 50 states and our territories of governors and states going through their regional administrator for FEMA is going to make it more possible for us to ensure that our hospitals, our healthcare providers have access to what's available on the open market and elsewhere.
Mr. Vice President, you're the head of the task force. You've seen the numbers. You've spoken to average Americans. You're a former governor. What do you say to Americans right now who are watching and who are scared?
I would say do not be afraid, be vigilant. All the experts tell us that the risk of serious illness to the average American for the coronavirus is low. But we need every American to put into practice the president's coronavirus guidelines, 15 days to slow the spread, because the coronavirus is about 3 times more contagious than the flu, according to our best estimate. And you can contract the coronavirus, have very mild symptoms, if any, not even be aware that you have it, and expose someone who is vulnerable to a very serious health outcome. That's the reason why we're encouraging people to avoid groups of more than 10, to not eat in restaurants, but to use drive-thrus, to wash their hands on a regular basis. And particularly, we're going to continue, as the president has directed us, to focus on the most vulnerable population, which are seniors with serious underlying health conditions or anyone with an underlying immunodeficiency. It's those people we need to care for, but it's going to take all of us working together to make sure they're safe.
Mr. Vice President, on the issue of ventilators, Mr. Vice President.
Because you just said that you haven't had to require companies to up their production of medical supplies. But you said last night you invoked the DPA. I'm confused.
When we need something, because of the act, when we need something, we order something. And as you know, 2 days ago, I invoked the act, which was a big step. I'm not sure that it had been done before, certainly not very much. And when we need something, we will use the act. What has happened is, before we even go out, many companies, great companies in a totally different business are willing to do things and make things, because that's what they do. They make product. They're willing to make product for us, medical product, that we need very badly for the states, that the states can't get, they haven't been able to get. And you know, most of the states, in no way did they do anything wrong. They were stocked up. They were all equipped. Unfortunately, they've never had a thing like this. So they need help from the federal government.
But you haven't actually directed any. This is important. You haven't actually directed any companies to start making more ventilators or masks.
I have, yes. I have.
How many?
A lot. And they're making a lot of ventilators, and they're making a lot of masks. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, partially following up on that, are there automakers right now who are retooling their production facilities to make ventilators or
I can't
masks?
say they are, but they will be very shortly, because we're working with one in particular that wants to make ventilators. They called us yesterday, and we're working on a transaction. They're going to make ventilators. They say they've done it before, which surprised me, but they can do it very easily.
Secretary Azar, this is partially for you, partially for Secretary Azar. You said yesterday that you had spoken to Carnival Corporation's chairman.
Carnival, yeah.
Yes, and he said that he could donate some ships.
No, not donate. That's not the word donate.
Okay, lend.
He's not giving them. He's going to let you use them.
Okay.
I spoke with Mickey Harrison, who's the president, chairman, CEO.
Okay.
And owner.
And he could lend some ships to potentially be hospitals.
He said to me that he was willing to, if we need ships for helping people, that Carnival would be absolutely willing to help us in Los Angeles, in New York, wherever they may be, in Miami, where they're very big. If we needed something, they would be willing to. So far, we haven't needed to, and we're bringing the big hospital ships up in California. We're working with the governor of California, as you know, with Gavin, and we haven't made a determination. We're also talking to folks who would like it in Seattle, so we're discussing where it can be most useful. We've spoken with Governor Cuomo, and we're bringing the big hospital ship up in 2 weeks, and we're going to have it in New York Harbor, someplace in New York Harbor.
So my question is, one, it sounds like you haven't taken them up on it yet, but
No, I have taken
you
them up. I
could.
said if we need it, I'll let you know.
Okay, and
That's called taking them up.
And secondly,
Right now, we don't need it.
ships have a lot of frequently contacted surfaces, and so this is where you come in, Secretary Azar, potentially Dr. Fauci. Do you have concerns about the cruise ships being used as hospitals?
Well, I can tell you they're very clean, and also those surfaces, the germ, as you know, the virus disappears over a period of time. And these ships are very clean. They've been kept very clean. They've been gone over, but the virus, as you know, if it's on a surface for a certain, they have actually charts, different kinds of surfaces, it disappears over a period of time.
Why not just use hotels?
I mean, what are you trying to get at? Go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Why not just use hotels?
The virus disappears when it's on surface after a certain number of days, or in some cases hours, depending on the surface it's in.
Thank you. A quick follow-up. So can you name any of the companies that you've asked to start making these ventilators or face masks?
I will be, but first I want to get the approval from the company, because I don't want to be doing that.
Okay,
I assume they'd like it, but I'll let you know.
Okay, well, thank you. And this is for Dr. Fauci.
One company that has openly stated it is General Motors.
So that's one of the, did the government ask General Motors?
I didn't speak to them about announcing it, but I'll announce it. I'm sure they wouldn't be, but we have others also.
Okay, thank you. And
Well,
so
the
for
pumps
Dr.
are,
Fauci,
it's not hitting the
research
same.
out from that the CDC
Things just ain't hitting the same
and many
today.
of the people that have, or that 13% of the people with the coronavirus got it from someone that was asymptomatic. So my question is, does that change the way, the approach that should be taken? And do you think that's the case, or do you think that, or do you not agree with that research?
The recommendations that are here applies to whether you're
I'm
in
having
physical
trouble
contact
syncing
with
it.
someone who could be infected with symptoms versus asymptomatic. I don't really think it changes anything. Certainly, there is some degree of asymptomatic transmissibility. It's still not quite clear exactly what that is. But when people focus on that, I think they take their eye off the real ball, which is the things you do will mitigate against getting infected, no matter whether you're near someone who is asymptomatic or not. It's the same thing. Physical separation and the care that's outlined here is going to take care of both of those things.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question about testing. When will every American who needs a test get a test and be able to get a test? And why not have medical equipment being shipped right now to hospitals who need it?
You're hearing very positive things about testing, and just so you understand, we don't want every American to go out and get a test. 350 million people. We don't want that. We want people that are that have a problem, that have a problem with they're sneezing, they're sniffling, they don't feel good, they have a temperature. There are a lot of different things. You know them better than I do. So ready? We don't need that. But what we are having is we're having these private labs have come in. They've been really fantastic. And we also have a great system for the future. Because as I said, we inherited, meaning this administration, an obsolete, broken system that wasn't meant for anything like this. Now we have a system that you can see, because look, we're well into this and nobody's even talking about it except for you, which doesn't surprise me.
There are Americans, though, who say that they have symptoms and they can't get tested.
Well, okay.
What do you say to the Americans who are saying that they have symptoms and can't get tested?
But we don't want everybody to go out and get a test because there's no reason for it. Yeah.
Americans who have symptoms.
We'll do one more after this.
So I wanted to ask Dr. Fauci, because Kevin Hassett is one of the people who is now suggesting that the real way to get to the end of this, for life to return to normal, is for every single person living in this country to be tested. That way you could see who's contagious, and you could then have people who don't have it go back
Stay
to
at
work.
home, then test. Very simple.
Possibility that this country could ever get to a point where every single person could be tested, and how long
They
would
want
that
a
take?
test like it's a sticker.
Thank you for the question. I've heard that before. I don't connect the dots there. I don't see how testing everybody in the country is going to help you
Tell him, Fauci.
to implement this. This should be implemented universally, at least at this level for everyone. The things we spoke about a while ago, that you want to really ratchet it up, like Governor Newsom is doing in California, like Governor Cuomo is doing in New York, or how you put an end to this outbreak. Testing is important. It would be nice to know, and there are certain things you could do, but let's not conflate testing with the action that we have to take. Whether or not you test, do this. I'm not putting down testing as an important issue, but people seem to link them so much that if you don't have universal testing, you can't respond to the outbreak. You really can.
But I do think, and that's after listening to Tony and everybody else that's an expert, I do think it's important that not everybody be tested. If you feel great and if you have no symptoms whatsoever, it's just not a good thing to be doing. All right, Steve?
A question for Dr. Fauci. Yesterday you mentioned the possibility of aerosol transmission of the virus. How likely is that to happen?
The possibility of aerosol transmission always comes up when you have situations like that. It comes up with influenza. It came up with SARS, in which there was a documented, one-off episode of some aerosol transmission. Aerosol means that it can stay in the air for a period of time because it's in a droplet that's very small and doesn't go down. Is it possible that there is aerosol transmission? Yeah, it certainly is. But clearly, what we have seen in the situations where people have gotten infected from the areas that we have experienced, China, South Korea, now Europe, most of it is in a situation where people are close enough to each other that a symptomatic person will have a real droplet transmission. So I'm not ruling out the possibility that it's aerosol. But again, it's not going to substantially change doing this.
Dr. Fauci, quick follow-up on the testing issue. Let me just ask this in a very simple way. What is the demand pressure on testing in this country, and are we meeting it?
I get the same calls that many of you get, that someone goes into a place who has a symptom and wants to get a test, and for one reason or other, multiple, logistic, technical, what have you, they can't get it. That is a reality that is happening now. Is it the same as it was a few weeks ago? Absolutely not, because as the Secretary and others have said, right now that we have the private sector involved, the availability, not only just availability, but the implementation of the availability is getting better and better and better. Having said that, I understand and empathize with the people who rightfully are saying, I'm trying to get a test and I can't.
So is that a way of saying we are not yet at a point where we are meeting the demand pressure?
Well, the answer is yes, John. We are not there yet, because otherwise people would be never calling up saying they can't get a test.
Well, I just can't emphasize enough about the incredible progress that we have made on testing. All of you are reporting, and media outlets around the country are as well, that many more tests are being performed every day, literally by the tens of thousands. And this has only been made possible because several weeks ago the president brought in the commercial labs, these enormous companies, Quest and LabCorp, working with companies like Roche and Abbott Laboratories and Thermo Fisher, and said, we have this existing system of state laboratories and the CDC processing tests for certain infections. But given the magnitude of this outbreak, the president apprehended early on that it wouldn't be enough to meet the need. And I just want every American to know that literally hour by hour, in partnership with these extraordinary commercial labs, we are making more and more tests available every day. We'll detail the way that we're working with states to distribute those tests. We've obviously focused on states that have been dealing with the most serious outbreaks of coronavirus: Washington State, California, New York, and others. We've been making sure the tests are in those areas, working closely with those governors. But I think the American people should be encouraged at the progress that we are making. Tomorrow we'll take some time to detail that progress for you, but I would say to any American who might be concerned that they have symptoms, as the president said so well, we don't want every healthy American to get a test. But if people feel that they have symptoms that they identify with the coronavirus, call your doctor. Their doctor can call their state health authorities that can work very closely with our entire team through HHS and FEMA and work to identify the more and more tests that are available every day.
Just so you know, just for the probably 100th time, this administration, inherited an obsolete, broken, old system that wasn't meant for this. We discarded that system, and we now have a new system that can do millions of people as you need them. But we had to get rid of a broken old system that didn't work. It worked only on a very limited basis. And we're very proud of what we've done. It's incredible what we've done. And this system will now serve for the future, for future problems. Hopefully you don't have a problem like this, but something will come up. We have now a great system, and it's almost fully in gear, but it's able to test millions of people. But we inherited a broken, old, frankly, a terrible system. We fixed it, and we've done a great job. And we haven't been given the credit that we deserve, that I can tell you. But the one that really deserves the credit are the American people, because they are doing things that nobody thought they would do. What they're doing is incredible, and we're making a lot of progress, and we'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They say that by the end of the month, they won't have basic medical.
Sir, is it true that you're in a cult?
All right, so we have been watching the president. Man. Listen, man, that was crazy. So a lot of stuff, but not too much. I mean, they're kind of reiterating a lot of stuff there. I got more of the NOC calls because they were down. That was an average down. There's a few different things happening right there. So we're waiting here. I mean, overall, just even the scope of the market, I'm not liking today. The fact that, I mean, we'll see here towards the end of the day when the Fed comes in. And again, you're going to start seeing every hour that ticks by, you're going to see the rebalancing because of the quad witching. So, but the fact this isn't pumping up the market in any way, shape, or form, I think we're getting volume on here. Yeah, we're at 200 million. It's decent. This is pretty wild, man. This is pretty wild. So we got to see how this plays out. Be careful in terms of just the plays, because we're still at the heightened sense of volatility, but this is still killing everything because this is only a 200-point move down. So this is what the Fed, this is kind of what I'm seeing here, is that what the Fed is doing is the Fed has effectively slowed this down instead of having it keep going at this crazy pace. Oh, Molina, I forgot about them. This is wild, though. Very, very wild. Monday will be very, very interesting. We're gonna see what happens on Monday through all of this, but this is creating a interesting new thing. Not getting options a week ahead and moving the date further. I got Clap having. Yep. That's good. At least you got him out the way. Colt Compound, you'll help fund it. We might have to, but then anybody who comes out will have to stay in quarantine in a separate building for 15 days. So this is wild, man. It's crazy. It's already 10:30. So we got to see. I mean, the end of the day should be action-packed if we start hitting lows here today. I mean, I'm pretty surprised. I mean, I think over this weekend we might get some new news. So again, remember yesterday we got a little bit more news yesterday or the day before that. So every 48 to 72 hours, that's how they're going to be unrolling everything here. So keep that in mind. But man, this is wild. Mortgage rates going up. Yeah, I said that today. The lenders, all the it's the spreads. So what's happening is you have the spreads widen. It's to attract money, So again, like, why is it that your credit, you have bad credit or you just got a credit card, they're going to charge you 18%? It's because you have limited credit history. By offering a high interest, a high yield, you're incentivizing them to give you money. So now with all these lenders, what's happening, even though the rates are low from the bank, the access and liquidity to money in dollars is really, really drying up. So that's why now they're offering 5% because that's the only way you could really fund that. Because if the money's not there, even though they're offering 1% loans or 1.8, if it's so low, but people are still nervous or they can't get the cash and they're not willing to put it out there, then they're going to raise the rates to attract it. That's what's happening with bonds. You see why when TLT reverses, that means the bonds are starting to go up. They're trying to incentive. When bonds go up, the demand gets higher. Higher interest when bonds go up, demand gets lower, but the higher interest should theoretically bring in more demand. Let me give a better example of that. Again, we're mixing a few concepts at hand right now. Let's see. You guys see me on the screen? Yeah. So here, let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's the bonds. Like, take note, like, why is it that, like why does India offer a 6% bond? Where's Russia? Did they take Russia off of here? What? U.S. That's weird. Russia used to be on here. Russia's at, why did they take off Russia? Yeah, Russia's at, 7.7. They used to be a lot higher. That's actually really weird. So, but pretty much the higher the rate, the more, you could tell by that country. Indonesia, Brazil, Mexico, the higher the rate, that's pretty much how the global market views the relative safety of that country. So that's the problem there when rates go higher. So again, picture that into the mortgage sense. So that's why mortgage rates are going up. The money's tightened. What's my highest conviction play? That's all you've spammed in here for about 1 hour, my friend. So my highest conviction play is Playtience. Playtience. IENCE. Yeah, I think so. That's it. It got so quiet. Do you guys hear that? Wait, hold on. Whoa. Bro, why is it so quiet? You guys hear that? Bro, it's so quiet. There's no more construction going on side. There's barely any planes. Ooh, this is kind of creepy. That's kind of weird. I've never had it this quiet. All you guys hear is my echo. Ooh. It's kind of nice. There you go. There's a plane coming in. Thank you for this service. This allows us to work for ourselves. As long as market's open, we could survive. I know, and be smart about that, though. I mean, again, you guys, especially if you're new, I mean, let me give you a heads up for that. If you're just starting out and you're like, wow, like, even if you made a lot of money, somebody sent me a message, they made like 20 racks, and they're like, I started with $500. They're like, I could take care of my family now, and that's beautiful, honestly. But the point that you guys have to be careful of is that you don't run into this thought immediately, oh, I'm going to do this for a living. This is going to be my main source. It will open up the, you have an opportunity to make money while everything's there, but at the same time, don't miss the reality of how fast you can lose money. I mean, I'm down probably 20 grand right now. Let's see. Let's take a look. Tasty, so down 10,000 there. This Robinhood, not down too much. Could be worse. Down, that's only 1,000 or 7,000? I can't even read that. Hold on. I have to switch to the screen. 7,000. Yeah, so it's down 17,000. I mean, again, we were up a lot of money, but what I'm saying is that I think this small account's this one's a better example, because this account, I'm taking a lot more risk on it. And you could even just see, like, a few days ago, I was at 10 grand on it. Like, but I'm not taking profits, and I'm really, really gambling with this small account. So you could see what the money could change really, really fast. So don't get under this notion that you're going to, it may seem more reliable than it is, than it really is, So pretty much it's so that's where you guys got to be very, very careful of. You have to be cautious, okay? That's it. Just be cautious, be smart. It is going to offer an opportunity for you guys to work while you're here. I mean, I wouldn't take this as, here's the best way. It's when you're looking at all this, like, is this an opportunity to do something from home? Yes, but it's not right now. If you don't have minimum 3 months, 6 months experience, then at the end of the day, right now, you don't have the opportunity to make money. You have the opportunity to learn. That's what this is. You have an opportunity now to be able to stay outside every single day and get an education on this and learn how to do it. Because again, I'm even waiting for that next wave, because come 3, 6 months, 12 months from now, if this situation doesn't go in any recovery mode, then yes, now you will have an opportunity to work, but does that not sound like a normal job? I mean, what they tell you to go to college for 4 years, then they tell you to do something and then you get to work. So I'm telling you, just give it like at least 3 to 6 months of learning. So then when the time, this isn't it. I mean, shit, people still have money right now. People still have money. There's still different opportunities. Things have not hit the fan yet, but so that's where I'm saying, be prepared and use this as an opportunity to get educated. A lot of people are skipping to oh wow, this is my new job. Now this is where I'm going to make money. But the point is, I mean, this is what happened to people in 2001, even in 2008. You don't think there was people just like you in 2001, 2008 who thought as things were coming down, they got into the markets, they got really lucky on one play, and then they blew. I know a lot of people like that personally. I have a lot of people in New York, they're multimillionaires, and I have some people who aren't because they made. I know one guy, he made like $7 million during the .com bubble. He just got lucky. He said he got lucky as it popped, and then he ended up losing it, and he said, I'll never touch stocks ever again. He will shy away from them. So that could be, some of you are going to be in that situation. Why do I destroy dreams? Man, what do you mean, baby? I'm showing kids what's possible out here. We don't destroy any dreams. That's it. You want to be an NBA player? Great. I mean, I'm not going to, you want me to coach you to be an NBA player? You're not going to the league fucking in the next month, and you better learn how to hit a free throw because it's called a free throw. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Hit your free throws right now. We just got, like, literally, I'm walking away. I hit a 120 grand free throw. That's it. My time arrived. I was at the line. We were set up. Boom, I hit it. I have that cash now. Everything else, I could take 3-pointers with the other 100 grand. Sure. But I at least hit my free throw. I'm taking that. That's what you guys got to start doing. I don't want any of you guys are new. You're coming in here and you're getting, you just hit a 3-pointer And I'm like, great, you're not going to the NBA just yet. We you know, there's a few other things to work on. If you can hit those 3-pointers, awesome. If you have that ability, great. It will come in at the right moment. But even if you are that good, if you know it's going to be a close game and it's going to go back and forth, let's make sure you're rested and ready to go when it comes in. So, I mean, you guys got to be. I mean, just be careful. I mean, this is another one. If you guys haven't noticed, the philosophy here is really, really changing. We're starting to talk more on markets and just how to handle your account right now. This is purely mindset right now. Like, see, what's that? Even then, that. Oh, okay, I made mine. I thought I left. I'm looking at it through the OBS. But so you guys, I mean, I just want you guys to be safe with this. I mean, I do like. So again, I like the thought of that. That this is where this started from. I like the thought of you guys like, yeah, I could take care of my families. I could do this. I'm sitting at home. Like, I love it. Like, I praise God, man. Like, I'm telling you, the way that some of you have walked away with stuff, it's awesome. But I'm not somebody, if you haven't known, I don't get satisfied with one and done. I mean, if that was the case, I wouldn't have been looking for UUP. I wouldn't have found IWM. I wouldn't have found EEM. I want to keep doing stuff and I want to keep moving forward. However, you have to, I just don't want you guys under a false pretense and trying to just skip the steps too fast. That's it. That's all it is. If you take it slow, you keep it, and you guys get prepared, then you will be good to go, because half of you will get washed out if you're not listening to what I'm saying. And not listening, don't copy the plays. It's not about the trades. This is about mindset and approach. That's all I'm telling you to do. My approach here is that you need endurance right now. So that's the thing. One play does not make endurance. I mean, ask anybody who's watched me trade for the last year. I could tell you a thing about endurance just because I know I'm watching my balances, and you will blow up. You will blow. I've blown up the account. Every single account I'm showing you guys. You guys know that? Take a look. This account was kind of blowing up. It's back up. This account was fully clapped, fully clapped, blown up, and it's back. This account was at 12,000. It was at 100 yesterday. Now it's at 80. So you're going to. But the point is now. That's why I'm saying I see you guys with this opportunity. I don't want you guys to get scarred for life and then take a big loss because you try to make this a living too soon, and then what happened? So be smart. Be very, very smart and take it slow. If you guys want to do this, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do want you guys in the right headspace. Nobody, again, think about it. You just picked up a new job. That's what I'm saying. So, and what this time is, you guys get to be home every day. You don't have to pay your mortgages. I don't know if it's globally mortgages or some people, but they're gonna take care of that stuff. You're gonna have some money coming in. You're not gonna have to go anywhere. Use this time to learn and understand it, because when it really is, there's a multiple game series here. When it comes to Game 7, you guys need to come in and take it. You talk to us like family. I love you guys, man. I really do. And I know some people got a lot of good stuff going on. And then I could sense side eye from a mile away, and I could sense excitement and haste. A plan without what does it say in Proverbs? Knowledge without enthusiasm is a waste. Or enthusiasm without knowledge is a waste. Haste will make mistakes. And that's what it is. Some people are running into an opportunity right now, and you see the opportunity. It's what's that movie? It's like a mirage, essentially. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're in the desert right now. Everybody's in the desert, and now there's a mirage. Don't waste your energy chasing the mirage, because if it's not really there, you just wasted all of your resources, all of your water, all of everything, and now you're still in the desert. That's what I'm trying to say. That's literally that's it. So I'm saying you got to learn this game, and I've seen these mirages before, and I've seen when people come in with excitement, I could sense that shit from a mile away. You don't think? I mean, think about what happens with real estate. I could sense from a mile away. You guys remember like Adidas? You remember when Adidas, with your property? I remember Adidas. Remember, I even called him. He was excited. I said, "Duh, just chill, bro. He was getting emotional. He saw the house. He's like, I want this one. I want to do this one. I'm going to do this one. And I'm like, no, chill. I said, don't do this. He's like, I'm going to do it. There's emotions when it comes to real estate. When people want to buy a house, when people want to buy anything. So you're getting this level of excitement. You know, you're one of the idiots who chase to choose. You're not an idiot. Why do you think I'm you're here? You know, why am I telling you this? I'm telling you, you haven't been exposed to the knowledge. Like, how could you have known better if nobody told you? If you've never been through a desert, if you don't know I am Egyptian, Habibi. I know very, very much about the desert. I will tell you very much how to survive the desert. Any desert will make it to the pyramid. Make sure your camel, you fill up your humps, your lovely humps, you know. Make sure you have water in your humps. I'm just making some of you have a big hump, but the hump will deflate. I want big hump that you have, you know. Keep your big humps full. It's because you need the water and you need your humps when game time is arrive, okay? Ahlan wa sahlan, ازيك habibi. That's it. I love this song. Who sang it? The Black Eyed Peas? It's very good. We have one. My lovely lady, my lovely camel humps. Check it out. I drive these Arabs crazy, sell oil on the daily. Russia really hate me. You know, it's very good. America, they pay me. Woo, woo. It's very good. What is this called? You know this? It's called this is Black Eyed Hummus. It's a very good band in my country. Black Eyed Hummus. Oh man, they tell you very, 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 you know, very culturally relevant track. I love it. You know? So very, you know, protect your hump. That's it. You guys have big hump in desert. Don't make the camel run so fast. Your camel will attack you. You know how many people die in my country? You guys say, oh, it's just a flu. It's just a flu. You know how many camels kill the people every year? Every year, man. I've lost my good friend, Muhammad Akhtar. He was attacked by camel because he made the camel. He said, camel, go. And the camel, very tired. Camel ran out of a hump. Camel turned on Muhammad. Very, very bad. Very, very bad, man. I tell you. Okay? So please, you know, control your hump. That's why I tell you guys this. Yeah, Muhammad Akhtar. It's crazy, man. I can't believe this happened to him. I still remember it. I was there. He didn't listen. I was right next to him. My camel, very relaxed, you know. But even afterwards, you see one camel, it spread to the next camel too. You know, I said I had to put my camel down. I know, it's very, very sad. Okay? So protect your hump. So... does that make the point stick? Do you guys understand what I'm saying now? Okay. You know, shout out to my roommates there to help explain it. But I'm being dead serious though. You guys, you know, we'll lighten the mood a little bit, but just prepare and be smart. But I'm just saying, you know, don't start out with just this idea. Just don't fall for the mirage. Understand that there's a way you are going to make it out. There's a way that you can do good. There's going to be a way that you can make this provide for you. There is a benefit to being able to have this knowledge and ability while, you know, it could essentially be recession proof, but the task is, I don't know about people. Does that make sense? You can make money in markets. You can make money in business. It's all, you know, to a degree, it will always be recession proof. But some of your mentalities may not be recession proof. You know, that's it. And you got to understand, that's why I've been saying, like, with the value of the dollar, everything, it's your water is important right now. You know, it's just like things are important today. If you don't realize how important that's going to be in the future, you got to be very, very careful, or you simply do not understand it just yet. And that's where you need to get educated on. Because it's like if you're in, you know, if you're in the desert and you don't have, you know, you have water, but you don't understand that how long you're going to be in the desert, and you waste that water, that is going to, you know, that's what I'm saying. The water will be helpful in a future time frame. Hold on. Oh, I like AWK. AWK is I'm a big fan. Josh got a problem with the Arabs? What are these men saying? What are you saying? I don't get you. I am Arab, my friend. I am Arab. Shout out all my Arabs, baby. I love everybody. All right, hold on. Bro, this is a wild day. I'm telling you. This is a wild day. The fact that all of this Fed, we have to wait till the end of the day. Bro, it is so quiet. I hate this. It's actually bugging me now. It is so quiet right now. There you go. Now I hear that jet in the background. Thank you. But no, today is going to be a little, this is already weird. I mean, we'll see when the repos come in, but the fact that this is happening is nuts. I mean, the fact that this, if the stimulus was only enough to sustain the movement, you know, that's where the problem is going to occur here. The repos are going to come here later today. They're trying to burn the premium. It's not that. That's a result. So the premium burning is a result. It's a reaction, right? So it's not the cause. The cause they're literally trying to regain market stability. I don't think you guys understand. It's a meltdown. Like, it's just literally go watch the movie Chernobyl. Go watch that HBO series. This is a nuclear reactor melting down because when one thing loses stability, gets too hot or too cold, it's going to set off something else. And then it's like with the cooling stuff with water. They're trying to get everything in sync. That's a great way to talk about it. You know, they're trying to make all of this balance out so that they can, you know, get things normal. A result of that is going to be the premiums, because what was another result? Look at how much money you made on all of the plays. That was a result of the meltdown, you know? So it's the same thing happening here. The same time thing in Palo Alto. They could be good. There's another play I liked. No, I forgot which one. IV is a result, not a cause. Can you turn your output volume up? My volume's all the way, and I'm quiet. I feel like it's loud, right? I don't want to get too loud. I don't have a compressor on. So when I go like really loud, if Elmo comes on, it's going to mess you up, bro. Don't get messed up. I'm loud and it's better. I do want to get a musical. We need to make a coronavirus musical. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. Ford, I don't know. I don't like the Elmo. I don't like the Ford companies. I don't like the car, Ford, anything like that. Look at the world leader for the virus. So let's see if we come down here again. How we end today. Bro, you guys, this is a moment of truth, man. I'm telling you. This is kind of surreal. How if it's going to be weird. If there's no big movement, it'll be harder to interpret. But if there's a big move up or down, we'll know what's going to happen. But if it stays like this into close, I really don't know what's going to happen on Monday. I don't know, because I don't know if it's too early to judge if this is a failure or not. Because, again, right now, as we're talking, with that, this is the first day instituting this primary dealer. They're putting all this money in. This is a credit facility that is supposed to stop. This is supposed to make literally just compare the SPY and the dollar. That's it. And if the dollar doesn't come, and if the dollar doesn't sell off like this, if they can't get the dollar to sell off, and even if that sell off brings it back to here, you're still going to have a problem. And then again, Monday, we're all like, oh, whew, Monday's going to be crazy. Oh, you guys better not miss Monday. Or anybody, you guys have work or anything? Or are you guys going to be at school? Or what do you guys? You guys have any plans on Monday? Maybe if there's a chance you don't have plans on Monday, I should see you there. It's gonna get pretty crazy. I work. Office closed. Well, there you go. Then I'll see you all on Mo. Look at chat activated. They're like, yep, Josh was waiting. This is my time. All the lurkers out there. They're like, I have an answer to this one. All right. Let's go, baby. I could work from the trap, baby. Let's go. So this is the thing. I have a theory. I kind of want to do it. I flipped the coin on it yesterday after hours, and it said I could do it. I want to grab a big dividend stock. I want to take out of that 80,000 in profit. I want to buy like 20,000 in dividend and then 10,000 in growth. But I'm what's it called? Because that's my deflation theory. Because if there's a company that historically hasn't missed a dividend, the idea would be even in a even in a deflationary environment, as long as it's paying dividends, that amount of money would still actually be enough it'll be solid income for most. You can't stimulate a closed. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, literally, this is what people are tripping. I mean, we're literally switching. This is the cost of switching to a government. I mean, bro, like overnight, we low key just turned into Cuba. You just switched off. You just switched everything into now where you're literally paying people to not work. There's zero production. I mean, not zero. There still is, and that's what I'm saying too. Though, don't underestimate the ability for a recovery, because the minute we could get to a new normal and normalize, that's it. Because once they start getting supply lines in there, you're pretty much just operating on 60% or 40% capacity. I think that's pretty much what it's going to be on. Buy banks now. We'll see. NCLH talks of fraud. Someone check a source on that. Thanks for answer. Free 99. Don't forget to like. Oh, yeah. I haven't even brainwashed you guys today, huh? I don't think you guys have been effectively brainwashed today. Have you guys been effectively brainwashed? I don't think you guys have been effectively brainwashed today. It's kind of surprising. So hold on. Let me get it up for you. There you go. Let's pull that up. See, it's playing an ad on my own video. That's wild. But make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. If you're on mobile, press hide chat, X at the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you guys are subscribed with the bell. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Check out all the tutorials in the description. You want me and my mom to pray for you? We got a prayer request wall because we love y'all. Read the rules. Keep it positive and respectful. The dislikes, sorry, we had to ban a lot of people. This is usually the ratio of people unbanned to banned. So we're sorry we had to ban you, but you probably said something just very hateful towards the country or towards, just very critical of people who in a time of crisis are trying their best. So I don't care if you said anything about Democrats, Republicans, you got banned. I mean, it's nothing personal. I mean, if you guys you could keep your private thoughts to yourself. When it comes to some of that, it's simple as that. I don't know if you guys don't like America. I mean, it's just something you should be critical of people, and that's how the system was designed. But I mean, right place, right time, or you could be more critical in a positive way. It's one thing to just talk negatively about people, but it's another thing to offer a solution to a problem and to organize people and to help people do something. Yeah, it is freedom of speech, but I mean, again. Exercise that freedom. You have the freedom to, if you don't like this country or the people in charge, regardless of their political affiliation, I mean, you could do what you want, but sadly now you can't really take a flight anywhere. So you're kind of stuck here. That's it. This is a cult, though. We're not a democracy here. I like freedom of speech. I like all of that, but at the same, I don't know, man. It kind of makes me sad when I see people talk all this anti-American shit. It's just like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, you guys don't, I don't know. Like, am I a weirdo? Do I really just love America that much? Where I just like, I'm like, damn, like, we have a great country. We have a great people. The people serving it. It's like, if I didn't like it that much, like, I don't know. Like, I would never just be on the internet talking about, like, I don't know. It's just crazy. We have a lot of, I mean, I know a lot of military people. I know what they do. I know my history. So it's just like, I don't know. Like, even then, even like Como, I'm not from New York. I'm not, you know, I Democrat, Republican. I'm very neutral with it, but I don't care who it is. I mean, you know, these people are going through such crazy shit right now. I'm surprised at the lack of awareness by a lot of people. You know, I'm literally like flabbergasted. Because it's just like, you know, there's a definite way we could be going about this. I'm not saying, you know, or do things make sense? No. Is everything going to make sense? No. Like, is everything going to be done the right way? No. But to get things to do that way, you know, if you come at me with your fist closed, I'm going to come at you with my fist closed. Like, you know, that's just how it is. You know, it's just like, if you really like could even understand the situation, like, everybody does need to work together. It's not helpful to just be negative in any way towards even if you don't like them. It doesn't matter. Like, there's people even on that conference I didn't like on both sides, even on Trump's party and the other party, where I've thought negatively of them. But at the same time, it's just like we need to support people doing their job, especially while they're doing it. Because you know why? I'm not in that position. I'm not qualified to do that. If they fail and they're not there, we all reap the effects. And if they fail, who's going to replace them? You don't know what's going to happen if people are already in a heightened sense of worry, everything. I mean, you know, it's a fucked up rabbit hole. I don't think people are really aware of this situation. It's not one for panic, and at the same time, it's not one that you should aggravate at this moment. That's literally what it is. It's just aggravation. It just makes something that's not good. Yeah, I'm critical of the government. People are doing the things they could do it better. Of course they can, but at the same time, that just aggravates the situation and makes it worse. Bro, this is crazy. I have time to rant. Like, dude, this is what I'm saying. This is supposed to be one of the most important days. I have time to rant about this, and you're telling me this shit hasn't even moved. This is bro, I'm telling, something's going on behind the scenes right now. I think Sunday could be another Lehman Sunday moment. They're going to be in and out of meetings. They're going to try to figure it out and see what we're going to do. I think we could do a quick 11 at 11. I could kind of be down for that. Let me see. Let me go to the bathroom and let me think about it. I got to see. I got to see how it is, because I don't know what's going to happen here today, and I do want to see. I want to be ready to react to it. You see, and that's why if I get on the phone, it's just like yesterday. Like, I don't know, like some of you guys, I don't get what you guys like. If I'm talking to someone, I'm going to talk to them. I'm going to listen to them. I don't, you know, that's why I either get on the phone or I don't. So that's why I want to make sure I give it my all if I call somebody and we're able to really, you know, hear them out. So let me think about it. Let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up on the video. We love you all. Be safe. And I'll BRB. BRB. Hi. I'm back. You guys miss me? So, I don't think we're going to do the 11 at 11. I want to, but it just doesn't. I'm not feeling it right now. I'm feeling it, but I'm not. What do you think the catalyst will be to turn the market around? Will be people getting back to work, a cure for the virus? It'll be operation with minimal capacity, meaning that once the market realizes, or if it's proven, if they're able to see through the numbers, you're going to get a correction and rebalance as people are pricing in different future expectations. But as they start to see, okay, we still do have activity, we still do have some time here, that is, that's what it's going to be. So that could bring it around. And policy, that's it. So what the problem is, the fiscal policy will not, and monetary policy will not work as well if there's no movement in the overall economy. So once things do get back to normal, the infrastructure, like the policy, and that's why I said for some of you, especially if you're young, I mean, if you're 18 now, if you are smart and you're aware of what I'm saying in these this is how I got rich. I mean, that's it. Like literally, this is what I was 18 years old at the bottom pretty much. And, I was smart enough to get into real estate. I was already holding stocks since 14. I bought even more then after I flipped, took some money. That was so in the next, 10 years, that's being very, very conservative. I'm just giving a wide range, but you'll be straight because you have a real good opportunity to do something, so that's the biggest difference I would say. So, but it's just the policy at the end of the day, the policy is very, very favorable. However, the environment is not, the current climate is not suitable. That's the problem, you see? So the current, well, what about 28? Well, it's going to be different. 28, you'll be 38, so you'll still be able to get immensely, profitable. But the key, I'm saying that for the guys who are, how was I able to build such a success at such a young age? I had right environment and right policy at the same time, and I was just involved. That's it. So same thing if you're 28, 38, 48, it doesn't matter. But the guys who are 18, they'll be sub 30, and they could parlay it into they'll be multimillionaires by 30 if they with this type of policy. Again, they're handing money out. They're making it accessible. They're lowering taxes. They're gonna make it easier they're gonna strip all of the real estate requirements. So, but again, now if nobody's doing business, the environment is not there. So that's the problem. Hold on, I got a message. Dude, it's so quiet. I hate this. Bro, I feel awkward now streaming because now when I'm talking, usually like there's noises in the background and stuff like that. It feels like I'm like, but now when I just stop talking, it just gets so quiet here. I'm just like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Dude, this is creepy, bro. Bro, there's like, bro, this is wild. You guys should see outside. I don't have I need to plug in the camera. I can show you outside my window. Bro, it's dead out here. It's like dead. 10-year bond back below 1. Let's see. Then TLT starts going up. That's why TLT is really back up a lot. No line around Costco. Oof. Play a little five. You want to do 5 Finger of Death? Should we do a freestyle? Freestyle Fridays? Hold on, what's this? Hold on, I'm reading a message. Dude, this is so awkward. Where does Josh live? In a pineapple under the sea. That's why he made this stream, to change people's lives forever. Amen. Amen. I think all of our lives have changed forever already. This is already crazy. You can hear me breathe. Well, dude, you guys realize, think about, understand. This is why. Do you guys see the dealer effect in play right now? Literally, do you guys see what's going on? We went from 5%, 3, 5, 3, 5, 9, 3, 5, 10, 9, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 3, 10, 9 to 0.5%. To 0.5%. It's not even moving. This is crazy. I really hope you guys. That's why today's a really big day. Should you deposit $500 to play with now? Well, how about this? For every dollar you want to deposit, go watch one of the videos on the main channel. Okay? So if you want to deposit $500, go watch 500 videos and you'll be ready. So the minute you finish 500 videos, go ahead, throw that money in the account. I'm sure you'll find at least 3 to 5 mistakes to avoid, and then that way it'll probably be worth more than how much you'll lose off of one bad trade. It's very, very simple. You want to throw in $1,000? Go watch 1,000 videos. We have 1,000 videos right there for you. That's it. If you literally watch those videos, you're gonna learn one little thing here. Yeah, okay, this guy talks a lot. Get to it. I want to make money. No. Don't just watch the videos to find out what to avoid. And then you'll be like, oh, okay, I learned that one. Oh, I learned that one. Oh, okay. Got it. It'll take you, 20 minutes of video? That's not even, man. Is just wait for the TLT flight. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm saying. Just wait. That's what I'm doing now. I'm still in some of the other plays from last week, so I'm still playing them out. We've opened a few new ones. The biggest trade we made recently was UUP and then GLD, and then I did some hedges there, but I put 3,000-4,000 in calls, but then I have 10,000-15,000 in kind of neutral hedge positions, and then I've already cashed out a good majority of everything. So we just got to ride it, baby. We're working on a beginner's playlist. Let's go. TLT, not yet. Am I still holding? Yes, I am. I'm holding IWM. Robinhood is like, why did this guy make $1,001 deposits? He's like, what do you mean? I just watched one of the trading fraternity videos. That's it. People go to work. People go to school for 4 years before they go to work. You can spend a couple of hours educating yourself. I agree. And, back to that little rant I had earlier with, again, you guys have money. You made money on this, or you're starting out and you're like, yeah, I watched The Big Short. This is my time. I don't know anything about this. Again, you're new. You have to realize there's people who've been doing this for a really long time. At the end of the day, the people in 3 to 6 months who are not, using, just basic risk management and controlling the budgets and are getting more greedy and trying to speculate. Honestly, think about it. You don't think there's a high risk? You guys are speculating and betting on the stock market and U.S. economy failing. You will get taxed, my friends. You will get taxed. That's why it's like the people who go about that inexperiencely with that hubris. What's going to happen? You're there to provide liquidity for the next 3 to 6 months. If you don't realize that yet, some of you guys are going to be the sacrificial liquidity lambs. You walk out, you hit one of these trades, made 50, 100 grand. You're going to put it right back into the market. And that's what I'm even worried I will do that myself. That's why I'm trying to take it slow here. Nobody gonna buy. Disney's gonna buy out everything. 897 infected, 11 dead. It's not just don't dance, you see? You guys think about that. That phrase that happened. This is what I'm saying. This is the problem. Bro, this is the problem. This is the reason why people won't stay inside. This is why people are sticking to whatever beliefs they have about everything. Go that scene in The Big Short. They started, when he said just don't fucking dance? They said that literally after they were balls deep into the game and they had a real confirmation. They actually knew. So they were dancing once they figured it out. What's the difference here? We haven't figured anything out. So what is there to really dance? Like, it's not. So if you're saying just don't dance. Oh, I just got to not dance. That's assuming you're 10 steps ahead of everybody and that you know everything that's happening. It's just a false assumption because nobody does. So at that point, you're really, you should focus that it's really out of context. That's what I'm saying. Some people are sitting here like, yeah, okay. Or even if you're doing good, you're like, all right, just don't dance. No, get more, get more understanding of this. You're dancing, but into a depression. But the false assumption is that you will be safe or that you're ahead of the game when nobody. That's why there's a mad scramble right now. Because everybody it's a free for all. Nobody really knows. That's why your best minds versus your dumbest minds are all in the same place right now, and nobody knows. But let's be honest, we're going to tank in the next. You don't know that. It's possible. Anything is possible right now, literally. Even the probabilities of the Lord Jesus coming back have increased for many. The possibility that, anything is possible right now. That's it. You are just in a new era, and anything is possible. Like, we're coming down right now. In 2-3 weeks, we changed everything. Isn't saying anything, right? Don't get me wrong. No, because it's not. Because the answer you're looking for is yes, it's going to drop a lot in the next week. But this is just like Fauci and those questions. It's just like, sure, that's possible, but there's a difference between what it could happen, what could potentially happen, and then just data and what is backed up by what's going on. You just have just as much reason to come down. There's a billion reasons that the market could really, really drop. Yeah, we're coming. It's coming up. It's picking up a little bit here. EU Commission says 2020 recession may be comparable to 2009. But at the end of the day here, there has to be there's data behind it. There's 1 trillion reasons why the market could go down, but they also pumped 1 trillion more reasons why it could go back up, or at least stabilize, or again, it could go down. This is what I'm saying. You're gonna say it's gonna go down in the next few weeks? Maybe. What if it goes up, comes down, goes up, comes down, comes up, and then slowly stair steps like we saw October? It could really do that. Yeah, the virus spreading. We're gonna see the worst. I think you said in that quote. We are at the first. Oh, the virus. Yes, I mean the virus is gonna last till It's gonna last until there's a vaccine. It's gonna go back and forth. But I'm talking financial markets here, and I'm saying the stock market doesn't have to necessarily react. I would watch the currencies, but anything could happen. But that's why I have given an answer. I've given an answer, and the whole world is following that answer. If you quote unquote smart money. It is, if you don't know what's going to happen, you don't know what anything is possible, you go to the number one safe haven in the world, and that's the dollar. It's not gold. It's not anything, as you could clearly see. People are rushing to hold cash. That's what it is. Have cash, but be ready to strike at opportunity. Because if you know many people were thinking all this negative stuff in 2008, 2009, and then even as it started to bounce right in front of their face, they couldn't accept. They were bearish for 15 more years. When it just, we are at a different scenario though. Yeah, UNH is really plummeting. Let's see, what are we up on that? The UNHs are down. UNHs came back up, but they're still not as much as they used to be. Again, the fact is this is a more controlled drop. Yeah, oil's dropping now. So there's oil. China's outpacing the sell-off. Watch the Chinese currency. If you had 500 now, would you do a long-term TLT call and then chill? That's what I'm doing. That's why I just like, you guys really don't hear me, huh? Like, I know some of you do, but some people, like, I just, no, this plays wait for a little bit on the TLT. When TLT is good, I don't follow anything I do. I don't give recommendations. If you really want to understanding of how I feel, I know I talk a lot, my friends. I know I do. And you're like, you're confusing. You say this, you say that, yabba dabba do that. I put my money where my mouth is. That's it. That's why I don't like opinions. I don't like it when people talk a lot, because if you feel some way, fucking put your money there. That's how we work. That's it. It's very, very simple. You know, I put my money, I believe in Jesus. I'll put my money where my mouth is. I talk about Jesus. I believe in God. I keep talking God. I could tell they don't like that. Oh, hell no. What the fuck was this? Oh, dude, I got mad goosebumps, yo. Ooh, that's scary. All right, let me finish that. Put your money where your mouth... Bro, this is creepy. Oh, dude, I just got some creepy shit sent to me. It was on my... Bro, I got a message on one of my other phones, and it says just unknown. It literally just says unknown, and then it says message not found, but it's a text message. How sketchy is that? And last time, and it's showing a history in my phone log, last time they sent me that was October 17th, 2015. What? Hold on. I can't call it. I thought that was only in movies, bro. Where you get a message and like a text message and it just says unknown. Nobody could send you an unknown. No one could send you an unknown text message. There's no number attached to it. All right, we're here. We're at the bottom. Hold on. The Lord is texting me. Nah. Here's one way. Biblioteca. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oil's getting wrecked right now. My girl's a hater. She looked this cult up and thinks some crazy shit. Well, you should respect your loved ones and just be smart with finances. And that's it. People could have their opinion on it, but respect your family, the people close to you. It's very, very simple. Justin from CDC, do not respond to calls or texts from unknown numbers. No, FCC. All right, we're coming back down here. Tell me to become a member and I will. Be positive and respectful. How about that? Does that work? Be a better person, Godspeed. Amen, baby. You inspire me too. We all inspire each other. The credit facility already kicked in. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here, baby. UK, so CNBC just updated their... Whoa, is that a gap down? Yo, we low-key just gapped down a little bit. All right, we're coming back down here. Get ready. It could start to pick up here. Bro, this is a wild day. You're going to see more contracts next week, but... I think they're widening the spreads here. I don't know if I'm going to take anything else besides those NOCs. I want to see if we get I don't know if we do any put plays. Yeah, Monday's going to be crazy. All right, we're selling off here. Market hitting new lows. We're down 464, so it could start to escalate from here. You might start to see premiums come back a little bit. Welcome, Troy. Right. The member link. I don't know where I have to get that here. Watch this out. Yeah, gonna give me a second for the member link. Hold on. So it's gonna start getting important here because this is only 2.3%. If it falls below here, then it'll I said even on the stream alert, this is semi-important. It's too quiet, bro. It's really, really weird. Coming down now, 474. Yeah, oil is coming down. 22. If we run, dude, that's crazy. That means, so you guys got to put this into perspective. The Fed isn't helping with this then, but then also now the, what's it called? That means the oil situation is still getting worse. That's demand and everything. So we still got the USOs. What are those at? America's doomed. Yeah, my name is Jason Smith, the most American name ever. And I like to talk bad about America. It's so crazy, and I love it from the freedom of my own American home. I like to talk about that. That's crazy. Man. Listen to that 11 at 11. Remember that being me 8 months ago? Time flies. And there could be one. That's what we have to watch out for. It's coming down, but we're still not. Once we get past like 3%, 3.5%, then the market is going to start getting a little bit more. Then the volatility should pick up. Oh, damn. I haven't even real. Oh, shit. It's been on the screen. I didn't realize. Bro, UUP is doing it again. Coming down here. Hold on. Is oil in the way? Because, well, no, that's part of it. So they're both dumping, but the big issue with oil is demand. It's demand, and then you slap that on top of what the supply that the Saudis and Russia, that's what's awful. Josh, how old is your youngest viewer? My son is 11. He even got caught watching your stream at school on his phone. What? Liar. Oh, my God. I think he would be the young. I don't think we've had anybody 1 year above 10. I think the youngest has been like 14, but that's crazy, man. So, hey, if he understands this stuff at 11 years old, you got to hook him up, bro. You got to put him on and make sure he does it. Because a lot of the younger people I've seen, they didn't really understand it too much, and they were really kind of brainwashed from like media and trading and how they thought that it should be. But the next one is, when I started, it took me a while to understand stuff, and my parents, they didn't understand this at all. So I'm 14. That's when I started. But that's crazy. Yo, man, keep him in the game. Keep him in the game and really, really show him. I don't understand it all, but he's learning. Yeah, well, I mean, get him there. Shoot me an email. That's really cool. Shoot me an email, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll see what we could get set up for the younger guys, because that's really, really cool. Oh, you're 9? Are you really 9? I'm going to ban you because you shouldn't be here if you're 9 years old. See, his parents were with him. So anybody else with the unfunny, I'm 10, I'm 9. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe if I tell him I'm 10, everybody will laugh. Because like, how funny would it be if a 6-year-old was, typing. Oh, CJ, you've been here for a while. You got clapped. God bless you. I expect better. If you've been here for a long amount of time, I expect better from you. Oh, I'm 2. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah. Yeah. They think I made everybody laugh. Yeah. Yeah. This joke is so funny. I love it. I'm 9, but I'm not a dog. I'm a human. I'm so funny. Yeah. I've been practicing my humor in quarantine. You get it? No, you don't. I'm 420. Spy's coming down here. Wait for 3%. Bro, this is wild. Bro, I can't believe 3M's getting clapped like that. Yeah, we're making back all the losses, though. We haven't had a up Monday in a while. And then remember, Monday's going to be the trading system. Monday is going to be crazy. I'm telling you, I'm going to make some crazy day trades on Monday just to test it out. So be careful. I know you guys, because again, some of you got to learn. Some of you guys saw. Remember, you guys see, I was expecting upside today. I bought some calls. And, we're down on them. But I put myself in a win-win, so I'm still losing. But now as I'm losing on those calls, and now it keeps coming down, the puts are balancing it out now. So, and then again, all the calls we got have time. So hopefully you guys understand that. Could there be a flash crash? Potentially. It's not flash crash. It's just going to be wild it's going to be insane at the mornings and close. When is the news things? I don't know. I think they pushed it back I think it might be in effect. I don't know. Your puts aren't balancing out. You got to give it time because it's not balancing out, because that's why I said wait till it moves above 3%. Once you start kicking into 3%, they're going to start widening the spreads. Volatility comes back. They're gonna widen everything. But that's what happens. This is called being locked in the house. It's like getting your plays are getting quarantined right now. If you get stuck in the house, that's when now you're in that weird spot between the market stops moving. You have two far out of the money calls and puts. As long as it doesn't start pushing out to one of those doors, you're gonna get stuck in the house and you have to pay. That's what you're doing. We're essentially making these bets, and I'm swing trading them with time. I'm paying. I'm pretty much saying, I'm paying, you lose money every day it stays in the house, is essentially until it starts pushing to one direction. Then you're going to start making money. So that's the problem here. But that's why, you have to balance it, and then that's understanding the risk that you're taking here. My SPY calls, I had old SPY calls, but the biggest plays I got was the Apple Maze and then the NOC and LMT for January. We're coming down here again. New lows, 2.5 on the SPY and on the Dow. Russell is not down as much. And then we're approaching 70 on the VIX, which is insane. Oil still getting clapped. Oil, I mean, be careful. Once oil gets to that, did we hit $20 yesterday? 20.52 is wild, bro. Absolutely wild. Bro, this shit's not working, man. What time is it? 11:30. We need that 12:30 rip. We still have a decent amount of time here. But this is bad. So far, I'm not liking this now because now we're down 560. Once we hit down 3% and we get in that volatility range, the Fed is failing right now. SEC files complaint against Feinstein? Damn. It's not, even if it wasn't supposed to rise, like I said, remember I said this about an hour ago, as long as it doesn't, it's harder to determine if it didn't do anything, but if it went up big or went down big, that would give you a clear answer. So if it keeps dropping, this isn't going to be good. They have a Google website for all schools. School districts are shutting down. Online, there's limited talk school. Oh, wow. The oil is stuck. The barrel cost. Dude, they're talking negative oil. I can't believe that was even serious because the cost to store it could essentially be cost more than what's available. So they'll pay you to take it because it'll be cheaper for them for you to buy it, for them to pay you to take it than to store the oil. Yeah, it's possible, 100%. That's only once you reach max capacity, though. That's what they're doing now. They're trying to sell all this stuff, then they're going to pump it, but they'll hold it because a lot of companies and countries will hold barrels that they don't even need. But it's wild. It's not a negative, bro. This is deflation. I'm telling you, like this is. I don't want this to happen, bro. If this, I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen. Because if this keeps doing what it's, let's say if it continued at this pace and things just kept going shitty like this, and then you get these deflationary aspects, you're going to live in a fucked up world that you have not seen for a little bit. It'll happen. It'll stay there for like 3 months, maybe. Where it's just like, what the hell is happening? Because this is crazy. We'll see. We'll talk about that when oil goes to $10. Till then, we're chill. Well, mandatory in-house, does it make sense why oil prices would be so low? No one's using oil. I mean, no cars, trucks, less trains, less oil being shipped. It's a pretty nutty concept. CMG still holding? What do you think? Give me a guess. Really fear-mongering. I know, I'm telling you. Just, be careful. Because it's not like I'm talking about literally deflation, commodities, the price of oil, and talking about economic effects and the effect of value. You're fearful because you're scared. If you're smart, you understand this is an economics lesson. It's very, very simple. I'm holding more in stocks than anything right now. If I was true, like I've said, if you want to know how I feel about something, I will put my money where my mouth is every single time. said cash was more important, though. Yes, I said cash is important. I mean, who cares what I say? Stop listening to what do I say? What do I do? I'm holding cash. I'm still holding other plays. I'm still open to taking certain risks. That's what I do. That's what I'm comfortable with. I believe the dollar could get strong. I put $6,000 on calls. I believe there was an issue with bonds. I put thousands of dollars on bonds. I mean, that's pretty much it. This is hard to make sense of. Push and pull factors aren't coming. Yes, exactly. That's why. That's why we could even explore some of the most wildest theories, because now some things that should be wild theories are just in the realm of possibility now, because the normal, this is a truly one-off, unique economic event that any of the economics I've studied in my life, there's no real comparison to this. And even then, even if you want to look back at the 1918 plague, we didn't have solid economic data recorded like we do today. We a lot of it is extrapolation and whatever else we had from the time. So it's pretty wild to think about. No cap, because of you, I could talk about stuff I never knew about and have conversations. I really appreciate you spreading knowledge. Hey, man, I love you, bro. Before, Mustafa would just talk about some weird shit. He'd be like, you see that top page on World Star Hip Hop? No, I don't check World Star Hip Hop like that, Mustafa. Oh, well, I thought you'd like it. You should check it out. It's funny. You didn't see the banana bear fighting the rubber chicken? It's crazy. It's crazy. What? Now he's like, oh, did you know the value of the dollar with deflation? It's amazing to see what's happening with the liquidation of bonds and even gold and in this major cash grab and liquidity crisis. Are you familiar with the Fed primary dealer facility? Oh, yeah, it's crazy. They used that in 08 and 09 and what it has led to. I mean, it's truly phenomenal. We're watching that right now. Yeah, there is talks of a massive liquidity crunch. People, have you heard of a Citadel? Yeah. Some people are talking about that. It's crazy there. So, I'm really positioning. I was attracted towards bonds, but we're going to see what the Federal Reserve has to do in the interest rates. And no, did you know there's emergency rate cuts? Crazy. Yeah. That's stuff they won't tell you on World Star Hip Hop. Definitely. I see you, Mustafa. Proud of you. Proud of you. That is what education does to you. It is a common side effect. A common side of education, you will have more than the basic to talk about. You will know some things. Very, very common side effect. So, quarantine yourself if that's the case, because people might think you're sick and crazy. They will think commonly. They'll say it's fear-mongering. I have to talk about this shit people say about me. Nah. I mean, bro, listen, man. All that matters, TOT, all these other plays, we've done a lot, but only person I care who says anything about me is the Lord Jesus Christ, my friend. See, a lot of people, it's not like Tupac, only God could judge me, but actually though, when it comes down to it, I only look to one person. I'm like, you cool with this? Was this good? Did I, all I need to hear is job well done, servant. That's all I'm looking for. That's it. So simple as that. You say, hell, Satan. See, that's who you have to answer. That's what sucks. Because you go talk to him and you know what he's going to say? He's going to say, nah, you suck. He's going to say, nah, you're not doing it good. He's going to say, nah, you guilty. He's not a good person to consult with. All I consult with is God, baby. That's it. So if the good book said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, I'm straight. People would say anything. People have different thoughts, opinions. I know what I've done for myself. I know what I've done for people. And at the same time, too, even if people don't know, even if I don't know, I very well know that the Lord our God knows, baby. Amen. Amen. It's okay. Yeah, I rebuke all the Satan. You Satan. It's okay. Jesus loves you, man. Jesus still loves you. No matter what. You got Jesus in this stream right now. He's right next to me, man. He's right next to you too. Whether you like it, it's kind of like the coronavirus. You know that? You can't see it. You can't see it, but it's there, baby. You may not believe it, but it's there. And there's a lot of conspiracies about it. They're going to say, oh, it's this. It does this. The people who get infected with Jesus, they act like this. They don't know about this. Okay. Be careful. Just be careful. It's because this is the same thing. I tell you it's real. You tell me it's fake. You tell me you can't see it. I tell you I can't see it. That's all. I mean, that's crazy. Y'all don't feel me though. Oil 1980. No, it's not. Stop lying to me about oil, you guys. That's serious. At those levels, don't lie to me about that. They breathe Jesus and they don't know. Isn't that crazy? You ever been thought about that? Every breath you take, you just get to breathe. Pfft. Look at that. That's entitlement right there. Y'all just think. You're like, you didn't even think about it. It's autonomous. You didn't even think about, oh, yeah, y'all don't feel me, man. People just like attention when they say that. The Satanist attention whores. Like, damn, spot on. Why is oil that important? Because oil is telling you all about, one, the political climate, but now this is actually very, very important because oil represents global demand. Oil is one of the most traded things in the world. It powers like most of the developing world, even China. They use oil to fund, think about transportation systems, trading of goods, all the ships that need it, all the cars that are driving every day on the street. So when oil, the number one traded commodity, energy is responsible for a lot of trade between countries. So when that demand goes away, the price of oil is reflecting actual trade, the price of everything, the price of currencies, price of oils. That is what is giving, it's showing you demand. So that's why if oil's dropping now, one, because of the oversupply of Russia and other people, but then you get the lack of demand. It's showing there's lack of trade, and then this is what causes the dollar problem, because now people think they're crashing the petrodollar. No, it's stopping dollars from moving. A lot of money is stuck right now. That's it. So, but oil is important for that. Oil is not telling you anything. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. No, I firmly 1,000,000% disagree with that because it's balance of trade. Go look at your balance, your current account. That's it. Oil is part of your current account. Every single country does it. That's why the countries right now that primarily deal with oil, they're weakening their currency more because it equates directly to what their main export is. So, no, I mean, I strongly disagree with that. God is so great. He allows him to disrespect him and gives everything he needs. Amen. Amen. We're all blessed. Blessed by the mercy, baby. Yeah, I'm still holding the guild for next week. The ones this week got clapped. Trading economics has a different price. What? What? So I don't know what this is, maybe the actual price versus the future price. Because this is for the May contract. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, that's really weird. Because I remember we ran into that issue yesterday. I was trying to figure that out. Bro, look at these. Dude, oils are just a mess. Oh, I'm going to show you guys here. Let me show you. So look at the ruble. Ruble's weakening. If ruble goes back above 82, that's going to be bad. Hold on. All right. Let's see. So yeah, the ruble above 82, and again, that has to do with oil. I'm gonna show you. You guys want to see my secret currency? I have a secret currency. This is, I mean, I have a whole lesson. This has to do with, we haven't seen anybody float their currency. That's how you know it's bad. So that could happen this week. So pay attention to that key word. If you hear any country, quote unquote, floats their currency, just post it on the watch list or come tell me. Okay? That's the first one. But USD. Aha. Here is the secret currency. Damn, bro. They won't even give me look at, they don't even have good data on it. Yep. This is the Nigerian naira. See, isn't that weird? Nah, the naira. The Nigerian currency. I love it. When this thing weakens, once they float this, that is going to be the next pinnacle. Once you guys see how it's pinned, take a look at this. You see how it's pinned? Whenever this gets unpinned and moves up, oh, it's going to be, oh, hold on. It's going to be wild. And then again, what does that have to do with? It has to do with, oh, Leslie G. Davis, it didn't come through, but I see you. Wait, is it starting to go? Yeah. See, it's starting to move up. Once they let go of this, that's it. Yeah, we're hitting new lows. CME Ronin Capital unable to meet capital requirements. Hold on. That's a rumor right now, but that would confirm what we saw. Check Ronin's market staking there. We're coming down on red. I don't know if that's part of the news. They said it on CNBC. Nah, you guys, it's not them. I mean, it's going to be them, but you have to think about, hold on. They're going to be, what's it called? They're going to be a subsidiary of somebody, or they're pretty much, they're going to be whoever's, this is what, you have to think of the counterparties here. Who is linked to them? There's going to be somebody either linked to them or they're pretty much going to X out Ronin because somebody else. There's a real target here now. It's not just them. Yeah, exactly. Find the creditors, any counterparty involved with them. I'm checking right now. I'm already looking at their FINRA. I'm looking at broker check. I want to see who they're just linked to at all. Yeah, so right now they're linked to Fairway Trading, Zen Holdings, Anzats Holdings, LLC. Yeah, we're coming down here, even taking more. Hold on, I'm trying to check this. We're coming down, new lows. IWM is now selling off. IWM is, remember, they're lagging behind. I'm trying to figure this out. Ronan deals with positions in the VIX. Oh, shit. Sorry. Bro, this is crazy. We're down 3.5. Volatility is going to pick up. Take a look at your contracts. You should have made back half of your losses so far. Because now they're all going to, even your calls will start to go up too, because they're going to just start widening them. They're going to start widening the spreads heavy. Watch the bond market too. $231, what's the volume? 236 million. We're down 700 points. I'm trying to look into that broker dealer right now. Yeah, bro, we still keep coming down here. Hold on. It's starting to, this is bad. This is going to be awful even coming into Monday now. Shit. Bro, what? Holy crap. Bro, they're 15 billion. Bro, no, they're way bigger than that, cuz I'm looking at their 2014 filing. Holy shit. So I'm looking into the news. So right now the market's going down, but this is what has been causing a lot of the moves even with TLT. So what I'm looking for is this company that went belly up there. It was one of the it was a market maker essentially, or somebody. It was a big liquidity firm, or it was a big private man. I need to take it. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out who they are, what their connection was, because it will set up an auxiliary play to that. Again, it's not that once you find one, and once that comes out, somebody else is next, or somebody else is pretty much. It's just like the virus. Give it two weeks to 2 months. Somebody got hit. They're big. No, they had 15 billion. I want to know who leveraged them. I want to know who gave them the credit. We need to find out exactly where they're connected to. But even then, now if they are at 15, some money left from the market though. Nah, Lehman Bros was massive. This is 15 billion's big, but they're small fry compared. We're coming down even more. It's kind of holding. Watch out here. Why are option premiums so high? Because people are worried. You don't know what's going to happen, especially as the market's moving big now. They're going to charge a lot. Nobody wants to offer a right to buy or sell when you really don't know how today's going to even end up, especially when it's moving like this. All right, it's coming down again. Watch out for this. I'm still going through a few things right now. No, there's nothing on these guys. Mexican banks cut rates by 0.5%. That's not good. All right, we're coming back down here even more. Yeah, Ronan. That's what I'm saying. Ronan, bro. Ronan's it's a scapegoat. It's either they're not the real problem. They're just the first to go. That's what I'm saying. Once one of them hits like that, that's why I'm like, you want to know why they got. Again, all you have to do is just keep asking why right now. I'm confused. So am I, baby. So am I. I'm trying to figure this out right now. The market's dropping down now. I'm trying to see the banks right now. No, I'm not finding anything on that. Someone see if you could get any information on Zen Holdings or anything of that. No, I see Zena. Oh, what's that? All right. The markets are tripping. Even the brokerages here. Hold on. Hold on, we're coming down there. Watch oil. I need to get the thing on oil too. No, I haven't got that fixed. We're in the bounce mode. Watch oil. Literally just watch the yuan right here. This I think, will be our breakout indicator. Okay. It's coming down now again. Well, shit. That filled me. That filled me suspiciously quick. All right, I did a play on something. I'm still looking at what's going on here, but I'm making an assumption. Hold on, let me see. That's weird. It's expensive. It's an expensive play. Wide premiums. Don't play it. I mean, I'm just waiting here. What did I even get filled at? Wait, nothing's loading for me. That's really weird. Everything's connected to Delaware corporations. It's just so at least the Fed is keeping it here, but I can't believe it's still holding it down right there. Okay, so this trade is crazy. Do not trade this. It's a big amount, so hopefully you guys don't have enough to do this or it makes sense on the risk management. But, well, what? Wait, my thing just tripped out. My Tasty just tripped out. Hold on, but I got a BLK October 20th or October 210 put at 1650. Do not trade that. Hold on. Bro, what just happened to my Tasty? Is anybody's Tastyworks tripping out? Bro, my Tasty is just tripping out right now. Bro, it's saying I'm down 40. It just took 40 grand from me. It's saying I'm down on all of these plays. My whole thing just reset. Right after I took the BLK trade. That's weird. No, I wasn't. That's wild. No, I just re-logged in. It's doing the same thing. I just logged out and logged. There it is. Okay, I was like, what? So that was tripping me out. I was like, I was like, what just happened? I guess you're not supposed to play the BOK. So remember, try to snake the chain if you can find anything else in here. This is an expensive one, but you can see it's still, this one, that plays within one standard deviation. You're just paying a pretty big break even. That play was expensive. Don't trade that. Yeah, no, that freaked me out because I literally, right when I played BOK, that shit happens. I was like, you're kidding me. They're expensive, but if you believe that worth it, go with what you believe. I also believe that Jesus is king, that there's an invisible man in the sky, and that you should pray to him every day and worship him. And I believe that you should love your neighbor as you love yourself. So unless you believe that as well too, and you believe that Elmo is a suitable professional voice to talk in, then there you go. Thou shalt not trade this. Hey, man, it's not. I mean, watch the low ticker. There's nothing on the high ticker, but it's not coming down. Okay, now we're breaking a low. No, the play is 1,700, not 17,000. And we're coming down pretty big now. But why did I make the BOK play? I'm assuming because BOK was the only bank down besides Goldman was the most, but they're the only bank down right now, and BlackRock is pretty much connected to a lot of different people. So if BlackRock is connected, that is usually, I mean, I'm making a pure assumption on that, and then there's nothing cheap. There wasn't nothing. All the other plays were so far out the money, and they were so expensive. Those plays were dog shit. That's why I had to pay a premium to get closer to the money. But I'm playing that play strictly off of an assumption. I'm not even. I'm just trying to connect the dot here, and that's really speculative. Yeah, Blizzard. But if BlackRock, I mean, we'll see. The government will never let that happen. Yes, but they won't let it happen till after it happens. Example in point, Boeing. We didn't expect that with Boeing, but they let it happen. Once it gets in the gutter, then you could talk bailout. No, this is great. We're coming down again. What then shall we say in response to these things? If God is for us, who could be against us? Amen. Can I get an amen, chat? Amen, baby. So SPY's coming down now. It's actually selling off. Hey, man. Hey, man. Hey, man. Okay, we're coming down now. 230. Have we even been this low? Yo, you guys, we're approaching that low, the low of 228. This is going to get back to the ugly level, and we're only down 3.8 now this time. Oh. I sneezed right into the microphone. Oh, whoa, whoa. Low taker really picking up. So they're at least pinning the dollar. I think this has to do with the Ronin Capital thing, if anything, because the dollar's not. I mean, because then we'll see an effect on the dollar after. We need to know more about that whole thing. Now we have the name. We need to just see what's happening. What did the VIX go to? These went to 4,000. Couldn't pay VIX. Yeah, that's it. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to find the connection with that, because I don't know if they've already auctioned it off. If they do auction it off, what prices that, whatever money they receive, but then I want to know what positions they unwind, because anything they unwind is going to have a huge effect. They're probably going to do it after hours. So it'll be a dark pool, and then you're going to see that come in somewhere. We'll see. But again, they're connected to somebody. That's who I'm really interested in. I'm going to check the premium on Microsoft. You have the dark pool feed. Look at BlackRock, and then look at, obviously, the VIX. Okay, what are these puts pricing? This is like getting in last week. Same price. God, these spreads are ugly. So yeah, these ones aren't worth it. These ones you're paying mad. You see, you're paying mad premium. Even at the height of the drop there, they only doubled up from 50. Because I like Microsoft, but the calls don't look that favorable, or the puts. We're saying 230, 228 is the low. That's the key level. What about Dell? Why Dell? I was just looking at Microsoft, because Microsoft's still up a lot. I'm just seeing how they were, but the premiums weren't too favorable. Again, you're buying them. I mean, maybe, I don't even know. Everything's 1-to-1. You see, so this is why do you guys see why I've been holding a lot of my plays? Because even then, it's just taking you back to last week. You're still holding the same price. You won't go below the low, but those are all still holding up 600 to 1,000%. So that's but the point is, like, so if I wanted to grab into Microsoft right now coming into the weekend, the problem would be, even if I bought this play, I'm going to risk $500 to make $500, even if I went super far out the money. If I bought these ones at 60 cents, what are they going to go to? $1.20? I double up my money, but then I'm still taking, a pretty big risk for the most part. because they have less time on them. See, so you guys like this? You guys are getting to see. This is what the scrolling sounds like. This is usually what I'm doing. I'm going through and I'm checking the option prices, and I'm trying to get a relative value of what's happening here. See, but then it's hard because usually I would keep this screen up for you guys so I could be looking at the general market. That's why. So like, it's making it a little difficulty. But I'm trying to show you guys what I'm doing. But I'm operating really, really slow right now. What day is that? 312. 3/6 was when everything went crazy. Circuit breaker, how much time? Oh, we got 45 minutes. Or 35. Who else was I going to see? Okay, we're bouncing a little bit there. So what I'm doing now specifically, I'm comparing the ones with time and without time. I'm trying to see the relative premium you're paying. And then I'm also looking at relative near the money versus out the money prices. You made the dark pools? Awesome. Let me take a look. A lot of Sanofi on that. Oh, fuck. Spy's getting some gas there. $30 left. Sorry, I'm taking a look at this. Yeah, this last 30 minutes will be important. I go through the chain quick. Well, because I know what I'm looking for, right? I'm comparing the prices here. So that's why I have really bad ADHD. So what am I doing? I'm looking at the plays. I'm looking at the different prices. Something comes up. I have to be checking the market. And then I'm also keeping reference at the other accounts too. And then I'm talking to you. I'm trying to, this is where it seems the problem is coming from. I'm trying to see the longer term dated I'm using Microsoft as an example because I'm trying to compare them to a few other players. There you okay, see, I don't know. This one, they're coming down. The longer dated contracts are saying, because again, even after that BOK, it showed me something. I need a wingman. I got one, and his name's Jesus from Nazareth. My guy. I don't know. I wish down the bed. The spreads are so wide too. Yeah, compare with value stocks. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so tech puts, and again, I'm looking at the distinction between the near the money long terms, and I'm comparing them to even the shorter. I'm trying to get an idea of price right here. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to see now, because again, as we come into this quad witching, this expiration, and then these moves and all the news right now, I'm trying to see if there's that regime shift I was talking about. Apple's dropping. Oh, these got clapped. That's weird. I mean, I get, bro, the contracts are really off right now. That's why it's hard to be able to determine what's going to be a good one. UTX is dropping. Didn't they just have some news right there? Oh, UTX dropping big. Check what's news on. Oh, they're probably canceling the buyout. All right, I could have got that one. I grabbed one of those. You guys just saw that. That was expensive, but I didn't. I mean, I like that news right there. Okay, so I'm not gonna say that play out loud. I did that play right in front of you on the screen. I already got that play, so there's no point of saying it out loud at this point. It's because I had to go fast on that one. That's why I couldn't. RTN's making a move too. Oh, RTN's shooting up. RTN's halted, so watch out because that means they're not gonna make the deal. Damn, it's the same news as last time. It's the same news like Tiffany, but better. Watch Apple too. I did that play right in front of you guys. I mean, so there you go. I mean, so the stream alerts got it a little bit later there, but I did that the what's it called play. I did UTX in front of you guys. Let's see what happens with Raytheon. I'm gonna wait till Raytheon gets unhalted. Can you just say? I mean, I did it on stream. I mean, you guys, you saw it right in front of you. I'm not gonna say it. If I did it on stream, the stream alerts got it. It happened on stream. That's it. Yeah, Apple's moving too. I was already looking at the Apple weeklies as they started dropping. The Apple, you can't even flip those. I mean, we have the other plays, but yeah, these two, dude, these are at 4 cents right now. Yeah, these 230s were at 13 cents when I was looking at them. Mm-hmm. So you listen while you're at work. Well, then that explains why there's a lot of problems then. Because if you guys aren't seeing stuff, you guys are just literally waiting to hear the play, and then that's it. So that makes sense. You're not seeing the contract. You're not seeing a lot of the stuff that's going on. You act like you won't set it up for failure by not repeating the play. You don't get it. You could watch every single play. I've done every single one live for the last year. I mean, it's simple as that. Well, I'm waiting for Raytheon. I want to see when this comes up. So what you could do now, start observing the last trade prices, see what gets filled, and then we're going to wait. I'm even going to take a look at April 15th too. I'm going to start it, or maybe even go to May and June. Now I'm going to look at April, and then we'll check the other ones. Facebook's getting clapped. Oh, shit. Oh, man, I forgot. Those Facebooks I have are March 20th, huh? Shit, we only got 20 minutes left? Right? Or no, are those April 20th? Hold on, I forgot about that completely. Oh, I forgot to sell those. Damn it. Well, maybe if Facebook dumps, we'll profit off that. That's crazy, though. Oh, RTX is open. Damn it, I was caught looking at the other screen. I mean, this is going to be hard to determine if they're going to go up or down. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Raytheon got clapped when the deal went through. That's why it's weird. People didn't like it when the deal went through, so you would think if they're backing out. Yeah, you guys learn from Tiffany's. Good. No, it's getting weird there. Even that move. Where's Apple? Guild is getting clapped now. Apple got popped off that. That's weird that they're reversing. That's really, really weird that UTX and Raytheon are reversing. I thought it would be the other way around. Very, very interesting. Yeah, bro. That one will probably, at least we got April on that play, but this news, that news is big. Again, all of these buyouts are going to start making these moves probably, because as asset prices are changing, it makes just too much sense not to. Josh says, yeah, going after these is crazy. And again, think about it. Some people, you guys getting mad that I went over the play. If I did that play right in front of you, and that should tell you something, look how fast I could do that. Think about that. So if you guys are going slow and you don't understand it, there's people out there, I could do that in seconds, So you have to really think, if it's moving that fast, like think about how I'm going through. I could go through 100 options by the time you're putting even your order in. So you have to be careful with that, especially in these marketplaces. Like if that is what, if you're getting worried about that, or you're seeing, what could happen. No, I'm not even on any hotkeys. I'm just quick with the sticks. That was weird. That was really, I'm tripping out on this. This is how this deal is going to play out. That dude, today just got really weird, even on top of everything else. Oh no, I was a lot faster with the other computer. I'm still learning right here. So watch for the balance between UTX. Let's see. So the play we have is back to break even. So that means we got it. It was a fair price. If that play would have been good if it went down, but I'm surprised. I'm really surprised it's bouncing off that. I thought Raytheon should have been the clear loser. Interesting. See, and then that's what happened. You guys are seeing on a play like that. That is the risk. Because if you're wrong, you get the first move. If you're right, you profit a lot, like we did on Tiffany's. If you're wrong, and some of you saw that yesterday with Tiffany's too. So in this case, I was wrong. I'm losing on this one now. Yeah, the spreads are fucking fattening up now. We're losing on the UTX play, and that's what happens there. That's a really one. And then now Apple's coming down. I want to see Facebook. Yeah, that play. That play I just took. That one's gonna clap me. But again, I still played bigger. But it was still, even the what's it called? Yesterday on Tiffany, I did $500. I did less on this one. So again, I at least if it has some time, I could justify more money. But playing those, volatility, you don't. So some of you were like, I lost $1,000, $2,000. Don't ever put that much on anything like this. I wouldn't put more than 500 on a move like this, and 500 is a lot. I went 300 on this time. But we'll see. But I'm probably gonna get screwed on that. So SPY low ticker is really coming down now, but the SPY's lagging behind it. That's a lot of moves on the downside. You're getting a really, really weird move. Damn. You got 10 minutes left. There's going to be some weeklies that we could play right here, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Damn, bro. These were for 5 cents. I didn't take these. Oh, my gosh. Okay, we're really selling off now. 10 minutes. We're down 750. Spy about 228's the low. Wow, we're really coming down here now. Holy crap. Look at that low ticker. Bro. Whoa, this is... Fuck, I should have grabbed those oceans. Bro, dude, that's going... This is crazy. This is so fast right now. You're not, but you're getting it's the individual market as well as some other place. The individual companies aren't doing as much. Bro, this is crazy. I want to keep it on there, but I need, if you guys, I'm going through the chain. I want you guys to see some of this. No, the oceans are too expensive still. Holy crap, 228's the low. If they don't get to, bro, this is awful for the primary dealer day. This is crazy. Holy crap. Yo, this is wild. There's still companies holding up, so this is creating a push-pull because we still have some. I'm looking at the positions that I'm up and down on. Damn, I missed out, bro. Those apples, I had those at 8 cents. I should have took them. Yeah, CMG still holding. There's a lot, even with that Raytheon. I want to see that, or that Raytheon. What was it? UTX. Dude, that was wild. This is really weird. Yeah, no, this is where we're at the lows, but just the velocity and the amount of companies, there's a real big push and pull right now. So you're seeing things sell off, but you're getting something else moving in a very, very weird way. Head of CDC says becoming clear pandemic will continue through July. Are you bouncing? It wants to. So good. Now that we had that move, I want to look at those. Yeah, what the hell? My shit just froze. Yeah, E-Trade's tripping out. You guys see this? My shit's not even loading. My system is getting overloaded. It's E-Trade, not my system. Because my computer is barely working on this. That's wild. Switch brokerage. This is why we have multiple brokerages, baby. I need those prices, though. Nothing beats E-Trade's price chart. Dude, this shit's fucked. Yeah, platform's frozen. Bro, that's wild. Yeah, I gotta reset my E-Trade. How much time is there left? 6 minutes. I'm restarting my platform. Gold ripping. Amazon big green. I can't. I'm not seeing any of this yet. Time, we got 5 minutes left. There you go. Let's not overload this guy. Bro, why is my E-Trade's being so dumb? Bro, look at this. My computers, dude, this is all, my computer's not even at 0.3% CPU usage right now. This is crazy. This is just solely the platform. The platform can't handle this. E-Trade cannot take this right now. See, that's what sucks. I'm blind without my option prices. Yeah, there's a lot of volatility, and everybody and their mom is at home right now. Shit. All right, I made a trade. Do not trade this. There's 2 minutes, so it's gonna be hard to get this out. UNH tanking right there. I can't see anything, dude. All right, I grabbed one of those Microsoft plays. Like, dude, everything is going so slow on this for me. I grabbed the Microsoft. Do not trade this. I'm doing this. I want to test out these Januaries and see how they work. I did a January contract, almost a year of time. $60 put. I got 5 of them at $1.98. So you could probably get above and below. Be careful of the spreads. Do not trade that. If anything, wait. But I mean, I'm gonna just take that extra. So I put 26 between BlackRock and that. It's like $2,600 between the puts right there, bro. I think all January. I made a trade. Do not trade this. LOL. That makes sense, right? You're watching somebody live stream what they're doing. So I'm documenting what I'm doing. I'm saying I just made this trade. You should not trade this. It's very, very simple. Very, very simple. I don't know what's happening here with the market, man. My platform's tripping out. Bro, even the YouTube chat just got real slow. Oh, there's TLT going ape shit. I can't see anything. Dude, this is crazy. I'm straight blind right now. I don't know why this is nothing's even updating. 1 minute! Let's see. We got 10 seconds left. Dude, this is wild. There's your UUP. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this. Dude, that was a crazy, bro, that's a all around craziness. Ding, 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 ding. We did it. That's it. The market is now closed. I don't know what's going to happen. I do nothing, none of these charts. I'm very disappointed. Bro, all the charts just got clapped. That's pretty crazy. Every single chart got clapped here. Maybe we'll have to go, let's see the TOS. Man, oh man. Oh yeah, everybody, you could toot your own horn. We did it. We did it. Now Josh feels how I was just. No, I mean, I wasn't. All I was saying, I was blind. That's it. So I mean, it sucks, but I know the situation. If I didn't have access to that, I still had to. I made the trade. That's why I look through options at various times and I keep an idea. But overall, I mean, I had to act somehow on that. So we're over. We'll go over the total performance here. We'll go over some of the accounts and we'll see what's happening. But in the meantime, make sure you guys know that I love you and make sure you're blessed, baby. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for being here. Thank you for those who are positive and respectful. And those who were not positive and respectful, I encourage you to be positive and respectful. It can't hurt you. We ban the behavior, not the person. So if things don't make sense to you on stream, maybe you had a misunderstanding, whatever it may be, we encourage you to participate. Just we like good attitudes and positivity. So I appreciate all you guys who liked the video. You guys are honestly awesome. Everybody's showing love, being active in the chat. It's been a crazy week. We're going to get into more craziness. Monday is going to be very exciting. Do not miss it. So second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. We're going to post videos over the weekend. I'll have a lot more time to do that. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. And then check out the new channels. We got the Real Estate channel, the Car channel, and the Music channel. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And if you want me and my mom to pray for you, send a prayer request. We got a prayer request wall. I post them up on my wall. My actual wall is beautiful. I love you all. And that's pretty much it. Read all the tutorials. There's some good. This is the best one for beginners. How option pricing works and how to find 1,000% gainers. That should help you out a lot. But other than that, I think we're pretty good. So let's see. What do you guys think? So remember, we were down $20,000 at one point. What do you guys think? What do you think total? Where do you think we're sitting at? Let's see. What do you guys think it is? Let's see. Let's take a guess. Down 15. Remember, 20K, we weren't there. Up 50, damn, plus 13, down 3, 35, 8, 4K, down 4,000, negative 67,000, 10K. All right. The moment of truth. SPY's dropping after. This is after hours on the SPY right here, so the E-Trade's being dumb. But let's see here. Let us switch here. Let's start with the Tasty. Oh, here, I got to make that screen bigger. I have it on like half screen. There you go. Lost 3,000. Remember, we were down 11 or 12,000 on this, so we still lost 3,000 today on this account. So we're still at 93. That account was $12,000 at the beginning of February or March. What are we looking at now? The small Robinhood account. Oh, I didn't even look at this bugger. Look at him. He came, only down 100. I'll take it. Look at that. Okay. See, it's not, it's not the highs, but it's a nice lower low. I could accept that. The big boy. Ooh, that's Chrissy. Ain't that something for you? Take a look. Down $1,000. And this has to do with leverage, you guys. So picture this account. I'm only down 1,000 on this today, but go compare that to the Robinhood, man. Go compare it to the small one. That's wild. You're telling me I lost on an account more than 10 times bigger? We lost a lot more with this account. That's crazy. So that means you guys see why this account is hedged a lot better than the other account, and this one has to do with the cash balances. So having a cash balance there actually protects us. And then, this one account, I think I'm down $2,000 total on that one. That one was a throwaway too. But man, oh man, here let's get to this thinkorswim here, man. That's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. Did you sell those 320s? No, I forgot about those. I cashed out on those SPY plays already. But man, that's it. So that's what happened. Is that real money? Yeah, it's real money. But you guys got to see again. I think both of those accounts, you get to see the difference. I mean, that small account is over leveraged to hell. That's why that small account is making such big swings, because I'm losing more money on the small account than the other one. It's just wild. So there's that. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. That was it, man. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Please be smart. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Drop your thumbs up. Be on the watch list. Second link in the description. But go do something positive, baby. That's it, man. Go do something positive. That's all you got to do. So if you guys go do something positive, it'll help you out. It'll help you out greatly. Greatly, greatly, greatly. I'm telling you, man, you see somebody in your community, go try to help out wherever you can. And please, please, please listen to public officials, man, okay? Stay inside, do what you need to do. And honestly, I mean, it's very easy to criticize people, what's going on and shit like this. Just be positive, man. I'm telling you, like, seriously, like, if you not see it, like, emotions are running high. People getting mad at everything from plays to people who's talking. Like, dude, there's so much stuff going on. So you guys just please, 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 now's not a time to be petty at all. Focus on what matters. I know it's easy, man. It's easy to find things going wrong. You don't like this about some people. I don't like the shoes he's wearing. I don't like how he moves his lips when he talks. I don't like his hair. Whatever it is, man, I don't care. But there's other stuff happening right now, okay? So please be smart, you guys. Please be wise. Don't be dumb. And just show some love, man. That's all we need at this moment. There's a lot of stuff happening. And it's been a crazy week so far. Okay, get your email? Yeah, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. There's no just tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Shout out to my 11-years out there. Shout out to Douglas Potter, man. Keep raising the kids like that. Haters are real out here, bro. I don't care. That's not what it's about. Do you see it? I'm more concerned about the haters than they are concerned about me and everybody else. I'm more concerned about the people who are not wise enough to come together and work how they're supposed to at this moment, not only in the markets, but in the real world right now. Like, this is the real world. This is real life. Like, I just want people to be able to see, the opportunities there. And also I care about the people who are not, who are really ignorant to how things are working and how they're going to happen. And this money, and even down to the trades, but even down to the governmental process, man. Everybody needs to, just see. Can we just see the bigger picture, man? Like, that's it. You just gotta see the bigger picture, and I really hope that everybody could do that. And it's gonna get difficult. I mean, I could already sense that. So I hope you guys are ready. People are definitely going to start. And I'm saying this for you who are paying attention. The emotions are high, and you're gonna see it. So just keep your head in the game. Stay focused. And I told you guys, prepare again. Like that Robinhood account could even show you. The fact that this account is a byproduct of taking the cash. This is what I've been telling you. That's water. That's the water in the hump right there. I could withdraw it all. None of it's pending, nothing. We could take all of this out right now if we really wanted to. And that's why this account isn't losing as much, because even then, there's still probably 30, 40 grand of this portfolio is in stocks too. Like, look at all these shares. There's still, so it's, again, be smart with the money and control it, because as crazy, you could compare that one now to this account. Like, this account's making a lot bigger swings, and this is the lesson I gave you guys already. Just control the budget. Like, look at this, is a crazy week so far. Still made 4,000 on this week, not bad, but we were up a lot more at one point. But you're seeing it's going to be wider moves given the nature of how I'm leveraging myself. So you pick, which one do you want at the end of these days? Do you want to wake up and be down, at one point you could be down 30%, or you could be down 2%. Yeah, it's really, really up to you. So be smart with this, you guys. Be wise. I need y'all to look ahead. And yeah, that's it, man. I don't even know. Today was crazy. I wish I could even go over the charts more. I'm really disappointed with, there it is, the E-Trade. See? E-Trade's coming back. Okay, hold on. So yeah, we could see some of this. But this was I don't want to call it a failure, But it was today's. This was big, and we're gonna get probably one of those Lehman Sunday moments. They're really gonna be scrambling over here, especially now with like do you see how complex things are getting? Think about it for regulators, the RTX. That's why I was blown away from that trade. I was like, holy shit, you're kidding me. So UTX, RTX, and then all these different buyouts. Then what the Fed's doing, then that blow up of Ronin, everything, man. That's crazy. You're up because I gave you the courage to play daily rather than swing in position. That wasn't me then. I mean, see, you just heard something because that's not what I only did a few flips with that. I don't know what it is. I'm glad you could give me credit for that, but I think you may have misinterpreted some of the stuff here. But your YouTube changed it on a mobile. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. But in general, I mean, this is going to be wild how this plays out here. Even then, the fact that we're closing at a low, it looks like they're getting more of this is like the air brakes. You see how it just drop in big moves. But when you start seeing slowdowns with the big candles, this is kind of like the air brakes, massive volatility. The volume's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It could have been a lot worse. Yeah, there was a lot of uncertainty. This one wasn't too bad. It's still a big day, but we got to see how to play this, man. So get ready. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're positive and just be wise. I mean, don't panic in any sense. Just listen. Isn't that funny? You know, most people are like, I'm gonna panic now. Just listen. I'm gonna do this now. Just listen. Just listen. Read between the lines. Be smart. It's a good time to relax. I've been enjoying the relaxingness. I may get on live or follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Maybe if I'm so relaxed, I might turn on that Xbox again. So maybe you guys could run some games with me. Well, what else is there? I'm trying to think what else there is. That's it. I mean, I'm going to post a video either today or tomorrow. And then Sunday night, we'll have the watch list. And then we'll be here on Monday. So that's pretty much it, guys. Be positive. I love you all, man. I appreciate every single one of you guys here. You guys are amazing, man. I don't know. I don't think it would be this much fun without you guys. You guys are awesome. Hopefully you got to learn something. It really doesn't matter if you made money or lost money, baby. At least you got to learn something, baby. I'm telling you. I really, really appreciate you guys. So please just show love and respect. I can't thank you all for being here this last month, everything. It's been a lot of fun. Things are going to get crazy. We just want to make sure you guys are on game, man. That's it. Ready to go. We're dropping a little bit after hours here. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy. So I just love you guys, though, man. Just be positive, man. You guys got to feel good, man. Just accept the blessings, man. You got blessings coming your way. Rebuke any of that negativity. I don't even care if you believe what I believe. You got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in positivity. But all in all, man, a lot of you, you guys support. You're here. You stand up for the cult. You take you're learning from everything. You're learning off each other. Like you got, you have love in you, man. You got love in you. I love it. Let's make some moves. Let's be really, really smart. That's something this weekend. Pray for more wisdom. Remember I said that coming into this a few weeks ago. Pray for me with wisdom. You pray for wisdom as well. And that's it, man. We just need to be wise here. I mean, knowledge takes us a long way. And that's what I want. So let's do it and enjoy yourself. Be positive. I mean, again, in a world right now where everyone's just being weird, and everyone's going to start getting even more weird, you could stick to the right thing. Just be positive. Be respectful towards people. You don't need to engage in everything you see. It sucks. I try to warn. Like I try to warn people. I try to tell people certain stuff. Not even warn people. I just try to inform people, if anything. And if they don't want to listen, that's fine. You don't have to engage in too much. And just relax. Be positive and respectful, man. I love you guys. So thank you for being here. I'm going to go eat now. I'm going to go relax. I'm going to go take my poopy. I'm going to do a lot of things. That's it. We did 9 weeks in a row, though. We after this week, the Ultas, as well as a few other plays, even those old Facebooks, we cashed out. We're 9 weeks in a row. So we've broken the record now. If we go next week, that will be 10 weeks in a row of 1,000% gainers. So it'll be hard to beat this if we fail. So let's keep it coming, baby. That's the cult. I love you. Let's go. I need my bell. It's so weird without my bell. Give me my bell, man. But that's it. I love you all. You have a wonderful day. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. Be on the main channel. Make sure you guys turn on the post notifications. Second link, nightly watch list. That is the main channel. You going to hear from me. Stay blessed, baby. Go do something positive. Go read your Bible. Go read Richest Man in Babylon. Go read Strangest Secret in the World. Relax a little bit. Drop your shoulders. Go do the push-ups. We've been doing so much. Make sure you do your push-ups, man. Make sure you do your push-ups and everything else. But I love you all. Y'all have a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend. And enjoy it, man. Enjoy. Find the endurance. You have an opportunity for endurance right now, baby. You got an opportunity to really get some faith when people are really going crazy. Now faith actually means something. You got the opportunity to learn how to tough it out. You have the opportunity to learn how to relax when everything is going crazy. You have the opportunity to encourage your team. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. Don't let me get started like this on them. They don't feel me. If you feel me, I love you. And if you don't feel me, I love you. You're going to feel it eventually, baby. So let's go. Embrace everything, man. This is an opportunity for endurance. So let's run it, baby. Keep the armor on and let's run it. All right. I love you all. Stay blessed. Listen to all government officials. I know the capital is my freedom. No. Don't worry. You still got that, baby. You think I won't ever give away my freedom. I love this freedom too much. Why you think I'm talking God all the time? I talk a lot of smack because I like this freedom. That's why just listen when it's time. Be critical at the right time, but be smart and be wise at the right time, baby. Yeah, if anything, watch out for your social media. I mean, honestly, maybe I'll detach from that a little bit. Just stick with the cult, but I love you all. All right, I got to go now. Peace out. God bless you all. All glory to God with everything through any moment, baby. Horn in Jesus' name, amen. All right, peace out. Oh, yeah.